All right. Looks like we're live. Apologize for the delay. I was a little behind. I was just finishing up a shorter stream with Billy about some crazy feminist indoctrination.
And how'd that go?
Oh, it was good. We covered a couple things. By the way, okay, so your channel is called the Narc Files Show. So do you prefer people to call you TNFS or?
Oh, that or just narc files. I mean, that's
Narc
fine.
Files? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the guys in here might know me, like Billy the Goat. I did have another channel a couple of years ago, but I deleted it. It's about, narcissists, obviously, especially in the workplace. And I was narcissistically abused in the workplace by two female narcissists. One was my manager, one was on the floor, and my main one was a borderline psychopath that falsely accused me of stalking a home, wanting sex in a relationship that never happened. So that's why I started this channel about speaking out about these sorts of women. Never had a problem before, and all of a sudden I experienced everything you could possibly imagine in the workplace with these female monsters. And let me tell you, it takes a good number of years to recover, and you need to do the work. So I can only bring that home enough for you guys, ones that are watching, if you have been narcissistically abused, to do the work. You're not going to find the answers on Discord. You're not going to find it taking the red pills in the community. You're not. It's something that you have to do for yourself in your own journey. And I know there's men out here that are doing the same, and there are men in this community that are narcissists, but when I'm talking about them, we hear about females. And it used to be a higher percentage of men that were narcissists. Now it's starting to be more 50-50 now. It's you're seeing it in the modern day of, you call it modern feminism or whatever, women being allowed to do whatever they like. You can't shame them, blame them. There's no guilt with them anymore, and they just have no morals, ethics, or value. And you kind of go, what happened here? Where did we all go wrong in society? And it's all due to bad parenting. I think with my generation, I'm born in 1980, so that's the generation, isn't it? Something along those lines. And we were brought up different, whereas the kids now, the woke generation, you have a look at them and go, oh, they're grown adults acting and carrying on like a 2-year-old toddler having a complete meltdown over nothing. So
right.
But that's what's going on now. So I wouldn't say it's because of social networking, like Facebook and Instagram and all that, which is part of it, but it all comes down to the family unit and the way they were raised. So So I'll get into this part. Every psychopath is narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopathic. So there's your difference. A narcissist is someone who lacks empathy, grandiose, is entitled, is arrogant, is constantly seeking validation. And it's a disorder of self-esteem, and they can't regulate themselves. So, like you and me, we can have a good day and everything's going good, or, we might have a bit of a bad day and we might beat ourselves up over it, and we recover from that. A narcissist can't do that. They can't regulate, and they need others to self-regulate because they have no emotions. They used to when they were young children, but it was taken out from them by their abusive parents. So that's where it kind of stems from. But
Well, and I noticed, the abuse does start at home, I guess, but our society then keeps promoting it and keeps reinforcing the bad behavior.
because now it's acceptable
Yeah.
to, I mean, have a look at the manosphere, you
Hmm.
know, hey guys, if you want this sort of lifestyle and lead the life that I'm leading, well, you just have to be a dark triad. Well, you can't learn that. It's something that is quite annoying me out here, that somehow that you can learn these bad traits and also be an empathic human being. It doesn't work that way. Yes, the
Right.
people that are doing this abuse may seem like they've got empathic traits and they're nice and caring. They're not. It's just
Right.
it's all fake, and you
Yeah.
don't know. You know, when you're getting in trouble, in a
Mm.
bad situation, these
Yeah.
people can weasel themselves out of bad situations. You cannot. So
Right.
for the guys that are listening, trying to go, oh, I want to try and be these fake alpha gigacocks. You know what I mean? It does.
Right.
It won't work for you because you're a nice, caring, healthy human being, and it will come off wrong. How do I word this? It'll make you look like a jerk. It make you look stupid. To whereas the a-hole can present, a pile of dog turds that will make like it's a golden nugget, and they're very good at showing all that. And
Right.
but that's what they do. That's what they do, male and female. So
Yeah.
I'm not just saying back to the manosphere. I'm just saying as a whole with narcissists, they're very, very good with that. Um,
So,
so
so
yeah.
wait. So you said you used to have a channel. Why did you get rid of it?
Well, one, YouTube was playing around with all my subs and all my comments and whatnot, and I had also had a stalker, a male narcissist, a professional on here, and I interviewed him a long time ago so I can get my channel up and running. That's what I thought. Pay the consultation fee, and yeah, he stalked my account and harassed the living daylights out of me. It doesn't bother me. I was just like, you know, I was just over it, and that's all the comments all I got. And then I got away from MPD and started helping guys. I wanted to get into the manosphere and then start talking to those guys because I never really heard about MGTOW or Red Pill. And
Yeah.
I started listening to the content, and it's like, well, you guys are going through the same thing what I'm going through. It's not
Yeah.
modern feminism; it's MPD, it's borderline personality disorder. The
Yeah.
cluster Bs. So, I'm out here saying it's not feminism, even though it kind of is to a certain degree.
Oh,
But
it's
again,
totally because of feminism. The feminists have overrun the psychology field en masse, right? They've had control over the narrative for the past 3 decades. Like the women in that field severely outweigh the men. That's something I kind of wanted to ask you. There's a lot of women that are going into the mental health field that want to specifically work with men. But I kind of think that men need to go to men to get sorted out, and women need to go to women. And the only way it's going to actually work is if they're honest. Because I don't see that men can really be honest with women in that kind of a setting in today's society.
I agree to a certain degree there. A lot of these professional coaches, they come out of university or whatnot, they're only new, so they're only just going by the handbook.
Right.
Yeah, the DSM-5 manual,
Yeah.
and they're just going through that, and so they're still green. They don't know everything about, the real victims and narcissists. You can have a narcissist in the therapy room with their partner, and they can turn that around and make the victim look like the abuser. So
Right.
you really got to get one-on-one counselling if the abuser doesn't want to get help. But I suggest you need to find, the same sex sort of
Yeah.
counsellor or therapist, but you need to find someone that's been around a long time, not fresh out of the gate, because
Right.
they're going to be very inexperienced. So that's what I would say. Look for a professional that's been around for a long time. Yeah. So we're going to talk about the double E or the triple E, and I'm not talking about the woman's bra size here. So lack of empathy, entitlement, and exploitation. You know, I guess for the first 6 to 12 months, you know, she'll be empathic, and you know, you go, oh, she's a nice, caring human being. But eventually, that mask that she's the fake false self will eventually come off if she doesn't have a secondary source like other people to network off, and you're the only one. Maybe she'll keep it on there for 12 months, a little bit longer, but usually it only lasts for about 6 months, which is the golden period. And I guess you can look at, you know, going to a restaurant and how she presents herself to the waiter and how she interacts with other people around the room. If she's a bit rude and arrogant, then those sort of red flags will start popping up more and more. You know, it's, you know, uncalled for. It's not needed to. Entitlement, like everything is hers, like a kindergarten kid that has all the toys and doesn't want to share, you know, all the toys. And there's heaps of toys to go around, but no, you can't use it. They're mine.
Right.
And so they're very entitled. Exploitation, I would say, if you're a nice, caring human being and you like to help people like I do, they will exploit that to the nth degree. But you'll notice that they won't come and help you. Like, you'll see them struggle and you'll go over there, oh, you know, would you like a helping hand and all that. But when you're struggling, they won't come and help you. And you'll see to notice that more and more. They'll just look at you and just play dumb.
Yeah.
She's fiercely competitive, and wherever she is, and will get other people to mirror back the false self that, you know, who she is. You know, so she's the smartest, the prettiest, the most charming. They're the sort of character traits that she's going to present, you know, the people around her. And you're going to say, well, she's a nice, caring human being. And eventually, you know, she's only going to show that to certain people, not everyone, because not everyone is going to get her full side. You know, she might ignore some people over here. She might talk to some people here. She might be very friendly over here. And if you're someone from the outside looking in, you'll go, why are you, you know, playing hot and cold with certain people over here? And you'll get to see that. But if you're just one of the insiders, you won't get to see that. You'll go, oh, I'm just waiting for my turn for you to come talk to me. So has that happened to you, or?
Oh, with female narcissists?
Yes.
Oh, I don't even know what my mom was. She was all the things. That's why I have a hard time breaking down, you know, the little nuances of mental illness, because all the traits in all the cluster B, I witnessed her go through at one time or another. So very histrionic, very borderline, claimed to be bipolar, then claimed to be ADD. She was a fucking psychopath, though. And she was psychotic. And she was a drug addict. And I mean, she would cycle through shit so quick that I just always kind of looked at it as like, you know, the multiple personalities.
Yep.
It's almost like the multiple cluster B personalities. So I don't know. That's why I've had an issue with some of the literature that's out. And I know in the psychology field, there's like comorbid pathologies and all the things, but I'm like, yeah, I've seen crazy bitches go through all that shit. in one person. So trying to pin them down on some category of mental unwellness, I just put it all under a crazy bitch umbrella, because to me it's all fucking crazy bitchery. That is from, going back to what you said, childhood, lack of discipline, lack of development in the formative years that are really important.
Well, and basically abuse. That's why they don't have a false self. You take away the grandiosity.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Right.
They're an empty shell, basically. They're a robot. They're nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're everything. You know, I would say there's heaps of good channels out here. I mean, there's one called Cluster B Milkshake.
She cracks me up.
I actually it's only come into my news feed of lately, and you'd go, wow, I found a bit of a sword here and whatnot. And if you notice her, how she changes her personality like that.
Yeah.
Pretty damn scary. And I don't know what it is with some of these, you know, better looking women, but there seem to be an absolute mile of these women that are just batshit crazy. I don't know what happened to them, but I dare say that, you know, once again, in their childhood.
I think it's what's currently happening to them and the lack of accountability that we have in our society. They get away with it. And they get away with one little thing, and then they want another inch, and then they want another inch, and the whole escalation thing happens when there's no repercussions for their shitty behavior.
It is. It's one little step after another, and then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I can get away with this.
Right.
It's like you know, cheating in like Lance Armstrong, and he won 7 consecutive back-to-back tours, and we all thought that was a little bit fishy, but at the time we didn't question it. It was like, yeah, he, you know, what a legend. But after a while, you know, I mean, the reason why he did it is because everyone else was cheating. So if I don't cheat, I won't win. So that's the mentality of today's society. You know, you're not going to win it on morals, ethics, and being a nice, caring human being. It's not anymore. People will stab you in the back to get in first place, and I see it in the workplace all the time. I see it everywhere. It's pretty scary. So
what other channels do you like for psychology stuff and narcissism and all that?
I've really stopped watching, you know, because I healed all my wounds, so I stopped doing all that. Before I actually continue, if you are suffering from narcissistic abuse, buy this book. I have no affiliations with this company.
What is it?
You can cover after narcissistic abuse with Melanie Tony Evans, and there's heaps of stuff to read and modules to do. She's got like a 16 3-day course on the internet. You can go look it up, and you know, you can pay more if you want to go more into depth, but that really helped me to learn what narcissism was all about and to heal. And for you guys out here, if you want to learn that, then I think you really need to get expert help. And for me, it was the best $20 investment, you know, I did for myself. So there's HG Tutor, which is my old stalker. As I said, he's on.
Oh, HG Tutor. I've heard of him. I haven't really.
He's the one that makes up 1,001 different accounts and stalks everyone. There's Sam Backman. He's pretty good on that. as I said, Tony, Melanie Evans, she's a good one. There's heaps, but be careful with all these empath, super empath, codependent channels.
Right. Those are covert narcissists.
Oh my God.
Yes. And they're feminists. They're all feminists.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes. They're all, most of those people are abusers and whatnot. And what did it for me was I was in some Facebook group and it had like heaps of moderators in there. And I was like, well, you know, hey, he brings a lot of ideas to the forefront here. And, you know, you should listen to him and whatnot. And someone made a stupid comment and I replied back. I don't know what I said, but, you know, this is stupid or whatnot. And I got blocked, you know, and
Right.
you've just got to watch what people are posting and all that. So I find just stay clear away from them. Even some of these so-called professional doctors. There's another one on here. I think she's African American or American. Can't think of a name. And she comes across as really arrogant. Yeah. And there was a couple of moderators in there blocking people. And I was like, you know, read this book, you know, and all of a sudden I got blocked. And then I got unblocked and one of them went to this other fake super empath channel and claiming to know all. And, you know, it was like, yeah, you're a narcissist because you keep talking about your past life, you know, in some nightclub. No.
Right.
And so be really careful what you read online and what channels that you are watching because eventually they will show themselves. Eventually.
Yeah.
So if the female narcissist is like kind of like the alpha of the group in her little clan, her little cult, and say if a new girl was to join the group, she's going to feel threatened by that.
Oh yeah.
Or the new girl has to toe the party line. And she's more or less the alpha of the group. And so everyone bows to the female narcissist in that way. You know, so the female narcissist has a problem with someone, then the others will stick up what the female narcissist is saying and project that onto the new person.
Yeah. Yeah, I've run into that because I've been collecting stuff on because there's not enough research that has been done since feminists completely infiltrated the whole humanities realm of the universities. There hasn't been enough research done on female competition, toxic female stuff, like reputation destruction campaigns. Like, you know, the feminists, they have this sisterhood, right? This, you will be united against men or against the enemy, but then they stab each other in the back all the time. So I've been collecting a little campaign of my own because I've gone around to all the different echo chambers online and kind of penetrated and planted some seeds and kind of got connected with people from each of the groups to actually talk to. But I was scraping the bottom and ran into this little cult. It's like a PUA cult, I call it. But those crazy bitches there were not happy about me at all. And I thought it was pretty funny because they tried to adopt me at first. And then when I called them crazy bitches, they flip shit. They don't like those words. They're like magic spell words that, for one, make them feel extreme shame and guilt and become offended. And then for two, they're kind of allergic to the words. So that's why I kind of use the term crazy bitch, because for one, it's true for a lot of these women. And in just saying it in a crazy bitch's presence will make her freak the fuck out. Like it doesn't affect that. It doesn't have the same effect on normal people, I've noticed.
Well, I mean, what sort of cluster B are they? I don't know because I haven't done the research on them, but
Right.
I wouldn't call them a narcissist, because to be diagnosed as a narcissist, you've got to like have, say, 3 to 5 common traits, and to be used at the same time. You know, there's 9 common traits, and I mean, are there? Absolutely. You know, you'd probably more find them in the upper, say, management role, or the ones that are doing all the virtually thing, because narcissists like power and like to be heard. So there'd be some of them will be at the top. Yeah, same again, the ones that make up false rape allegations.
Yeah.
Right? They're, you know, these are the women out here that do it, and they can sink into the background and mimic everyone else because they were probably raped as children. And from the research I've heard, some of them were. You know, that's why
some, but not a lot, not most. They're the vicarious trauma that these feminists pass on in their little cults makes them absorb other people's trauma, and so they react as if they were, and then they'll start twisting shit interactions. They'll even call a one-night stand that they later regret fucking rape. So that's how twisted they make reality.
Well, you just brought up that's what because the reason why they do that is they're not a whore, even though they've had a one-night stand and they've submitted, right? They've submitted,
they are whores.
Right? There's shame and guilt because they feel like they're a whore, so they place that shame and guilt onto the guy that has done nothing wrong, and then the poor guy, he gets completely arse raped when the police show up in a court of law, and those women will show all the symptoms of being a victim, and they're masters of it.
Yeah.
And this is why the police need to have better education. There's one going through now in Australia in Parliament House, where this woman said that she was raped and blah, blah, blah. And now it's come out, well, why are you wearing this dress 6 weeks later that you said that you were raped in? You know, and deleting messages and this and that.
Yeah.
You know, it made no sense because it was a photo of her basically in this red dress and her legs apart and all that. And I was looking at it going, yeah, something's not right with this story. Yeah. And I feel like some of these people, if they don't get their way, if they don't get that promotion or, you know, whatever, then they will project, you know, what they're feeling onto someone else. And that's why if you are going to be behind closed doors, you need to have video evidence, whether that's the video camera is there or it's hidden, whatever, is to prove that what took place was just an interview or an interaction between two people, you know. And I would do that, you know, if I was to deal with women in the workplace or whatnot, especially in doctor surgeries, because women say that, you know, I was raped and all that and touched. That's why there's always a female nurse present.
Right.
So there can be no more, you know, I was raped and all this and he touched me inappropriately, and it's like, no, there was a female doctor present and nothing happened. And rightfully so. You don't know how many mental cases are walking around, you know, falsely accusing men. And it's becoming more and more apparent now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like they're projecting their fucking fantasies onto, because a lot of these crazy bitches have these weird fantasies. The last stream that I was doing with Billy, I just finished up a book that this feminist wrote. It's called Voluntary Madness. And she was describing one of these fantasies that she had in a therapy session. Like, radical lesbian feminist has rape fantasies on raping men. Like, yeah.
Well, of course, Chad on the big white horse, and he's going to whisk her off into the sunset and have his wicked way with her, probably. And,
Oh, no.
that's the fantasy.
About her raping men with her fist to get retribution for all the Me Too cases that she, in her mind, believes had happened.
Oh, look, there probably is, to a small degree, of real cases, but how many are real and how many are fake? That's the problem. And no one knows, because no one was there. So you've got to be in a court of law saying, does this story make sense or not? And it's hard to tell. I mean, you're just going off by words, what someone's saying in an impact statement.
Right.
So, yeah, I would say, from what I heard, women have, about 20% of rape fantasies, like 1 in 5. What they fantasize about, I don't know. But I dare say that modern feminism, are hating men, and they just want to destroy men, because a lot of people are virtually signaling what they really feel inside.
Right.
So for me, I don't think, some of them are narcissists, but some are not. Some are just there protesting because they feel like they're injustice because they're not getting paid the right money, or, they want to be the CEO and they just cannot. That's the problem in society.
Right.
I mean, yeah. So the female narcissist is will get envy and jealous of her daughter when she gets older, into her later teens and becoming an adult, because she's the younger daughter is more prettier and smarter and whatnot, and now she has to compete with the daughter, because being a false self, narcissists like to use people as an object, and to basically just say, someone wants to go to school and play piano or soccer or whatnot, and they're pushing that kid to do that all the time, or that adult is using that child to live through that child. So maybe you've witnessed that with your own mother to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Maybe your mother-in-law is a narcissist, and she's going to have disturbing issues with her son, and you might be the new daughter-in-law, and she's going to start competing for her son's love and be extremely jealous of the new wife. And so you could say, okay, don't I make better dinners than your wife? Or can't you make your husband a good meal, and start criticizing you and running you down how you run your household, and those sort of things. So you'll notice that this isn't attack between families or whatnot. This is a constant warfare, a bombardment of intrusion in your life. So that they will end up doing that.
Never experienced that.
Appearances. She loves to look very good for herself, whether she's pretty or not, and her family's appearance must be like top notch. Like the way she work, not the way it's presented on Facebook, but how she talks about her family will be a very big deal to her, and that reputation it would be another thing I would say. And who she hangs around with, like, so if the people that are good looking and charming and whatnot, she's going to hang around those sorts of people and be that as well. So Did your mother was like that? Like to hang around with other people like that?
No, she
No.
she could never keep any kind of relationship going. She'd always screw people over, so she'd burn bridges pretty quick.
Did she end up having like one friend
No,
or none?
mm-mm.
Okay.
Not for a long time.
Usually they'll have a best friend and they'll keep that best friend forever. Like,
Mm-mm.
you know, yeah, it's true. They will burn bridges with most people, but they'll always have a couple of people as like best friends. They can do nothing wrong. They can say nothing wrong. So, say for instance, you know, oh geez, your husband makes the best apple pie. Why can't you make that apple pie? And they're doing that to put self-doubt into you, but to make you upset and to make you angry so they can get off on that and get narcissistic supply.
So do they get supply from people getting angry?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, angry, upset, annoyed, frustrated.
yeah, emotionally terrorized of some sort.
Yeah, they enjoy all of that.
Yeah.
Materialistic things, they love spending money. Well, no surprise there, I guess. And hanging around people that have got money, like example, clothes, cars, handbags, valuable things, and making other people feel jealous of her, or she believes that other people are jealous of her or of the way that she looks and presents herself, and she will get off on that, the fact that she thinks that other people are jealous of her, and that will cause narcissistic supply as well. They're very good at that. So I mean, all narcissists are different. They don't all act the same. Yeah, they have a common theme like no empathy, grandiose, they're arrogant. But some act different. I can't give you a handbook and say, okay, this is what a narcissist is. They're going to do this. They all are the same, but they all act a little different depending on their environment.
Yeah. What the environment allows to continue, I guess.
Yes. She comes across as confident, but she's envy of jealous of other people. So you'll see this grandiosity, this confidence, this person that can hold a conversation and whatnot, but deep down, let's say you get yourself a nice second-hand car and her car is all right, nothing wrong with it. She'll be loathing underneath. She'll be bitter that you got something better, even though you're not broadcasting that. You're not angry. You're happy, and hey, I've got a new car. I'll come have a look. It's not like that for a narcissist, because they've got to have something better.
Yeah. My youngest brother used to say that our mother would burn her neighbor's house down just to make hers look better.
They probably would. They probably would too. They're very inofficial people, and they have to be number one, and they're very jealous if someone comes along and be better, even though you're not acting as better. They just can't handle that. So the narcissist, has a false self and is sensitive to criticism.
Yeah.
I mean, because the narcissist has a false self and has betrayed themselves to be this person that everyone thinks is this human being, they will not like any sort of criticism at all, even if it's, say, positive, and say, look, you did something wrong here. Let's come and fix it, and I'll show you what you did wrong. They will have a narcissistic injury because of that. They cannot handle any conversation, like a open heart-to-heart conversation of
Right.
So you can forget, sitting down and just talking to them and being open and being honest. It's not going to help you in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, by this stage, I think you're dealing with a lost cause. With some of these female mothers, mother-in-laws, and whatnot out here in the workplace. So they're very. They'll just have a nasty injury, basically, and they just can't handle it. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, it went silent there for a sec. Well, this one you might find very interesting. They are a drama queen. They love drama, and because narcissists bore quickly, they involve themselves in drama, making stuff up. So let's say, for instance, they'll say something that's not really true and tell it to someone else, and make it bigger and badder. They've said something that you didn't say, and because the reason why they've done that is to get those raw emotions going, to get you really upset and angry to fight with that other person. All the meanwhile, they're sitting back eating popcorn, waiting for the fireworks to go off.
Right.
That's another thing I would say that they love doing. They love telling big stories, and they're histrionic. Like they'll say, I've led an unbelievable life. It was that good, or it was that bad of a life. And you'll go, I don't think you've led that great of a life, or geez, I don't think you've had that much bad luck, have you?
Right.
And they're very histrionic with that. They'll exaggerate.
Yeah.
So I suppose they're good at telling stories, fabricating stories, and making it bigger or worse than what it should be.
Yeah.
Playing people against each other in triangulation.
Oh, yeah.
As we've just said, to get those emotions going. So bringing up past boyfriends, saying, well, he did this better, or he made, dinner better, or he's a better lover, or something like that. It's once again to get you upset, to make you angry. And it's not uncommon for the female narcissists to side with their siblings. I don't know if this has happened to you, where they'll play one child up against another child and play favorites.
Oh, yeah.
They're very good at that. So I guess if you're an outsider looking in and seeing why that the parent is favoring one child and not the other, there's something going on there, and it needs to be looked into. Even if the child is doing nothing wrong and getting picked on, there's something terribly wrong there. Especially the golden child. The golden child will get everything, and he or she will also become a narcissist in some way, because he's never had any been told no boundaries or whatever. So he believes, or she believes that they can do nothing wrong, and then later in life they get challenged in the workplace or out in the real world, and well, I do nothing wrong. I'm a perfect person.
Right.
So, have you seen that in your family dynamic, or?
The playing siblings against each other. Yeah, I've seen that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're very good at doing that. Showing love to one sibling, but not the other. They're very good at that. But only giving you crumbs, or only giving you half praise as well. oh, you look good today, or you look good when you had a shave or whatnot. Giving you half-assed compliments that don't mean anything, and eventually the scapegoat child will disappear and just walk away from it.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Um,
I cut my mom off in my early 20s, so I haven't fucked with crazy bitches of her caliber since then. That's why it's interesting being online and noticing like different traits people have that is reminiscent of that. Because the people I chose to be around after that were not crazy bitches. So
well, I think that, I mean, being a woman and whatnot, do you see the craziness out there? Like, can you spot these
oh yeah,
narcs from a mile away? Or
oh yeah, big time. Yeah. Unfortunately, before a lot of men do. Like especially the sugary sweet ones that'll pass on the sugar or the superficial pleasantries. I don't think a lot of people see that as a threat the way I do.
I mean, the smiles, the giggles, the hysterical laughing.
Yeah.
You're not that funny,
Right.
and because of that, I've learnt. I was going to post up a video. I mean, one of my old ones where I talk about why I think the borderline psychopath, and
Yeah.
more or less, it's what's wrong with me, not what's wrong with them. Why did you allow yourself to be abused, and to accept less, and
Right.
to understand, you have self-healing wounds to do. Once again, do the work. It's, as I said, you can't just go to some forum, read a couple of words, watch some live stream, and you'll be better. No, you've got to do the work to self-heal. You've got to heal those childhood wounds and to get better. That's the only way. And the reason why you keep finding these crazy bitches is because you're broken.
And crazy bitch bait.
That's it, because they know that you're broken, and they can see that they've got like codependent slash wounded child, and they have got that sort of vision. They can home on certain people.
Oh yeah.
So they're good at that.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I saw it firsthand of how they can spin their personality on a dime. It's I don't think I'll ever get over it. I mean, I don't really think about it much, but at the same time, I've changed. I'm not I am a caring person, but at the same time, I'm not going to bend over backwards to help people. I get very annoyed very easily when asked too many questions at work, even with guys, because I have been abused by males and females too, and it led me to a point where I've just had enough of all genders, all races. So if you think, oh well, the female narcissist is only just going to attack men, I'll be rest assured, no, they don't. They will attack women also. Yes, they will have female friends and whatnot and pretend to be friends, but at the same time, I've seen them attack, undermine, and destroy people's work.
Yeah.
Like the workplace I was in was notorious for that. The female manager wouldn't believe that this narcissist, the main one, was causing all these problems, hiding paperwork. Like we had like a schedule, like Monday to Friday. What she would do, she'd ram all the fucking easy work through, but there were big projects, or she would run through all the big hard ones, and would take ages for the next next lot of females to do their work, and just smash it. All the shelves would be loaded up. Okay, I'm done. I've done my work. And any stuff ups, it's like, oh no, she wouldn't do that, because you have to do every module every Monday, Tuesday, etc., etc. And eventually people started catching on, going, "What the fuck's going on?"
Right.
And like even to the point where my work was getting sabotaged. The female boss would constantly open my boxes. Things would go missing. Like the owner would get parts, and then, oh, where's the box that was tied up to it? Oh, it fucking disappeared.
Right.
You know. So they're good at making up false stories. Like I was doing a basic job, real easy, and apparently it got fitted, installed. Oh, well, how can it get fitted and installed when the guy's over in a different country on holidays? Because he would come up to me and say, "Hey, man, you stuck up on that project, and rah, please don't do it again." And he never came back, because I left. But when he came back, and it was like, oh, so there was never a problem. And that's what she would do: constantly walk by you, and don't arrest anyone today, and blah blah blah,
Right.
and that's what they do. They torture people. They
Mm-hmm.
they start pushing people out into a certain corner, and they leave everyone else alone. That's what they do. So the workplace is notorious for male and female narcissists, especially in management roles or leading hands. And I saw it firsthand. I had flying monkeys, a smear campaign. I was good the first year, and then every couple of months I would make a mistake. Oh, well, okay, you made a mistake. Oh, okay. And then there was another one. But strangely, I was always given the hard ones, big jobs, and so I'd always ask, did it, everything all fitted correctly? It was all done, wasn't it? Yeah. There's no complaints? No. Okay. And I'm going, what the fuck's going on? And then I'd make a real simple mistake on basic shit, with no proof.
Right.
Because if you're listening, guys, they want to see you disappointed. They want to see you upset. That's what it's all about. That's what it comes down to. They want to see you, crumble.
Right.
I cannot tell you how many times I cried inside, and the way my work was being sabotaged. It was bullshit.
Yeah.
But I learned to heal from all that, and to know that I was a better person, and to walk away from that job, and to say I'll never tolerate that bullshit ever again.
Okay. So can you see it easily now that you've healed? I mean, you consider yourself pretty healed, right? People have a hard time getting under your skin if they're trying.
I would say I've healed. I don't think about it 24/7. I mean, I'll give you an instant. When the false allegation happened, I took my sports car out on the track and just about fucking totaled the thing. You know what I was more worried about? Being
Your
falsely
car?
accused.
Oh.
No, being falsely accused, because that was more important to me, my reputation. I mean, I got the car fixed, but I was more concerned about that, my reputation, my character. I've done short videos. If you go through my, I borrow other people's videos, but then I have something add to say to it. You can lose money. There's one on there, I think it goes for a couple of minutes. You can lose money, you can lose your health, but you can't lose your character. And once that's gone, you can't replace it. And I've had to rebuild myself many, many times, and I don't want to do that anymore. For the past 40 years, I've had to do that. And I might look confident, I might seem happy, but I'm a broken person. I'm fucked, basically. But I'm very strong person, strong-willed, and it takes a lot of willpower to beat these monsters. Yeah, sure, I fuck up and whatnot, and I take ownership and responsibility when I do something wrong at work or whatnot. Like I did a few months ago, there was a fight and I half caused it. but because someone was tugging at those heartstrings,
Right.
you know what I mean, and yanking that chain, I got real defensive, but we made up and we talk to each other now, but it's something that you got to deal with and learn, and sometimes not take it so personally. Even though it is a personal attack, sometimes you got to change your perspective. So it's a hard journey. It's a hard journey to heal from narcissistic abuse. Any survivor will tell you that, like yourself. And I hope you've done the work to heal and to tell and warn people what's going on. Obviously, you're passionate about crazy bitches and warning guys.
Yeah. Well, some guys I've noticed don't believe me. They want to believe the crazy bitches. Like I've seen, I don't know how long you've been in the space, like say the MGTOW space, but I've been trying to warn a few people about some crazy bitches that are from another space that are fucking with some emotionally and mentally unstable dudes over there. And these dudes would rather believe the crazy bitches now, which is weird to me.
Well, I mean, I've been in the manosphere for, I don't know, a good year and a half, I guess, compared to what my other channel. So I've been around for 3 years, I think, or so. I started mine in 2020, and then I exited that and started this new one. It was just shorter. It was just a shorter name, but I was in Shinobi's Discord. And just to let you know, some of you guys that are still here, I don't know if you are, but I've left that Discord just for the sake that there's too many grifters on here. People see a few dollar signs and, I'm going to go to this channel now and jump on that bandwagon and cash in. Yeah, well, you were really a false facade, weren't you? You know, you're here about the money. You're not here to help men. You know, I'm passionate about these PUA purple pillars selling false hope in this plantation to somehow you're gonna buy my program and somehow turn your pathetic loser life into this Tinder swindle life that I'm showing, which is all bullshit. It is all these PUAs out here that you know that look cool and whatnot. I reckon the women that they've got, they're all just pro workers. They're all brought to say, look how successful I am. They speak a lot of truth, but eventually you start looking at them going, okay, you're not who you say you claim to be. You're just here for the money. And when the economy shits the fan here very soon, these guys are going to disappear, and all you guys that are paying money for this content and the super chats, it's all going to go away. You go, oh, you weren't here for us. You don't care about us. No, I don't. I mean, as I said this in one of Billy's live streams, I'm doing this for free. You know, I don't ask for any money, and I hope you're not asking for any money. And that's what I'm about. I'm just here to warn guys that some of these women out here are not who they claim to be. Even women now are getting on in the act in the last couple of years. You know, how to get women and all the signs and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I've
seen a couple female dating coaches trying to give advice to men. I'm like, see, I just see another feminist trying to subjugate men.
But it's a war on men.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this morning, it's a war on men 24/7. You've got the red pill community bashing simps, incels. And then you've got it the other way around. You've got the feminists bashing all of MGTOW, all of red pill.
Yep.
And, you know, you've got all these people selling these PUA stuff. So it's a war on men 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One of the men have checked out and say we don't want a relationship or one night stand, we're not interested. Even though I'm taken, but I mean, there's nothing out here that's interesting and valuable, and for a real relationship. I mean, my views are she could light up a room, the smirking and the smiling, the hysterical laughing. I thought, oh my God, who's this person? Like, I've never had this in my entire life. And it made me realize I am a boring person. And it's not something that I needed to be told, but it showed me that, someone finally gets my jokes. Finally, someone understands my sense of humor. No, they don't. So be careful when they're constantly doing all that, because they're luring you in.
Right.
You're not that funny, mate. You're not that guy that's telling unbelievable stories and jokes, And another thing you'll watch for with some of these guys and women, they laugh a lot, at the end of the story or end of the joke, if they're telling it. It's for you to laugh, but also for them to laugh, to convince themselves that it was funny. And I saw that. You watch a lot of people.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, some people are funny though, and I laugh when people are funny. When they're not funny, I tend not to laugh, because I'm like, but that hysterical laugh, I know what that means. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that. I never understood that.
Who is Timothy? What a tribe of men tore the shit out of feminist dating coaches. Good laugh. Yeah, well, he's another one that there's a whole bunch of them that have taken off out of nowhere, and they're not here for guys. $150 an hour to get laid. You can find pussy out here. It's not hard. I mean, all these dating apps, they're all fake. But if you try long enough, you will get some. I mean, I've had bedroom fun with lesbians, or they pretended to be one, or they wanted to try the other side. And I mean, it's not hard. Under chronic, Atis, Hammer, they're all out. They're gone. I'm over them. They all seem all cool and hip, and now it's all about the merch. It's all about the money now. So on the way out, guys, hit that like button and comment, and don't forget the merch.
Well, see, I like those guys. See, I support all the channels that are telling the truth. And I've been asked multiple times, like, oh, when are you getting Crazy Bitch Boot Camp merch? I'm like, I don't really know how to do that. I know people like to support people that they like. I don't know.
I mean, I've tried to do it, but because the company, the Teespring T-shirt company is based in America, I don't know how that works and how to contact. So it's a bit difficult. And so, I mean, who's going to buy my product? Who's going to buy, and I think you've got to lay down a bit of money, you got to buy so many of your own T-shirts to go sell them, so I'm not going to waste my own money.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, for me,
that sounds like man's work to me. Men are good at that kind of shit, especially the technologies.
I mean, for me, I'd be just happy if people liked and commented on my channel. That's all I want, and to know that I'm there for guys that are going through hard times. That's it. I couldn't care less, even if I had 10,000 subs or 1 million subs, which is a lot of bullshit. I'm not in for that. I'm here to help guys and to understand that personality disorder is real in these women. And I'm glad that the DSM-5 manual has acknowledged that there are women out here. I mean, what we've been talking about in the last hour is more to do with the overt narcissists. They're more aggressive. I mean, we haven't talked about the covert, the one that is the stealth. You know,
The professional victims.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
The ones that'll cry to emotionally make men react out of character.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what they do. They're very good at that. I mean,
Yeah.
they can laugh and cry at a drop of a hat. I mean, that's how good they are. I mean, they need a bloody an Oscar. You know, that's how good they are. They need to be in a drama because they're very good at acting. So, I mean, I'm here for all guys. I mean, I support most channels, so I go to different channels, but and then as another thing too, you know, then you've got different groups of men attacking other groups of men, and
Yes, and that's like I've been watching a specific bubble, and there's been outside influence causing that. Crazy bitches are causing that to happen, and it's PUA white knight influenced. Like,
well, as I explained it in my first live stream, with BNRPP, that's his other channel name.
by the way, he was my first conversation. when he was the first one that came up here and told me about all the pills and stuff. That's why when you made that comment about Oversphere, I'm like, who is that? And then when I went over to your channel, I was like, oh, BRP. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, he laid it out on the line, but you know, even these guys that claiming to be these alphas, I call them the fake alpha gigacocks now. That's what they are. If you're that gung ho and you think you're all that, then why are you on here? You know, if you're leading your best life, why are you carrying on like a pork chop? You should be out there living life and whatnot, and not worry about these 304s. You know, I mean, that's what they go for. That's what they get all the women. So why are you on here carrying on about you can't get women? So it's one or the other. You know, and I find that very interesting. But there are women on here causing problems, guys causing other problems. As I said, I seen it in Shinobi's Discord. I've tried to call it out and I got shut down, or we don't do this here, or whatnot. And there are guys on there that don't belong there. Most of them, I can't see them being victims. I mean, I think they're just there for that magical muffin. That's all they're there for. I mean, Shinobi says, well, all these guys are from different walks of life. Okay, well, they don't seem to be trained certain aspects of being abused, because if you were, you would be talking about MPD or borderline personality disorder. I've asked some of them to come onto my show and explain to me what happened to you. Nah, I don't want to. I mean, I want guys to come on and say, I got completely arse raped in the court system. I lost my child. I got visitation rights and I got full custody back.
Yeah.
You know, I want guys to understand how'd you get that back, mate? Explain it to everyone in your darkest hour. You know, when there was no hope at all, how did you turn it around? No one's interested. You know, that's what gets me. So the only person I see doing all the hard work is Billy the Goat.
Yeah, Billy.
He's the only guy. Once again, he's the only guy that's doing the work, learning about MPD. Everyone else here is not. So if you can show me more victims on here, great. But until then, if that's all you're worried about is that magical muffin and trying to get glamours, these 9s and 10s, then I think you're on the wrong platform. I thought MGTOW and Red Pill was all about helping men. It's lost all of its meaning now. It's like narcissistic personality disorder. It's lost all of its meaning now because everyone uses it.
Right.
So I'm a little bit passionate about that. So if you say you're being abused by women, you'd be preaching the gospel. You'd be out here talking about what happened to you. And I just don't see it. And I'm really glad that there are women like you out here taking a stand on feminism, or these crazy mothers that have destroyed your life and their son's life and whatnot. And it's good to see it needs to happen. I mean, I'm not worried about all this PUA stuff with other women. I'd like to see other women like you out here speaking up against childhood abuse, because that's where it all's come from.
I know.
Well, maybe not now, but
it seems to be primarily mothers that are doing it these days. Sorry, you froze up on me.
Yeah, well, as I said, there's a lot of bad advice out here. Women that have had children because they are children and they've got no idea. Okay, hang on a second.
Having connection issues. Hey, Chad. Is it my connection or is it his connection? Can you guys tell? He's borging. It might be me. Hold on one second. Yeah, you were just borging and then you turned into a circle. So I didn't catch what you just
is
said.
It better now or no?
Yeah, it's better now. It might have been me.
I'm surprised it hasn't buffered out, but it is pretty good. So where are we? She'll use her sexuality to her advantage. Well, that's no surprise there.
Right.
She's good looking, attractive, or whatnot. So she'll, no surprises here. A short skirt, low cut top, always flirting, inappropriate all the time, and there'll be this sort of sexual kind of tension between people, and you think that she's hitting on you, but it's not going anywhere, and you try and advance in something and it just doesn't work, or she brushes you off. She's getting narcissistic supply, which is positive fuel that she's attractive and whatnot, and that's what they do. I guess don't be too surprised. These women are known to have affairs behind their husband's back or boyfriend's back. And she'll end up getting a divorce and probably marrying the boyfriend or husband's best friend or their first cousin. And well, how'd that come about? So she's been doing that for quite a while behind the scenes and running the boyfriend or husband down, and then she'll leave the main guy for another one thinking that he's better. And it's not uncommon to see that. What's happening in the chat? Yeah, I mean, the family court system is broken. I mean, it doesn't matter what country you are in, and you might say, you said that MGTOW, or that feminists have started that. Yeah, they had, and the politicians, but the politicians, they're narcissists as well, and they're doing it of a standpoint of getting the female vote by bending the knee and say, okay, ladies, well, we've done this for you, to all these bogus laws, then, we want your vote. And that's what they're trying to appeal, Now there's new laws saying that, well, they're trying to introduce bills in America, I think. You've got to pay child support before the baby's even born, of consent. I mean, that's crazy. So you could be up.
Right. I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had this conversation with Miss Queen Sunkist the other day. So you could be paying child support for a baby that's not even yours, and you won't get that money back.
Right.
It's like, I want DNA proof that that's my child. You know, it's like you committed murder.
She's calling that patriarchy. I love her so much, but we disagree on some things. What you see is definitely what you get with that woman, though.
No, I like her content, and she was the first one that actually gave me a wrench on her channel. Really? I think I followed you, or I saw there was a live stream, and I just went in there, and because I saw the Megtail sign or whatever, and I was you were in there, and I was like, okay, what is this red pill or something? Because I never heard the name before, and yeah. So, hey, Miss Queen. Yeah, so I mean, once again, thanks to the wrench, because none of the other Megtail guys have ever done that for me, and it's certainly an honor. Even though I'm a content creator, I don't know you, don't know me, and I thought that was pretty cool. I don't ask for one, and I probably won't use it, but at the same time, it's just really great to for people to do that,
Well, it's good if you have a wrench. I've been over there a couple times, and some crazy bitches have wrenches too, and they like to time some people out. So at least you'll never get timed out.
I think one of the streams went for like 7 hours or something.
Yeah.
So another one is shameless boundaries and morals. She believes that her input is always welcome.
Right.
And she's always welcome, and everyone in property belongs to her. So she'll basically help herself, and even if you say, excuse me, do you mind asking, she'll play dumb or make you feel ashamed that you've told her to mind your own, back off a little bit. They're good at doing that. With boundaries and whatnot, they have no regard for anyone's personal space. They're good at doing that. And I guess the last one, manipulation. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but guys use this as well, male narcissists, but the female will use the silent treatment, cut you off from affection, no bedroom fun, no surprise there. She'll neglect and abandon you and her kids. So basically, once again, silent treatment, giving you no affection, until you've proven yourself worthy to her and her needs. So she's good at doing that. So would your mother have done that? Like,
oh yeah, she did all the things and way worse. I'm more focused on online communities and ideological infection and crazy bitch infection spreading. I've been very interested in the kind of crowd psychology. In watching ideas go from bubble to bubble to bubble, like these reputation destruction campaigns. I've been studying a couple pretty close up, and watching information travel to sphere to sphere to sphere via crazy bitch, because all these crazy bitches all work together, and it's interesting seeing it unfold, and who it infects and who gets predated upon because of it. And they always pick the most emotionally and mentally unstable.
Well, like all channels on here, you've got to pick and choose what you find is good content. And you can say, oh, well, they're dropping red pills like a motherfucker over here. Okay, well, it's great. But what are they actually saying? That's the key. And if it's the same thing over and over and over again, like Fresh and Fit and all these other podcasts, then there's not really much to know. I mean, for me, I'm all about open discussion, having ideas, as I said in one of my videos a long time ago, how did you become to red pill awareness? How did you become MGTOW, become a monk? You're going your own way. I want to hear these stories. Let me know. No one reached out. I want to know how, and what gets me about MGTOW, it means going your own way, not interacting with women. And there's still guys out here saying that they're MGTOW, but still playing around with women. It's like you can't have it both ways. And I find that to be disinformation. Like, there's so many variables in this manosphere, and there's no rules apparently. So I don't know, like, and there are some narcissist men out here, especially these PUAs, as I said, selling false hope, and some of the men in here. And I honestly believe that some of these men in here are butthurt because their victims escape from them. They're not. Just some of the things, even the comment section, there's some people on here that are real angry with men, and there's no need for it. There's bullet for teeth. There's a guy on there, he's MGTOW Matty, and he's just telling women to F off, and men as well. And it's like, just calm down, mate. What's wrong? And I want to talk to the guy and just sit him down and find out why he's so angry.
Well, he's tired of getting fucked with by crazy bitches.
That's it.
He wants a space of his, like, and see, that's what I appreciate about a lot of the MGTOW guys. It's like I see a need for them to have a space of their own, because women, feminists, have infiltrated every last fucking space men have. Like, when I first came across Maddie and this other Scorp Thought bitch, when I first came across her, she was literally picking at that man. And he doesn't want to fucking engage with her, but she was allowed to follow him around and fucking keep picking at fucking wounds. Like, why are you guys allowing this? A lot of guys didn't even see what was happening, but he was complaining about it, and nobody seemed to give a shit. It's like,
I mean, as I said, these guys need to heal hidden wounds. I mean, not from their childhood, but they need to deal with broken relationships, and deal with all those sorts of things. And by doing that, and by seeing a professional person, nothing wrong with that. I've seen one when I was younger, and just talk to someone, have a mentor, read books, The Courage to Be Disliked. I've done a video on that. Great book.
oh, that's a good book.
And I've discovered I don't want to be liked. Fuck off.
Right.
I've tried it for 40 years. No one does. I'm the outside of the outsider. I'm like the square peg fitting in a fucking round hole.
Right.
And for me, I can't read this shit, but I've learnt to do all that and to try and make myself better. I mean, Jordan Peterson.
I love him.
I mean, people make fun of him. He's the king of the incels, but he's preaching something that no one else is. Great book. And for me, it's about not cleaning your room. I think people misunderstand that. It's about, how can we go to Mars when this planet's fucked? Let's clean your room, your house, your community before you tell someone else how to do something.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. But people misunderstand that and want to make fun. And a lot of nice guys out here don't know how to talk, don't know how to act, dress well. I mean, going to the gym. Okay, so you go to the gym. So what? Now you're a chump looking at hot women, and Chad Thunderstroker's over there with his dirty, grubby hands all over her, and you're just sulking because you can't get a piece of the action. No, like it doesn't help by going to the gym. Confidence comes within yourself, and you've got to get out there and present yourself a lot better. I mean, I can't get these glamours. I can't get all that. I mean, I'm not interested now, but I mean, you're 6'3", you know, you're good looking, blah, 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 all that crap. It's bullshit. I'm telling you, it's bullshit, guys. All this crap about you got a good looking and a jawline and this, that, and fucking, okay, so where's my glamour? I must be the only guy that missed out, I think. But, you know, it does not bother me. I don't care, because if you are Mr. Nice Guy, you don't care about that shit. You're worried about someone with individual personality that's going to treat you well. Yeah, sure, looks do matter, but at the same time, you're not worried about that. You're about a real relationship, not something that's false. So you can present. So you can present other people with your false facade. That look at me, I've got a great job. Look at the flashy car, blah blah blah, and the hot wife. That's what you're trying to portray and get.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've been in a relationship for a while, right? Like you've had bad experiences, and then like from listening to your discussion, it sounded like you know, you have a reciprocal relationship currently.
Yeah. I mean, I've dated a single mother in the past. It didn't end well. I've learnt my lesson, like every other nice guy has. We all moved on. You know, a few one-night stands, as I said, you know, and there's nothing out here. There's even on adult consenting websites, and I mean not Tinder, I mean proper R-rated. There's fucking nothing out here. So all these photos, all these stuff about, you know, there's a 500,000 members and you can get lucky tonight. It's bullshit. Get off it. Get out there in the real world and find it. That's how I found my wife 11, 12 years ago. Getting out there, going to parties. It's not on the fucking social media app. It makes you stupid. You know, you can't just write 2 words or a biography. It doesn't work. I mean, how the Tinder swindler got away with his stuff, I don't know. But you got to make yourself look presentable and not all the fancy angles, and I can't do that. And the nice guy can't do that. He can't write something that's not true, you know, because it will rub off the wrong way. So what I'm saying to guys is, if you want a relationship, you've got to get out there and find it. It won't come to you. Don't find. There's a picture. I don't think I've saved it. Maybe I have this quote. Can't find it. It was a good quote. I did like it. Can't find it, but it's more or less saying, you know, don't find, you know, searching for an ex. You know, try and find a better someone else, basically. And that's what it's all about, getting out there and finding a decent human being. Because looks is great, but at the same time, that won't be enough to hold a relationship. If that's what you're basing a relationship on, and she's got to be hot and pretty, then it's just not going to work. So,
well, there's a lot of people that, for good reason, are a little afraid, because from, I mean, I don't know what it's like in your area, but there's a lot of people. What is that noise?
I believe the noise back there in my apartment. Yeah, there's plates being crashed and banged. And well, this fucking soundboard is meant to cut out noise, but obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Well, somebody's in the kitchen. Anyways, there's a lot of guys that are, for one, not finding personality and character-wise something that matches theirs, or maybe their expectations. I mean, because feminism has really screwed up a lot of women in our society. It's hired expectations, raise the bar, to where a lot of men can't even fucking reach it.
Well, it's true. It's changed the dynamic to it's unachievable. I think Bumble that they changed the height because a lot of women were getting in there saying, "I want a guy that's 7 feet tall." Who the fuck's 7 feet tall? You know, I'm
Hardly
6'3".
anybody. Hardly
Well,
anybody.
Unless you're a basketball player, but even still,
Right.
like, I mean, if you're raising that bar that high, then the people that you want just don't exist. I mean, from 100%, if you put in, I want this, 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 and this, it comes from that much all the way down to nothing, you know, and the chances of you finding that person is slim to none. And then, you know, you want 6 figures, 6-pack, 6 inches, you know, all this crap, and it's like, where do I find this guy? You know, or this woman. It's virtually impossible now. That's why I say get off these dating apps. It's bullshit. There's nothing on there, and a lot of them are stolen photos. And I'll tell you a crazy story. What happened to me back in my day, and this is 20 years ago when the internet was first, you know, going. A lot of these dating sites, all these photos are fake. And I met someone, you know, because they found me, and I said, you know, can you message this person? You know, they keep looking at my profile, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, you know, this won't work. And I said, what do you mean? You know, she took, you know, said it was a fake person and whatnot. And I basically, can you just hang on a second? I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Just say goodbye to the wife. And I said, how come this won't work? And she said, you know, they're all fake and whatnot. So the next morning they sent me a message saying they sent it. What happened? Profile deleted.
Really?
Doesn't exist. And a lot of them that say, like, women will message you, and then you've got to reply and pay money. That's also fake. So I don't know how Tinder works and all that, but back in my day, a lot of these websites that you had to pay money, they're $29.95, and I was on there for free. I mean, if anyone sent me a message or you know, you get away with putting your email in the bio, and then they started catching on. So as I said, there's nothing out here, even on proper adult R-rated sites. There's nothing, you know, there's no glimmers, there's no hot women. If there are, it's few and far between, and they're usually, you know, couple dynamic. So you're going to end up being the third wheel. So as I said, you know, it's virtually impossible to find women on there. And if you start looking at the mathematical equation, how many guys versus women, the men outweigh the women like fucking 1,000-to-1. So the chances of you scoring women on there are fucking slim to none. So that's why don't even bother being on there, because you're better off finding the person, you know, in real life, which I did. And really, I didn't find by accident. It was just meant to be a bit of bedroom fun and turned into a long-standing relationship. The introvert and the extrovert.
The cart before the horse. And it worked out.
You know, look, there's a major age difference, and there's certain things and whatnot. She can't bear children, and I don't want children in this day and age and what's coming down the pipeline. I really don't. I wouldn't want children in this day and age. Not what's happened. Not what's happened with the woke generation and what they're teaching kids and pedophiles coming into the classroom and sexuality and whatnot. I don't quite think so. So I'm glad I don't have children, and I can pick up children and play with them and whatnot. There's no clucking. And I know my wife's couple of friends and whatnot, they don't want children, and they've been fixed, and they're in their late 30s. Why? Because it's all about them. Some of them are cluster Bs, you know, even though they don't admit to it, they don't want children, because if the child comes along, then you got to give the attention to the children, not them. So, yeah. I mean, as we say in the sphere, go to the gym or have your own gym at home so you're not harassed and whatnot. You know, build your wealth and focus on what you are proceeding, what you want in your life, the woman that you want. You know, she may not be the best looking, she not or whatever, but in this dynamic, you need two people that have to go to work to get a job. A woman just can't stay home and bake cakes and have dinner on the table at 5 o'clock when you get home.
But doesn't that sound so lovely?
It does. It does. I mean, I have a wife sometimes that will cook me dinner, and sometimes she won't. It all depends on the work schedule she's on, because we're on different shifts and whatnot. And other times she's not hungry, and that's fine. I mean, if you're expecting to do extra housework and to cash those brownie points in for sex, it doesn't work. It doesn't. It doesn't. So I hope some of you guys are listening. To me, the manosphere is being hijacked to a certain degree of what a relationship should be and how things should be. And well, that's great, but you know, real relationship that doesn't work like that.
Right. So would you say the manosphere's idea of a relationship, or the mainstream rom-com's idea of what a relationship is? Because you know what, I've noticed a lot of these women with all these high expectations, they watch a lot of those romantic comedy movies. And then you have the manosphere over here that's like, oh, this is our idea of the ideal relationship.
I feel that, I mean, both are a bit wrong at the same time.
Right.
I mean, this idea that, you know, you're going to get married and she's a virgin and, you know, you're going to live forever like how your grandparents used to be, that's long gone now. And because of modern society has changed all that, you can do whatever you want. And because men are doing the same thing, you know, you have the same rights. And that's led a lot of women down a dark path. And now, because women are emotional creatures, so that's why you're starting to see a lot of women have all these issues, a lot of cluster B issues, like anxiety, depression, and all that.
Addiction.
Addiction.
Let's throw in addiction on a societal level, because that's rampant.
Well, and we're not talking about addiction to drugs, you know, I mean, just addiction in general, alcohol, tattoos. I think the real reason behind that, and I've done a video on this, where a woman was covered all in tattoos, and it turns out that she was bullied as a child. And I feel that, you know, some of these women that have got tattoos, nose rings, and all that, they're the external part of this cluster B, not the internal. If you saw what my falsely accuser was, I mean, she was one of these old glamours, fucking as much as it pisses me off to say that, but she was. But the only thing I could see that she had two earrings on one side and half a dozen on the other side. I mean, at the time I dismissed it, but after the false allegations, I was looking and was like, yeah, something's not right here with this woman, you know.
After the false allegation? Really? You didn't notice anything before that?
My intuition was pretty strong. There was something wrong with this chick. Like I couldn't fucking work it out. It was like, and being curiosity, it was like, what's going on here? You know, this cat and mouse game. playing hot and cold in the workplace. I couldn't work it out. Eventually I did, and I tried to expose her. It was impossible, but you wouldn't believe it. 2 years later on, early this year, I had the workplace message me, give us a call, please.
You should take another victim.
No, she left. The manager left. The abuser left. And that's what I mean. And this is another thing. Abusers will always contact or hoover their victims later on. I wouldn't say months, but years down the line or decades down the line, just to see how things are. And they messaged me like 4 days in a row. Please call. We can talk about wages and blah, blah, blah. No, nothing. As much as I wanted to, I had to restrain and just laugh it off and not be angry. I wasn't angry. I laughed because it's like, you want old Mr. Faithful back. You want Mr. Hard Worker back. You had that.
Right.
So, and that's another thing guys need to understand. Block these crazy bitches on all fronts. You're not waiting for that email to come in or missed call. Block them. Or I'm red pilled now, so I know how to control myself. No, you cannot.
Right.
They're good at manipulating you. That's my best bet, because they want you to contact them back and then say, look, he won't leave me alone, or more or less to see if you're interested in them and just keep you on a side piece, and just chit chat for a little while and just see what would happen, because they've got many people in their sphere. And if their fuel sources run low, then they know they've got options to come back, because you were a good source of narcissistic supply back then. That's all they want you for. Not because, they thought, I've made a bad mistake. I wish I changed my attitude. I want them back now. That's not it. Because their new victim has woken up or fucked off, and they've got no one else, and they need someone. That's why they're trying to hoover you back.
Right. Running low on supply.
or i.e. fuel. For sure. That's what they do. So always block people on social media. Don't have it open. Facebook, Instagram, your phone, all of that. Make sure it's protected. Don't disallow anyone to join your group. Especially in Shinobi's Discord, for the people that are still in the chat. I've noticed that even the guys, and as you said, this crazy woman, might be able to manipulate me. You might for a while, but then I'll fucking figure it out that something's going on.
No. There's a crazy bitch in there. Scorpion's in there under a man, and she's she's causing problems that way. So these crazy bitches have no shame.
Oh, look, there's heaps of them on here, and I think social media, it's the narcissist playground, especially on dating websites. They're everywhere, and men too. But more and more women are becoming narcissistic now, and they're infiltrating men's groups. And that's what it's all about. It's our safe space.
By pretending on being men, though, like why is that? So is that one of the many masks that they're willing to wear just to get fucking attention?
Yeah, it's their false self. Did you see who did it? Was it Better Bachelor or someone else? Where it was only a couple of weeks ago, where this woman went into this men's bowling group and pretended to be a guy. It looked fucking pretty obvious to me, but she cut her hair and whatnot, and she thought she could infiltrate the guys group in the retreat, and found out that the guys were decent guys. They weren't talking about
that's the feminist. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's that
and
feminist. I just read her book.
and she, I think she needed help or psychology help after that. She felt really bad.
No, that's not. No. She was fucked up before that. That's what I learned by reading her book, Voluntary Madness.
Okay,
She was fucked up from college.
from feminists or guys?
Feminist. She's a radical lesbian feminist, but she's been mentally ill and suicidal since college.
Yeah, because a lot of them in these cults have
Yeah.
brainwashed and convinced the certain gender that the opposite sex is all rapists, they're all murderers, they're all,
Yeah.
and you need to protect yourself. And and
Yeah.
now she's discovered that that's not the case. So she's gone the other way and eat salad. And
But
being
she
lesbian.
but she still had, even after her self-made man experience and after she wrote that book, she thought she would expose the mental health field. So she went to 3 different inpatient things. One was like a state one was a higher dollar one, and then another one was like a retreat of some kind, like a Zen retreat.
Hmm.
But she got 3 different types of mental health care, and the shit she disclosed during that journey, she's been fucked up from a long time. Like, she's the one I was telling you about that was having the rape fantasy because of all this feminist indoctrination that all men are bad and they're rapists. Like, as an overcompensatory reaction to that, she would fucking fantasize about raping men to get payback for all the women that were quote unquote raped. I mean, the way she described this payback and how she would do it in front of people was fucking disgusting. Like, and that was after the self-made man.
Well,
So,
I mean, you can just tell that there's something mentally wrong with her.
yeah, big time.
I, again, I wouldn't say she's a cluster B or narcissistic personality disorder. I would say that she has mental health issues. What they are, I don't know.
She's a crazy bitch.
Yeah,
Crazy bitch.
And they're the ones that will falsely accuse guys, and you'll say, well, she willingly had sex, or we only had a couple drinks, and
Right.
it was all good. It doesn't matter. It's the way that they've worded it in the law of the land now, that even having a sip or a glass or a bottle is, because people do, they change their mind. Like, they're more open when they've had a couple of drinks. You've had a couple of drinks and you're a bit more funnier now. You're a bit more engaging with people. And, some of these women are a bit allergic to alcohol. Their legs open up, after a couple of drinks. It does.
Their inhibitions just go to the wayside. Yes.
And as we said earlier, then she'll falsely accuse because she was made to feel like a whore. And so therefore she doesn't feel like she is. So therefore the shame and guilt is put onto your feet, and you're the one going, I didn't do anything wrong. It was all consented. And you're the one trying to protect your character, and no one believes you. And it's fucking hard. It's nearly impossible to prove yourself innocent. Another thing with me, when my accuser said what I did to her and followed her home, fucking dreams.
Right.
I actually went to the police station and I said, I want my phone pinged to prove that I wasn't there. Unless she made a real accusation to the police, even though she didn't, she only did it to the workplace.
Right.
They wouldn't help me. They fucking refused to help me.
What?
They wouldn't help me at all. And I bet if that was a woman saying that, there was a guy, stalking and whatnot, that had the phone ping straight away. But because there was no proof of her making any formed allegations to the police, they weren't interested. And that's what my show is all about allegations, things that are not true, and how to deal with it.
How do you deal with a drunk that wants to join a crazy bitch smear campaign? I'm having
Timothy, yeah, red wine equals panic. Yeah, absolutely. One I had, was this so-called lesbian or whatnot, and I kid you not, had a couple of drinks. Well, the first drink, I was just having a sip of beer. I think she brought a scotch or something. She threw the fucking thing back, down the couch. Let's go. Let's have fun. And I'm looking at my beer. Oh, I just only had a sip. It was like she just threw that glass back like it was no tomorrow. And there's like, I knew what was going on, but at the same time, you guys need to be very cautious with drugs and alcohol. Don't have that in your system, or have that in their system, so you can't be falsely accused of potential rape due to chemical or intoxication, regardless if they've had a sip, a glass or a bottle.
right.
And that's what it's all about. Even though it makes people more happier and easier and all that, I just wouldn't do it unless you know the person or you're confident that that's all you're here for.
Right.
Yeah. But I'd be very careful with some of the women out here, especially online. They're very dangerous.
Yeah.
I bought Fatif. I do have your email. I do respond. I do apologize. I've just been busy the last few days, and I will respond. So sorry for not getting back to you. What else? What do you mean I don't have a pussy pass? Not sure what he means there, but all good. But I'm just saying, like, there's women out here that you can play with, but they're not up to your standard. To me, I don't care. I mean, I'm not all that fussed. Yeah, I am fussed, but I mean, guys like me, we're not going to get glamours. Fucking, so make the best of what you can find and what you can get. But for me, I'm not worried about my nightstands and shit. I want something more meaningful and something that's going to grow into something long term and something that we're going to have bedroom fun on a regular basis. If I'm not going to get that, then there's no point being to each other. But you need to talk to the partner and lay down ground rules of what you expect. And if they don't follow that, then the relationship needs to end. A lot of people don't want to talk to their partners. People think they're mind readers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for me, I've had a bit of both with male and female narcissists. I'm over it. I've gotten past it. But as I said, it takes many, many years and decades to heal and to get over it. Only just a few years ago, I wouldn't have been on here. I wouldn't have wrote about it. But now I talk about it, and it's one of my passions, I guess, and just to do these live streams and to talk to different people and different mindsets. That's what I'm all about. Just the awareness of mental health.
Do you notice? Because I've noticed, because of the whole online thing, like, because men aren't really allowed to be men in our society these days, right? They've emasculated men, but online, a lot of aggression, like masculine type aggression, isn't really permitted because a lot of it's physical, right? So they almost start using a very toxically feminine type of aggression. Do you think that's something that has been like over time, or that they just have adapted to it since we've been online?
No, it's been over time. It's been a slowly transition to destroying men over the last 50 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about the first and second wave feminists, with the third and fourth wave. It's not about being equal. It's about domination and being superior. That's all it comes down to. You're equal. You get paid the same in whatever job you're in. Work the same hours as men and you'll get paid the same. I've had women in my construction site, and they go toe to toe with men. But they're there to work. They're not there to talk to man and have fun and all that. They're there to work. And why? Because they're sick of the female bullshit in the workplace. The bitchiness, the cattiness. That's why they're there. Yeah, and you'll. I've seen the odd truck driver, the odd plumber and steel fixer and all that.
But it's such a minority of women that are that competent.
It's one unit.
Yeah. But the rest of the women want to be treated like that tiny percent. Strangely.
I think a lot of guys have just been neutered between the nuts and the a-hole, basically, and that's what's happened over the last few years. I mean, social media has muted a lot of us, silence our conversations. You see it all the time in the manosphere. They do it to me. I've been pretty much, I think, blacklisted on Facebook. My comments will post, but nothing gets shown. No one will respond. I've noticed that even on YouTube here, everyone knows that comments will show up, but they won't. No one else can see them. I had one comment on one of my videos on Tom Likas, and the only reason I saw it because I looked at the video and it said one comment. You've got to refresh it where it says new comment, and then it'll show up. Other than that, it won't pop up. And a lot of my comments get muted. So I think a lot of guys are more cautious now of what they say, because if they don't, they know that the YouTube police will hunt them down.
The crazy bitches hitting that report button because I'm offended.
Yeah. Well, see, a lot of people do that just to shut people down. And these AI bots, that's what it's all about. Is shutting the conversation down, and not letting people speak. I mean, that's where you look at it. This ain't just feminism. This is communism. Which is what it really is, because if you don't agree with my content, or you don't agree with the conversation, how are you going to win? Shut it down.
Right.
So you don't live in a democratic society. You live in a banana republic.
Well, the people are retarded, and offended. That's why our democracy does not work well. I agree, though. It's a banana republic.
It's. I mean, by bending the knee, guys think by bending the knee that somehow they will get that magical muck, and it does not work. I mean, let me tell you. I do the washing up. I do the cooking and from time to time, and I don't get any extra sex, so don't do it. But at the same time, it's about helping your partner and whatnot. But a lot of guys think by bending the knee that somehow they're going to get it. That's why these feminist cucks go to these feminist rallies, because they're betraying you know, they're out there trying to get pussy too, but they're doing it a different way by bending their knees, saying, "Hey, ladies, we agree with you. I'm your friend.
Right.
I'm your ally." No, you're not.
Right.
No, you're not.
Right. Those are the
That's
most rapacious perverts we have in our society.
yeah, they are. And the women that are doing it, they act more alpha. They're more dominant. So what are they going to get? They're not going to get a dominant male. They're going to get a cuck boy. They're going to get a feminist boy that will bend over. And that's why after many, many years, some of these guys start looking up what red pill is or MGTOW, and then they discover that they've been lied to all their life because what they believed was true has been told a lie out here.
Right. So how do you what do you think, because there are some emotionally and mentally unstable men in some of these groups. And I know you mentioned before that it's not really a place like for help, so to speak. But there are some guys that are actively seeking help.
Hang on a second, I can't hear you. Have you muted yourself?
No? Can you hear me? Hello? Is my internet messing up?
Oh, something.
Hey, okay. Chat. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I've just muted myself. Stupid idiot. What were you saying? Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I accidentally muted myself.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so the guys that there are some guys in the space that do need some help, and you did mention, you know, and I know Bullets has mentioned it before, like the ones that really need help. Maybe they're alcoholics. Maybe they're not over, you know, their trauma from their relationships stemming from even early childhood. What would you suggest to those guys?
It's time to let it go. It's time to let go of the hate. How much time are you going to allow this person in here and in here? I get it. You know, I'm not sticking up for feminists in way, shape, or form. Like, let me make that really clear. You know, it's time to heal and not forgive. Like in the video I was thinking about posting, you know, I actually, at Christmas time a couple of years ago when I was still in the workplace where I got abused and I stayed there, I actually sent my abuser, you know, on her desk a Christmas card. And I wished her a Merry Christmas on her heart and soul, and thank you for making me a stronger person. And what
really?
Yeah, I know, and it was fucking fucked up on my behalf, and I should have known better. Don't do that, guys. But I could handle myself, but why did I do that? And I explained it in the video. It's you're thanking someone to make you stronger, a better person. Things that are broken inside of you needs to be fixed and healed, and you're taking ownership of yourself. And don't worry about them. They're broken. They're fucked up. They can't be fixed. You're trying to work on yourself. And for me, it was about healing those emotional wounds and becoming a newer person, a newer version of myself by putting yourself back together. As I've said, I don't think I can become that old person. And in the video about your character, I don't want to be Mr. Nice Guy. Because every motherfucker, every woman and man in my 40 odd years has pissed on it, shoveled dirt over it, and I've
Right.
come last. If I would have known what red pill was 20 years ago or whatever, I would have been a
Yeah.
completely different person. There would have been, oh, do you need help today? You know, oh, let me help you. Let me go out my way. Fucking no.
Right.
It's you need to become more stronger and independent, and yeah, sure, help people when they need it, but don't be a whimpering simpleton begging for acceptance. And that was my problem.
Right.
You know, am I doing a good job? I was looking for the star that the teacher would give the pupil. You know, you did a good job today, and that's what I was looking for. A validation that I was a good worker, a good human being, you know, and it made me realize that I am a good human being and I am a hard worker and I don't need anyone's attention or validation to prove otherwise. And now I know that I'm valuable. And that's where I come in to try and help some of the guys that want to listen. And the ones that have stayed on, you know, I'm glad that you have, and I want you guys, if you want, to come on, have a chat, and I want to talk to Bullet with Teeth. As I said, my email about Maddie, you know, to sit down with the guy and just, what's wrong, mate? And to have those one-on-one conversations. You know, I'm sure it's an ex-girlfriend or, you know, the bitch cheated on him or something like that. You know, and just to say it wasn't your fault. You know, you did everything correctly. And they're the conversations that men need to have. And you're not going to get, I think, what Teef said on one of his live streams, you're not going to get it on Discord. You're not going to get it on these red pill channels. You're not going to get the answers. I had to seek it for myself. Yeah, so that's what I would say. He said, I'm trying to look at the comments too at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey,
TNFS, do you mind if I go pee real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. By the way, have you have a wrench here, right? Can you drop your channel link?
Yeah.
Or do you have a wrench here? Have you typed in the chat before?
I think I was. Let me just say something.
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
There you are. Okay. Now you do. Go ahead and drop the link to your channel, and I'll be right back. Timothy.
There you go, guys. For the guys that have not, for the guys that haven't been to my channel, I do a lot of, I say Better Bachelor or casual Bachelor readouts or reaction videos. Sometimes a bit of self-awareness or book reviews. That's what I do. Thanks, Wolf. Much appreciated. JR, thank you very much. And if you find the content appealing, please give us a thumbs up and a comment. I will respond. And if I don't respond to you, the comments are hidden. I try and look at the algorithms and refresh the page. You know, that's what it's all about, is having this awareness and having this talk about female nature and what guys are going through. Thank you, Kish. Yeah, much appreciated. Thanks, Bullet. Probably if it's Friday night American time, it's usually Saturday. This is Sunday here, so obviously it's Saturday night where you guys are in America. So yeah, usually a Friday or Saturday, this sort of time is perfect for me. I can't do it through the week because I work, obviously. So I've hoped some of my insight has helped in some way, and you know, dealing with these monsters. Yeah, actually, I'll be right back. I've got to do a pee break as well.
Right. Intermission time. Pee break, everybody. Pretty good, Douglas. I was going to ask you. Oh,
What's that? What's
can
that?
you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah.
I was going to ask you on your previous layout, you had the narc file show thing in front of you. And then there was like two little doll things. What are the dolls?
Oh, they're just phone holder. So, I mean, you're there and you just put your mobile phone. You know, it's just a holder, and you put your mobile phone there.
Okay.
And the wife brought it for me, and so it's just a woman with the panties and the legs.
Yeah.
And so I just added that for a bit of style. I usually I'm on my in the corner, and I've got my PA music stand as my desk and my table, so I can put my soundboard. I've just changed it because I know I might have been doing this for a couple of hours, and because of my bad back,
Yeah.
I've got to just lay down. So it just sort of worked out pretty well for me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how much more time do you have?
A little bit of time, probably a little bit, maybe half an hour, and then I want to finish watching the Great Race here in Australia, the Bathurst 1000. So I want to finish that and watch that. But for guys out here, be careful of what content you're reading, and not everything is gospel. There's a lot of channels that preach the good gospel, and they speak a lot of red pill truth until they run their mouths a little bit too long, and then they fuck up. Especially Fresh and Fit. I just can't stand that show. And as I said, a lot of these PUAs, and I think a lot of guys on there are real bitter, blue pill, gynocentric sort of guys, and they want the 9s and 10s as well. And, they're like, instead of simping for OnlyFans, they're simping for only men. Maybe we need a hashtag for that, for only men, because that's what they're doing out here. They're simping for guys paying for programs and super chats, and it just fucking boggles the mind that guys are still paying money for a super chat when there's no need to. So I think there are some emotional guys on here, guys that have been hurt and whatnot, but at the same time, there's guys on here that are on here for game, and just sharpen their pencil to work out how they can get that magical cupcake. That's what I see, and I'm not seeing a lot of victims on here. So you're going to have to change my mind, guys. What I see out here, as I said, my first live stream, I'm just so over this talking about 304s and 9s and 10s. I really couldn't care less. Your objective is to become a better person and to heal and to find a partner that you can potentially, marry, or a long-term relationship with, and sometimes it is difficult to find something. I was 30 years of age, and that didn't really have a real relationship or go out much. And I was that beta chump as well. I mean, I'm still an introvert. My wife is an extrovert, so she wants to go out and socialize with all her female friends and go places and whatnot, and that's fine. I don't care. But there's a level of trust there. And once you have that level of trust, You can, trust your partner to go out, that she's not going to cheat on you. And I know that she's not going to cheat on you because she hasn't shown that. If your relationship's based on sex or one night stand, I don't think it's going to work. I mean, it did for us, but I think because we're more mature. If you're someone that is not mature enough, then I don't think it will work. So that's all I can really say. Is there anything you want to add to it, or?
I'm sorry, TNFS. It's been Borgy. I've caught maybe 2 words that you said. I think it's my internet or something.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll probably watch it later and see what happens.
It's like the 3rd time that happened.
Maybe it's at my end.
Yeah, I mean, before the guys in the chat said that you were good, so I might need to restart my laptop. I haven't done that in a while. Bullet says he shares your sentiments, though. I guess he heard you.
Yes. Absolutely. It's hard out here for guys. Absolutely. It's changed the dynamic that much that, it's a losing front for us guys out here. Not how it used to be, but since after World War II, introducing commercial goods, introducing women to the workplace, it's all changed. And it's, I think having a mobile phone and having so many options has destroyed a lot of people. You used to go to the school prom and you'd have your date, and then 9 months later you'd be married and you'd be having a child. Not today anymore. It's not like that anymore. Your grandparents are different now. Yeah. So it is difficult out here. I completely feel some of you guys out here, but at the same time, there's guys out here that are just here for game. That's all I can see. Timothy, definitely they are salesmen and dog little pushing trash, getting you back out in the plantation. That's all it is. They don't care about us.
Yeah, TNFS. Oh, are you talking?
No.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I invited Bullets to come up. I'm gonna restart my computer.
Yeah, radio.
It keeps getting all Borgy, and it would be nice to introduce y'all, and then maybe you can set up a stream time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I agree. There's some fuckery that goes on in these tribes that form. It's like I see a lot of people like to abuse other people. But every time I see it, I see crazy bitches behind the scenes causing it to happen.
Well, not only that too, I think there's some channels out here that are run by the feds, I think. Would you agree to that?
Really? Like specific channels?
I don't
know. I had
Go ahead.
Oh. You're all Borgy. I think it's my internet because yours seems to be fine as far as the chat says. Did you say you think some channels are being run by the feds?
Yeah, I think there's a couple out here that they never get this to be shut. If they get shut down, they always come back bigger and stronger. but if you get shut down, the chances of you becoming bigger and stronger are very hard. And even your comments, like you don't get rebooted back up to where you were. It takes a long time. To where some of the main channels, if they got terminated, they'll be back up there tomorrow. That's what I see. It's hard to prove, but if they can shut down Andrew Tate, which I disagree with him and he shouldn't be on here, but at the same time, how come they haven't shut down Fresh and Fit and some of these other podcasts?
See, you think Andrew Tate should have been shut down?
Yeah, Andrew Tate got shut down on all platforms, but what I'm saying is, he got shut down, but now he's on Morgus's Uncensored channel at the moment. But I mean, some of these other channels, they don't get shut down for what they say, only because they're black.
Right. Black trumps white.
That's it.
Yeah. The intersectionality hierarchy that the feminists created for our culture.
I mean, if you were to say some of the stuff like what Fresh and Fit were doing and pressuring Instagram models that have bedroom fun behind the scenes and have alcohol there, you'd be shut down. You'd be raided by the feds. You know what I mean? Like any allegation of pressure to have sex or whatnot, nothing's been done. Nothing's been to shut them down. But these guys, they just keep coming back.
Yeah, I like Myron and Walter. They liquor the fucking university degree holding feminists up and have them tell the truth. Like every show, there's always like two that have fucking psychology degrees, and they're that thoughty and slutty. Something in psychology or sociology or nursing or something in the humanities. Poli-sci. These are degree holding feminists that are also sluts. There's a strong correlation there.
Oh, look, they are virtually signaling what they want, and to me, I just saying, get it. If they're having sex with guys, but they hate guys, then I don't understand what they're trying to prove. Maybe you're right. They're trying to get guys on fake rape charges. Possibility.
Yes.
I wouldn't put it past them, but maybe their show's changed. But from what I've seen, it's all about 304s and having trashy young women on there. It just doesn't appeal to me. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
I just
gender.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you keep cutting out on my end. Now it's spinning.
That's okay. Been nearly doing this for 2.5 hours. Maybe call it an evening.
Oh yeah. Oh well. I'm actually going to go for a little bit longer. Bullets was going to come up though.
I don't know if he wants to, whatever. Say a quick hello, but yeah.
Yeah, you're running out of time. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I want to watch the Great Race and get that finished over and do some gardening. But
yeah.
So yeah, no, I've really enjoyed this live stream and to talk about the female narcissists and the dynamic and how they work, and hope you and your viewers have taken something out of this. And thank you to everyone that's subscribed to my channel. Yeah, much appreciated. And hopefully we can talk to Bullet and do some other mentoring stuff and help men out here. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Has it stopped spinning? Maybe you've got an old computer and it's been on way too long.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not super old. I got it when I first started this channel. It's just, yeah, it's probably been on way too long.
Okay.
Hello, Bullet.
YOLO. How's it going?
YOLO.
Yeah, good, man.
Well,
Yourself?
I hope TNF.
My cat just brought me a fucking mouse.
Oh, I was going to say,
Still alive. Crazy.
well, hold
I
on.
just hooked up and shit, man. I went to the bathroom to take a leak. I came back in the room, the cat sitting on my bed with a mouse in its mouth.
That's funny.
She's like, do I get some? She's like, do I get some treats now? I was like, yeah, I give you half a box.
Hey, gents, I'll be right back. TNFS, if you're not back by the time if you're not here by the time I get back, it was good talking to you, and I hope you can get some people over to your channel to share their stories. It sounds like that's kind of an important that a lot of people aren't really doing, and it does sound like you want to help.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's telling your story and interacting, a dialogue between two people, but also to let other guys know in your darkest hour, you had nothing, you had no one to turn to, and you turn your life around. And how did that all come about? That's what I want to hear about. I want to hear these unbelievable stories that seem hopeless, but somehow you change your life. To me, that's inspiring.
Yeah. All right, Bullets, I'll be right back. Thank you for coming up here.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Yeah, man, I tried emailing you, dude, and I guess you were busy. My cat's still going nuts. It's looking for that mouse. I already put it, and we have a 4-foot python. I just threw it in the cage. The snake will eat it.
Yeah, as I said, I do have your email. I will respond to it. The last few days I've been busy and just got lazy not to respond. And yeah, I mean, when I was waiting for your email the second time around. I was like, oh, obviously you didn't like what I had to say, and what you had to say in your first email. I was like, okay, well, obviously you're not interested. And I guess my response was a little bit different. And so, yeah, I'm definitely interested. I will respond, and we can set up something and have a conversation, and most definitely.
If you can't do it like normally I do them here in the U.S. I do them Sunday at 8 p.m. Central. I believe when I did mine last week with Unwanted Good Driver, it wound up being about 6:30 a.m. in India, which is fine for him because he has to get up early in the morning and go to work. So I understand, like during the weekday, people have working lives and stuff, but that was really cool that he was able to do that.
So it's 1 p.m., 1:40 p.m. here, Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, it's 10:41 here in Texas right now.
So what's that? That's 13 or 14 hours difference.
About that, yeah. So on your channel, you go into like men's testimonies and stuff, right? And their stories like how they what brought them into MGTOW, things that they've happened that have happened in their lives, you know, just to have examples, to show others, hey, you're not the only one, that's been shoved to the gyno grinder,
Hmm.
And I have my own stories to tell too. I'd rather save those for a later time. Like I can come on your channel. We can do it on your channel if that's more comfortable for you. It's no big deal. Um, I don't require anybody to come up on my Sunday streams. It's just something that I do regularly. And like I'm gonna get probably Iridium and Bandit to come up on a small little panel. So we can have a back and forth. On stuff that we've discussed and any new ideas, that they've got, in the works. I know Iridium's just started streaming, and I'm interested to watching him and how he grows his channel. And that's one thing that I want to do. I want to plant these seeds, more positive channels and stuff. Better examples of MGTOW besides all the spurgology and the flame content. There's enough of that out there. I mean, you can go out there, and there are other dudes that consider themselves mentors like Terrence Pop and that dude what's it, entrepreneurs with cars, forgot the dude's
Oh,
name, you know
yeah, I
um
can't stand that show.
y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. But it seems like even though they give try to mentor people and stuff like that, I don't like the angle of what they're doing it. They're going at it through like kind of like a PUA angle. You know, um, this is supposed to be a community that helps each other. Not for kind of like a charity, not for profit. You know, but it seems like a lot of people are trying to make this into a living for themselves. You know, in my personal opinion, that's not what MGTOW is about. MGTOW is about you bettering yourself, not using MGTOW as a market to make a living. You know, I mean, you can only make it so far. You're gonna find yourself frustrated and stalemated. You know, if you don't have any future goals. I think being in the manosphere, can stagnate you. I mean, it can inspire you, but if you stay here too long, it can stagnate you.
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, about these PUAs, they're trying to sell false hope back to the plantation. If you buy my program, buy my book, you'll become a fake alpha just like me and look at my fancy car and the big house and the women that I've paid for, but they're not. I don't actually. That's not my wife. That's actually a paid hooker or whatnot. And all these guys are just lapping it up because that's what they want. Mr. Nice Guy, he's not interested in that, but now he is. But I have a hard time believing, Mr. Nice Guy can be transformed into Mr. A-hole and become a dark triad, just like Rational Male was saying. And it just boggles my fucking mind that these guys out here,
Tomato.
you know what I mean? These guys out here can say all this stuff and you can become a narcissist and still be a good human being. It doesn't work that way.
Look, everything Rolo Tomato has done, all his research and everything, he's kiped off of MGTOW. He's only that little fucking cuck. The only reason why he come in here is to write a book and make money off the fucking manosphere and the PUA market. That's it. That's it. I went head to head with fucking Rolo Tomato, and he ran away, with his fucking tail between his legs. Because I was calling him out on his bullshit. I still call him out on his bullshit. I'll call anybody out on their bullshit. If I see bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. I know bullshit when I see it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they're here for. They see a few extra dollars and a few extra subs roll in, and all of a sudden, oh, don't forget the merch on the way out. I was going to do a little skit but I wasn't going to do my fancy glasses. But at the same time, that's what it's come down to. They're not here for men. When the comedy goes real pear-shaped very soon, and it will, these guys will disappear, and all the content creators will not care about the red pill community, like they claim.
Right.
And
Well, what happened to the P community will eventually happen to a lot of the MGTOW. It already has.
I mean, you got different groups in the manosphere attacking every other group. If you don't believe in my rationality and theory, then you're part of the problem. And guys are attacking other guys, and I'm just like, that's not what it's about. And I've had enough of it, and I don't see many victims on here. I just don't. If you can show me more victims on here, I'll be very interested. But from what I can see, it's all about sharpening the pencil and getting more game and to control women. That's all it is. That's all I can see.
Oh, it goes far deeper than that, TNFS. You know,
Oh,
I'm a victim.
oh,
No, I just want to interject this fact is that I'm a victim of the red pill community. They victimized me. They ostracized me. They ruined my reputation. They destroyed my channel. They destroyed my community. Absolutely, they did. That's one reason why I get so much hate because of what they did to me. I'm like, well, I don't know why you understand why you guys are mad at me. I mean, you fucking did this. It wasn't me that did this. You did this.
hey, are we still live or not?
Yeah, we're still live.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, we're on Mandy's channel. She had to step off for something. She's probably got something going on. She'll be back.
Look, I totally agree with you. I mean, I left Shinobi's Discord because of the amount of infighting and grifters, and no one would come to my channel, but everyone's going to everyone else's live stream. And you went to someone else's channel, and I thought you didn't like them, or I don't like them. So it's become a fucking rock and a hard place to get people to come to your channel. And I do the same content as everyone else is doing, maybe not as hardcore as everyone, but I'm still in the manosphere participating, and I can't seem to get a leg up anywhere. So I don't know. And I've tried to call some out these grifters, and I got told, we don't do this in Shinobi's Discord. Oh, okay. And then there's infighting between Angular and Hermit HP or something. Because I was in.
I don't know and don't care.
Yeah,
I got
but
big things going on that are squabbles.
Oh, but that's what it is in the manosphere. It's all squabbles and fighting over women, and it's fucking lost all of its appeal. Yeah.
Yeah, I call it spurgology. It's exactly what it is. Petting zoo culture. And they say that they're not in it. They say they hate women and shit, but every now and then you'll catch them over in the petting zoo community. Chasing skirt. Debating other cucks. Simping and fighting over poontang. It's really pathetic. But I don't care what they do over there. If they want to do that, that's fine. The thing about it is like this, TNFS. You can't help anybody that doesn't want to be helped. It's like I got invited into Shinobi server. Shinobi asked me if if I would come into a server because he's trying to pull together, all the men and all the communities and everything, before the great fall, when shit hits the fan. And I explained to him, I'm like, man, I really don't like going into these servers, specifically because, these dudes, you can't reason with illogical people. You can't reason with unreasonable people, And I told him, like, if I come in there, I'm not participating in any of that spurgology bullshit. And he says, okay, you don't have to, you know. And ever since I started producing content on my channel again, you know, they've been harassing him to kick me out of the server. Well, kick me the fuck out. I don't care. You know, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna fucking stop me from doing what I'm doing. The whole reason why they don't want me in there posting my videos and shit is because they're afraid that somebody might have the bright idea that, hey, maybe Bullets has got a fucking point.
Well, absolutely. And another reasons why they don't come onto my channel is because they might get figured out they're not a victim, they're an abuser. Yeah,
Only one who makes themselves a victim is themselves. What you got is a bunch of spurgs who are hating on women that haven't gotten over their own anger and pain yet.
I'm talking about being a real victim, like you got fucked over the coals in the court system or rape allegations or something like along those lines. That's what I'm talking about. And from what I can see, I can't see any of that. Because if you were and you got completely ran through, you'd be on here talking about the court system. You'd be on here talking about MPD. I don't hear any of that. All I hear about is 304s, and it's driving me up the wall. And I want to talk about the real issues, you know, men's health issues and all that.
Right.
There's something on Facebook, some sort of study test where they bring guys into an overnight stay and they test men and study men and all that. And I asked for an interview, you know, just to find out what's going on. But I think the bullshit to get in there with the camera and all that would be hard, and I don't think I'd get many views and likes. It's not about that. It's about opening people's minds of what's really going on in society. But it's different, and there's a lot of bashing between different channels and individuals, and it's got to stop. Just because I disagree with someone doesn't mean I hate you. I disagree with what you're saying, and people take it real personally.
Well, I agree with a lot. Again, I agree with your sentiments and stuff and viewpoints on that because I share those as well. I've been through it. I've been around the MGTOW community and even the PUA community long enough to know the fuckery that spurgology that goes on, you know. And the way my personal viewpoint, you know, none of these people give a fuck about me, so why should I give a fuck about them? You know, if you're not willing to help yourself, there's nothing I can do for you. This is the way that I've explained it to everybody. You know, if you want to come up and have a reasonable and logical and critical thinking conversation, you know, we can find a solution to whatever problems that you're having trouble dealing with. But if you're going to be an irrational little shit who's going to come over and spurg out on my chat, I'm going to kick your ass out of here. And I'm doing you a favor when I do that because there's nothing I can do for you. You know, it's like Iridium Kush when he did his stream the other day, and Angler came over spurging out over there. You know, and even John was getting tired of that shit. You know, and saw what that was, and had to let him go. You can't if you're toxic. There's nothing that a mentor can do for you. You know, so it is what it is. So don't be disheartened. You know, because I've gotten disheartened too. There's a dark side to the red pill. There's a dark side to MGTOW, you know, where you're gonna run into people who are gonna fuck with your head, fill your head full of shit, and let you down, and put you through bullshit like struggle sessions, like they did my buddy Contriver. You know, you need to be aware of the dark side of the bullshit in MGTOW and avoid that for your own benefit, for your own mental health. That's my advice.
Yeah, but that whole thing actually has a lot to do with me and what I've been doing with the crazy bitches, calling them out. They got over there. Yeah. They predated upon people that were already emotionally and mentally unstable and made things worse. And they used men to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I see quite a bit on here. You know, there's some men that are emotionally unstable and are lashing out. There's everyone's attacking everyone. I see that, and I totally agree with you. There is a dark side. It does make you depressed. It does make you angry and upset. Um, and I'm not seeing many mentors out here doing this for free. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, I mean, I think Bullet, you had someone on your stream last week, and I totally agree with him. Um, go do your job. Stop being friendly to everyone, and just do your work. Go home, get paid. That's it. You know, and I totally agree with that concept. You can't get answers and heal off Discord and red pill content. It doesn't work. There's nothing here because I've looked.
Exactly. That's exactly my message. You know, I said it on my mentor stream just the other day. I think it was the Rise of the Mentors stream. There's a little 1 hour lectures that I do, just sharing my thoughts. You know, and the way that I look at it is like, there's not MGTOW in the real world when you're in your offline life, when you're living your MGTOW lifestyle, all this red pill bullshit, this flame nature content and stuff that you see here online, all this ideological cultist red pill bullshit has no bearing on your real life. You know, you can't apply a red pill rager echo chambers rules in your real life. No, fuck no. You'll get arrested. You'll get fired from your job. You'll wind up homeless. That's true. you know so I don't understand why why all these dudes are like, go into these things and just get filled full of this negativity and regurgitate it. That's all it is. Even these old sages and stuff, they've been saying the same fucking thing for the past 10 years. you know how about something new, fellas? How about a fucking way out? How do I apply all this fucking MGTOW wisdom to my life so I can clear the bullshit out of my head, get a career, get an education, and succeed in life? We don't get that. We don't get that. I was really amazed when I saw Hermit's video about what he's planning on doing in Hawaii. We need more of that, And Iridium Kush has stepped up, and even Bandit have stepped up, sharing their lifestyles and what they do and their advice, their career advice, and so forth like that. Positive mentoring, something that, a listener is going to get a takeaway from that. You're not going to get that over there in Ragerville, you know even True Blood. When I was watching, I think, John's stream, John with John, True Blood came up, and he was talking about, truck driving, and what, how much he makes doing OTR and shit, and what it takes to get licensing and stuff. Good. That's good mentoring. Do that, more of that. More of that. Show people what you do. Show people what a MGTOW, what a man does on his own out in the real world. We need more of that.
I mean, all you get told is
That's all.
go to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not. It might build confidence to some degree, but if you're some chump, you're going to get depressed very quickly watching beautiful, hot women with Chad Thunderstroke over there with his grubby little hands all over them. You don't want to see that. I mean, you're just going to get more depressed. You got to build your own confidence and build a real wall. And for guys like me, lifting heavy weights is, I can't get big. My body just doesn't react to it. I can lift heavy objects, but now my back's fucked. So to me, going to the gym doesn't do anything for me. How does that motivate you? If you want something that bad, you'll get off your ass and go do it. But
being a gym bro isn't for everybody. I don't lift weights. I'm not going. When I was younger, I lifted my fair share of weights, but I hurt my back in 2008 too in a car accident. I'm not going to a fucking gym. I can barely ride my bike as it is right now. I'm getting old, man. I'm not like one of these young dudes and shit, you know.
mm, mm.
Um, but there's other things you can do, You can, educate yourself, you can build your career, you can still work, you can still do other hobbies. It doesn't have to, go to a gym, even if it's coming online here and doing what you're doing. If it makes you feel good, if you feel like it's helping you progress in your own life, then go for it.
Yeah. I mean, so some of these guys on here are, all butthurt. They want a virgin and all that. Okay, that's great. But if you're out here saying that you're chasing women, then why are you on here? As the Oversphere said, or BNRPP, I think you might know him. He said they're just gynococs, and
Yeah,
that's what they are deep down.
exactly.
If you're slaying women, why are you on here? I think some of these guys are bitter incels, or if you listen to some of them, and I think you know who I'm talking about, they are incels because they're worried about the virgin pussy. That's it. Because no one else, I've never met another guy that goes, oh yeah, I mean, zero body count or a couple, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
But I don't, I've never met another guy in my entire existence that was worried about someone's body count just to have a bit of fun. These guys are.
Right.
Well, if you're on here claiming that you're a Chad Thunderstroke, why bother? So I'm a bit lost for
Okay.
words
And
with some of these guys.
okay, let me give you my perspective on that. Because I've had like Angler was coming at me and shit. Why is Mandy here? And like, for one, he knew Mandy long before um, he ever came up to me with that question. So why he obviously knows the answer to that. He attempted to come up to me and contrive to put us on the spot, to run us through a struggle session. That's exactly what that was. So I understand that, as a celibate monk, I've been a celibate monk for 10 years. I don't expect, you know, young men, you know, or dudes that are still in their sexual prime to take on the lifestyle that I've taken on.
Mm.
It's not it's not right, it's not feasible. It makes it sound like I'm preaching an ideology, and it's not. MGTOW is not an ideology, it's a lifestyle. Does anybody here know what a lifestyle is? Raise your hand and put a one in the chat if you understand what a lifestyle is. you know if you don't, I can explain it to you. A lifestyle is something that you fucking do, in that it pertains to you in your own life. Okay, as like, you can pursue any education, career, life choices that you want on your own. Okay, that's a lifestyle. That's a MGTOW lifestyle. In a MGTOW lifestyle, we're not, we have three simple tenets. Everybody pretty much agrees to all of them. We're not your protectors, we're not your providers, we're not your ATMs. you know we're not your sex objects and shit. We refuse to participate in the gynocentric bullshit. And what we mean by that is that we're not, pretty much, chivalry is dead, women killed it, marriage is a prison, and a wife is a warden. Why would you subject yourself to that? Why would you sign yourself over to the state? Because if you read a marriage license, it literally says that the state is now the master of your marriage and everything you own. Okay, you don't own it. Your wife doesn't own it. You don't have the final say. Your wife doesn't have the final say. The gyno judicial system has the final say.
Mm.
So when it comes to dudes that are still chasing tail and in the dating market, hey, you all know the risk just as much as you all know the risks of getting married. If you're a MGTOW and you go out and you stick your dick in the wrong thought socket and get electrocuted by the gyno judicial system, whose fault is that? Who's to blame? Me? TNFS? Mandy? Fuck no, dude. You. That's you. That's you.
Yeah.
You made that life choice. You made that MGTOW lifestyle choice to stick your dick in that sock socket, thought socket, and wound up, you know, with 18 years of baby jail and child support, you put yourself there. Look, as a MGTOW monk, it's not my job to tell you not to date or get married or go play the field, and get laid. My job is to tell you what's going to happen to you when you do.
Mm.
That's it. That's my lifestyle. You know, if you want to go out there and make mistakes and you make that mistake and you come up in here crying, crying to us MGTOW, for us to throw you a pity party, dude, you're going to be shit out of luck because I do not feel sorry for you at all.
Well, the luck on here is few and far between people
Hmm.
feeling sorry for you. I mean, and I think you said it on your live stream the other week. You know, none of these MGTOW guys have fucking reached out and helped and want to give you a helping hand and on your darkest day and whatnot. I haven't received that. The only guy that kind of has in comments is Shinobi and D Man 50. They got my respect, but everyone else has never showed up. So don't be too surprised when things go pear shaped and no one gives a stuff.
TNFS, but this is my advice to you, man. There's no love like self love. Nobody in this world will love you more than yourself, the man in the mirror, next to God, and that's
Mm.
really all that matters. And I know it can be tough to deal with, especially when you every now and then, this is the thing how I could spot a fake MGTOW monk. It's because they never talk about, how difficult it was to get over the hurdles of the emotional hurdles of it. They don't talk about that, you know. The bouts of loneliness you go through, the bouts of sexual frustration that you go through, it requires a lot of discipline, and meditation to get over that. And not everybody can do that. Not every I don't It's like this: the longer that I stay monk, the more disenfranchised I am with sexuality, period. With women, I just cannot bring myself to have a relationship with another woman. I can't do it because I know it's going to happen. It's not worth the emotional and physical investment. And I know a lot of men out there want to make that investment. They're desperate. They really want that, you know. But some may find something good, and it may work out. But in the end, gentlemen, it always ends, and when it does, it's going to end badly, and you're going to be right back where you started from, you know.
So
So
I take it that you got effed over.
huh?
So I take it that you got effed over in a previous relationship or marriage.
Oh, many times, brother, many times. My last uh fiance had 3 abortions behind my back. She was having abortions behind my back when she was going to school and I was helping pay for her school. I was trucking her ass back and forth to San Antonio so she make class. You know, I was hawking my shit so she could put gas in her truck to make it to school and shit. You know, and we were pregnant 3 times, and each time, she told me she had a miscarriage. You know, and I didn't find out about any of this until after the fact, until after the relationship was over. you know, and it fucking blew me away, dude. It put me in a dark place, you know, and I was there for a long time. And for the longest time, I thought I was the one with the problem. I mean, I've owned businesses. I was making over $100,000 a year. I mean, I was hustling, man. You know, I had my own fucking place. I had my own ride and shit. And no matter what I had, it just didn't seem like I could reach that bar and reach that brass ring. You know, and for the longest time I thought I was the one with the problem. No, I'm not the one with the problem. After I found MGTOW, I found it hit me like a lightning bolt, you know, like a light
Mm.
bulb went off. And I realized that I'm not the one with the problem. Society is fucked up. Something is wrong with the gynocentric landscape. And it's true because if you look at the dating market, like 80% of all the hot women and shit that all these cucks on in the rager community are trying to hook up with, they're garbage thoughts anyway. Those women are the bottom of the barrel. Okay. You don't come online trying to hook up. Are you kidding me?
Right.
You're gonna hook up with a psychopath. That's what you're gonna hook up with. Ask Mandy. She's met thousands of them
Yep.
on here.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
I've tried
Oh,
to
if
try to talk to him too, and crazy bitches won't talk to me for some reason.
it's because
because
They're
they
afraid.
they know, like me, they'll get found out.
Yeah.
But I mean, all these guys, they want all the hot women, but most of these hot women are the cluster Bs, the ones that have got personality disorder. So,
Yeah.
as you said, why would you put your,
Dick in a
nuts
thought
into the
socket.
light socket? Yeah, into the light socket.
let me tell you,
It's true. I mean,
tell you what, to
Yeah.
all these ragers and shit that want a hot woman, everybody else in your fucking echo chamber wants the same damn thing you do. That's your competition, guys. They're all simping for the same thing. And I got news for you. All these women know it. You know, and there's videos. You've all seen the flame content of how these hot women and shit treat men. You know,
Mhm.
and how they play the field. You know, you I remember back in the day. PUAs used to rage about having like a little black book and shit. And have a long list of women and shit and numbers and stuff to call up chicks and stuff on their phone. Like, what makes you think she doesn't have the same fucking thing? You know, you're not Mister Right. You're just Mister Right now. She's not yours. It's just your turn. These ragers, they just they preach the gospel, but they don't live by it.
Right.
well, I mean, as I said, the MGTOW is meant to say men going your own way, meaning you don't play with women. But apparently, I'm wrong because there's no rules in the manosphere. Well, that's what it was meant to mean. Now there's like a breakaway. You've got to become a monk to not play with women. Like I don't really understand all that, but it's become so diverse, and all if you're red color, blue, black, or whatever, I really don't care anymore. But if it's that's all you want is hunting that magical muffin, then you're going to be disappointed. And to try and get them is near impossible. I mean, just to go to the gym is not going to help you get women. It's your personality. If I suppose if I was more outgoing and had a better car and you know, I might, but because I'm such an introvert, and don't have the speaking skills as a player, I might speak to you and you go, well, you speak all right, you're intelligent and all that, good looking, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what
Mhm.
women want. They want that hard to get guy, the guy that's seen hard, the elusive guy. And that's what you need to be learning game, learning how to, um, you know, school. Like you're meant to read these books and ask a woman for their phone number. And you're going to have bedroom fun. That's not going to happen. You probably get bloody told to rack off or slap in the face or something like
Mhm.
that. I mean, for me, I'd be too damn scared to talk to women. If I became single, I wouldn't even bother because my luck was running out. Before I met my wife, it was pretty bad. You know, I mean, I've had a bit of luck, but I mean, only because they initiated it. There's been times where I've met women and all of a sudden I had no idea what was going on, and all of a sudden, out of the left field, there it is. Oh, okay. But I mean, everyone's fussy now. Everyone wants the same thing, and it's near impossible. As you said, the women know it, and you're going to pay for it. And I I don't want to pay for women. I don't want to pay for bedroom fun. And to me, it's like I shouldn't have to pay for it. And if I have to, then you're not really interested in me. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends on what you're paying the whore for. You know, are you paying her for sex? Or are you paying her for company? Are you paying her to
Mm.
come in, and clean your house, walk your dog, pet your cat? Like what is she? What is her? I mean, what is it you really want?
Mm.
You know, that's what you need to, as a man, you need to figure out what it is that you really, really want, and what you are willing to sacrifice to have that, even if it means, getting married and shoved to the gun or judicial system. You know, these are life choices that you'll have to make as a MGTOW. You know, but if you get married, you're pretty much excommunicado. I mean, hey, we'll always be here for you. After your divorce and shit. Or if you're going through a divorce and need a place to come and shit. And dump out your sorrows. Um, we're gonna rag on you and make an example out of you. You know, that's our idea of helping you.
Which is exactly what they need when their life has
Which
been
is
completely flipped upside down, right?
Completely
which is
fucking
exactly
moonlighted.
what me liking a MGTOW dictionary did to Hammerhand back in the day. When he first came in here, he knocked up some thought and shit, and he was freaking out because he had to pay child support. True story. Go ask MGTOW dictionary. Go ask Lichen theory.
Well, I mean, I don't like Hammerhand and Undead, and there's other people in here that don't either, which I'm surprised about. But I don't, because the way he did my shout out was bullshit, and I didn't appreciate it. So that was the end of that.
You need to stay away
Because
from those toxic.
everyone was sorry.
You need to stay away from those toxic dudes. They're toxic. They're
Yeah, I
toxic.
know.
How did it, he gave you a shout out and it wasn't good?
No, because everyone was getting a shout out left, right, and center. Rainbow Farts for Unicorns. I was there for 4 months. Was never made a wench. And I was like, comment every day and all that. Watch your live stream completely, not skipping anything, even if I was at work. And eventually, I was like, you go into all these channels. There's like you went to one Fast Ducks channel, and he commented on there. I'm like, oh, well done for you, and not being a sore loser. And I was like, okay, when are you going to comment on my channel? And I basically had to beg for mine, and I got to a point where he was discriminating, like Tom Likas did a thing. He did that post about that unborn baby or whatever, about the Republican. And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. So they said kick him out of the manosphere or whatnot. And then remember there was a guy, Hammerhand's friend, that had cancer and died. What was his name?
Prevention. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was this guy called Hall Maximus, and he was making fun of it, after the fact he died. And I said something, I was like, this is not right, And Hammerhand called him out on it, but he also said, oh, he makes great content and I'll probably listen to him later or something like that. And I'm like, fuck you. Here I am trying to make content and whatnot, and this guy's bashed your friend, but you're saying he's made great content. And here's Tom Likas. And then at the other spectrum, you've got Better Bachelor saying all this stuff because he wants to protect his channel, and these guys think that he's protecting women, which he's not. He's just protecting his channel because some of these guys on here are going out there like angry mongrel dogs. And I'm like, you guys need to calm down. And I was just like, well, you want it both ways. And I just looked at the whole situation and go, fuck it, I'm out. But it's going to be like that. Because I just noticed some people were getting favorites and other people weren't, like myself. And my channel's not hardcore, but I still do, I'm part of the manosphere, I guess, to some degree. And I just had enough of it, really, because my shout out was like, well, if you did that type of content, I'm just like, it's like someone fucking went to your page, copied and pasted the link, shoved it in there, and just said, "Oh well, yeah, here it is. Go away, kid. Bye."
Did you Did you know that MGTOW is a hate group?
Probably, more than likely.
Let me
So
throw this
yeah,
at you. You know, there's a couple of organizations. One's called the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, and then there's the ADL, the Anti Defamation League, and they've labeled MGTOW as a hate group. And if you look at all the vitriol coming from the Red Pill Rager community, they got a fucking point, don't they? Because that's
Yeah,
all that's coming over there is hate. You know, just an
they are a bunch of
observation.
haters.
Just an observation. Something's wrong with those dudes over there. Something's wrong with them. Those dudes are not MGTOW. You know, they have yet to go their own fucking way. This idea that they come in and run these spurg chambers and shit and put each other through fucking struggle sessions is ridiculous. And attack and destroy each other. You know, like this one little fucking angler spurg and shit that keeps coming over our community harassing us with his bullshit ideology. You know, that something's wrong with that dude. They're not right in the fucking head. You know, that's
Well,
why they're over there. They're in therapy.
that's what he did to me in Shinobi's Discord. And I wanted to call out these scripters because I don't think it's right that, you're on here helping men apparently, you're on here to gain subs and to get money because that's what you're really interested in. And
Hmm.
I wanted to call him out and he said, no, we don't do this here or something along those lines. And I was on Billy the Goat's live channel and he was talking about MPD and I wanted to have my say because that's what my life is all about. And I got told that I wanted to promote my channel. So
um,
I fucking backhanded him one and I said, I'm doing this for free. And I've kept him on as a sub, but at the same time, I've listened to him and he's saying about getting original content. I don't think he's aiming it at me, but, um, taking other people's content and using it as mine and all that. I never claimed it as mine, but he's saying to other people, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's going to be like that, is it? So I've kind of stepped away from a few of these guys. Yeah.
My point of view is this: I have never made a dime. Not one dime have I ever asked from a brother. Not one dime have I ever taken under with the MGTOW logo or MGTOW on my name. Not once, you know, because I do not. I want man. They need that money. That's what I tell brothers. Keep your money. You need that money. Keep your money, and put it towards trade school. Put it towards that new car you want. You know, if you want to help MGTOW, do something with your money to show, and make an example for to show what others in the community to do with their money, you know, instead of like
Well,
I don't tell anybody how to spend their money. If you like a channel, if you like a channel and you like the dude that's doing and he's you like the female nature content that he's putting out, if you like the video of him buying his property in Hawaii and shit like that, and you like that dude, okay, if it makes you feel good, if you're helping that brother out, help that brother out, you know. But in so doing, you know, don't don't screw yourself over, you know. I mean, save some for yourself too, and put that towards something positive in your life. You know, I'm not about, I'm not after monetization. I'm not after subscribers or anything like that. Even though it would be nice because it would let me do more on it would let me have a community page if I had 1,000 subscribers. You know,
500
but
bullets.
it's
500.
500 per community page. Okay,
Now
well,
it's
if I get
500. Yeah.
500, yeah, if I could get 500 subscribers so I could have a community page, that'd be awesome because I can just post content on that, a lot easier than trying to like produce or upload a stream or a video, you know,
Mm.
and just get, the wisdom of the day, out
Yeah.
there, and that would be a cool addition. Other than that, I'm here on my own time. I'm here on
Yeah.
my own dime, fellas, ladies. You know, I'm just here
Well,
sharing my wisdom. You know, and this is the same fucking wisdom that you can get over Hammerhand or fucking TFM or Sandman or Terrence Pop or any one of those dudes. You know,
I mean, just to let you know, maybe you didn't catch it before. I'm doing this on my Sunday, my day off, and I'm watching the Great Race, the Bathurst 1000 in silence. Now, fucking, that's a big deal. Car racing, that's a big deal for me. So, as you said, I'm doing this for free. I'm not getting a friggin' nickel out of this, and I only got 3 subs out of this deal. So, like, you know, like,
hey, I'm one of them.
there's nothing to be gained. I'm not gaining anything, and
You are. Absolutely, you are. Absolutely, you are. We're gaining this conversation. We're gaining wisdom. We're gaining mentorship. This exchange that we're having right now, you know, is positives are going to come out of this. You know, look what I've accomplished so far with this community. You know, I've inspired some people. You know, I've done good work here. Has anybody noticed? Has anybody Can anybody say anything good that I've accomplished, you know, since I came back producing content? Anybody? Has anybody say can I know there's one dude in the chat that can say something
Yeah.
because he just started streaming. There's an example right there. That's I inspired somebody. I mentored somebody to do that. He can do it too. You know, it's not hard, and so can you. You know,
oh, look, I mean, it's easy to do. Maybe it costs a little bit of money for basic setup what I've got, but at the same time, I mean, after doing it, I mean, I had 540 subs before I deleted my channel. Not, I didn't get terminated, I deleted mine. But at the same time, I do miss the community tab, but I want real subscribers. None of these fake ones that friggin' YouTube give you, if you've noticed, because I've got another channel which is a gardening channel, and it had like 260 views. I got 11 likes and 1 dislike. Well, who's disliking it? You know, out of that, you should have gotten a couple of comments or something like that. Nothing. So you watch some of these bigger channels and you go, okay, you claim you had 1,000 views on your live stream, but there's only like, say, 50 comments. You know, so the mathematical equation doesn't quite add up here. You know what I mean? And I feel that YouTube is playing around with algorithms with fake subs and all that. I mean, out of the 3 subs I got before, I think I only got 1 notification that says 1 person subscribed. The other 2 are fucking mystery. And that's what I'm talking about. But I mean, you know, all this content should be for free, and you shouldn't have to pay for it, and you shouldn't have to simp to have a super chat. They should read them out for free. But my thought is, you know, there's nothing to be gained out here. These guys are like for OnlyFans, only for men, cheering on these guys, you know, these PUAs, purple pillars that are making real money. That, you know, they already had money before they came on here. That's why they're successful, and they've come in, learnt the lingo, and learnt it well, and they're good at doing what they do, making money, and to be taking advantage of men, and that's what they're doing. You know, so as I said earlier, you know, men are being bashed each way angle. You've got the feminists, you've got the red pill rage, the incels, and all that. It's just a big orgy bashing male, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on every single channel, and it needs to stop.
Well, that's probably why Hammerhand's still around. Ever since he got that first super chat, and he's like thinking to himself, I could subsidize my child support payments with this.
Mm-hmm. And
just an observation.
And I feel some of these channels are undercover policing channels, like Undead Chronic and all that. Because I've listened to it. So let me get this straight. you call up a private company and say you're gonna blow someone's brains out. I don't think the cops are going to come around and say, "Oh, please take down your content." You know, you wouldn't be back on. You'd be waiting in a jail cell, rotting, waiting for your day in court.
Whoa! Wait a minute. The Undead Chronic said that?
Yeah, that's why he disappeared for a couple of weeks or a month. He said that to PayPal because they were holding money. Apparently, they contacted his work or something. He was doing a live stream and the feds showed up at his house. Haven't you seen that?
Why am I not? Ask me why I'm not surprised.
Why are you
Really,
not
ask me
surprised?
why.
Why, brother? Why? Because
if you go to my BitChute channel, I got like I did a video a long time ago on Undead Chronic, and it's still up on BitChute under my Bullets for Teeth channel, and I put it up there for preservation and continuity because he threatened to have his Antifa buddies go to this other MGTOW pleb's house and assault his family. You know, Undead Chronic's a lefty, in case anybody didn't know. He's all hooked up with Antifa and shit, little commie faggot. You know, that's why I don't go over there and screw with those people because they're fucked in the head. But yeah, he actually fucking did that, and that video's still up on BitChute. If nobody believes me, go watch it for your fucking self. But I couldn't believe what he said to this kid, and I was busy trying to mentor this kid, and every time I was trying to work with this kid, him or Shangy or some other dumbass would always fucking interfere with that, you know, and just cause drama, you know. And me and a couple other dudes, and we got in big arguments over this, huge ass arguments, you know, back in the day, you know. So these dudes, these guys, Hammerhand, Chronic, and there's others, you know. I'm just calling them out because they're the most common or just immediate in the immediate vicinity, and it's part of the manosphere, whatever the fuck that means, you know. But they're toxic, they're destructive, you know, and people and these raiders eat their shit up. Like I'll never forget that, you know, when in doubt, always Migtar dude. That dude, you know, coming in with his fucking Fight Club attitude, trying to make MGTOW into some kind of fucking gang, you know, and Mike the Migtard monk, the fake monk, you know, trying to, you know, get people to go out and commit vandalism and shit. Yeah, that's good mentorship. That's what people need. They need, you know, to not pay their child support and get arrested. They need to make fucking terroristic threats and shit to, you know, to other people. You know, they need to go out and commit criminal acts and vandalism and get fucking uh, get an arrest record on their shit. You know, so that way they can proceed as men. See, this is the improper mentorship that I'm talking about in this fucking MGTOW community. This toxic shit that's been allowed to permeate and perpetuate. And all these MGTOW fucking sages have let it go on for so goddamn long. You know, is it any wonder? Is it any wonder that the manosphere is so hateful and fractured to each other? Am I the only one that sees this?
I blame crazy bitches.
Oh, that too. I mean, there's women on here that are stirring the pot and upsetting the apple cart. I mean, that's for sure. You know, I mean, just a pearly thing, or there's a number of channels that are on here trying to make $1. But for me, I see it as well. They're not mentoring anyone, and there's a lot of hate. And you look at Andrew Tate, for instance, right? Look at that friggin' fool. So he's now the poster boy for the media, for the manosphere, basically, the red pill.
Yeah.
And
he's a shill.
It's become a joke. That's what I mean. The red pill and
yes.
the MGTOW have lost all of its meaning, and now we're a bunch of loser guys that can't get laid, or that's how it is. And there needs to be
No,
better men out here standing up for the fight. I mean, I know you are, but I'm just saying that we need guys that portray them, betray themselves to get this community up and running, so it's better than what it is. Because if that's all we've got is Hammer and Undead Chronic and Tate and Fresh and Fit, then fucking yeah.
Well, Joe said Hammerhand was
all
also
those dudes are simps.
extreme when he first came out. He hasn't watched him since, so he doesn't know if he has changed. See, and I watch those guys. Like I like Chronic. I like Hammerhand. So I don't. Maybe I'm extreme because these crazy bitches are literally destroying the world, and the way they talk about universities and feminists, and they're right about that shit. I mean, I don't see the other stuff that you guys were talking about.
Well, let's go over there. Let's go ask them, what great works have you done? Show me that great works. I'll be more than happy to see.
I mean, we're just saying that we see the manosphere for what it is now. It used to
Yeah.
be they're helping guys, and I
Yeah.
mean, you're all about exposing crazy women and whatnot,
Yes.
and that's good, and that's what they are. Most of them are crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you've got crazy guys out here wanting to do crazy stuff to get some poontang. And as I said, some of them aren't victims, they're abusers, because their real victim got away from them. And if you start looking at some of the content that's being produced, like MGTOW Big John, and you look at some of them and they speak a lot of truth and whatnot. And there's another one that's popped up in my thing about the price you pay for being married or something like that. And the way he talks about, his friends and the women, they go out to a bar or whatnot and basically shut up and look pretty. And that's not how you treat your girlfriend or wife. You're meant to interact with other people. And to me, it's like it's teaching guys to disrespect women, to treat them like a piece of property. And that's not how it's meant to be. And I just feel that there's a lot of guys out here teaching these young men out here wrong things, because they're going to get into a lot of trouble and they think they're all alpha, and then the law will get to them and then they're completely stuffed.
Yeah. Well, that sounds like PUA shit.
Oh, I mean, if you say anything bad about some of these people, oh my God, you're attacked like I was when I had my hands generals. And I spoke to
I talk
him.
shit about them all the time.
I mean, this is
I'll
last year
take any of them
sometime.
on. Bring Hammer up here. Bring Chronic. Bring anyone. Bring any of. I've been asking for months, years. Get your ass up here.
Um,
I'll take them to task. No, look. This is my perspective. A lot of these dudes shouldn't even be running fucking channels, and the only reason why they're doing it because they're running their own shill, their own grift, or for their own fucking therapy. They're not here to help anybody but themselves. You know. Now the community that I was part of, when we had the first, MGTOW summit in Bangkok, when we had the Christmas streams, anti-suicide streams and shit, you know, and we were gearing up. Things were gearing up. Then all of a sudden, this cryptocurrency bullshit came up. I didn't buy that. I don't buy crypto. If I can't hold it in my hands, I'm not interested. But the
same.
thing is this: it was generating positive stuff. We were just starting mentoring, these young pleb MGTOW, and we were having a profound effect, And I was starting to get a direction. This RPC shit happened, and I got misdirected and turned into a bunch of spurgology, and the community fucking collapsed. Okay, all of these dudes played a part in that. All of these dudes perpetuated it. Now, where are all the fucking great works that have resulted from their channels? besides T-shirt, book sales, super chats, cash apps? Show me that great works. What have you done for men lately? Because
Hmm.
I don't see shit. I don't see shit. Well, I see shit, but it's just shit.
Hmm. I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's what I see as well. Um, and there's not many channels that I really go to other than mine, and probably Better Bachelor, Casual Bachelor. I mean, they're pretty tame and
Come
lame,
over
but
to mine, man. Come hang out with me, dude.
yeah, no, I can do that. I mean, you're seeing like a guy that's more mature and someone that wants to help guys and whatnot. That's what I'm into compared to
No, no,
talking
no,
about
no, no, no. I'm not
304s.
here to help guys. I'm not here to save men. I'm not here to help men. I'm here to help you save yourself. I'm here to help yourself. You know,
Hmm.
I'm here to mentor you to be a better MGTOW in your real life. You know, and it doesn't have to be me who is your mentor. I mean, you could pick like anybody else in the community, like my brother Iridium here, or Bandit, or Contriver, or even Mandy. If you need some good advice, if you need somebody to sound off on, to get some fucking direction, to find out why is it that you think that MGTOW is some kind of fucking ideology when it's not, has nothing to do with that. That's not the philosophy. You cannot pervert the MGTOW philosophy into an ideology. The reason why that
Hmm.
is because it's not a religion, it's not a political movement, it's a simple life choice. It's that fucking easy. But these guys over here just make it into some kind of fuckery, spurgology and shit. Like, I'll never forget this one dude. He was like, well, he's been saying it for the same 10 years, trying to figure out, the philosophy and the collapse of Western civilization, why gynocentrism is slanted against man. And he's like, well, the way that he talks to people is like it's some kind of fucking lifelong fucking journey that you'll have to do until you die, you know, and never find a fucking answer or solution to your fucking problem. That's not MGTOW.
Hmm. I mean, I can remember when I first came in. I think in one of the comments, or I said it in one of my videos, I called MGTOW a movement, and people lost their fucking marbles. That's why I'm laughing.
Well, I wish it was. Because it's literally a reaction to feminism, but also the solution. If all these guys went their own way and left the crazy bitches alone to destroy themselves and quit accepting what they're doing and fire all these fucking women, and dude, society would naturally sort itself out. But a
Well, it's
lot of
because
these
deep
women,
down inside. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, a lot of these women fucking make a lot of these men do things that they wouldn't fucking normally do unless they were being terrorized or manipulated or any of the things. So,
Well, you know why
Well, I mean, we got to
red
stop
pill
there with
bitches
the.
hate women so much? Do you want to know why they come over here and want to hate on you, Mandy? Because they like you.
well, I don't get
They
very
care.
much hate. I don't get
They
very
care
much hate.
for any woman, even Scorp thought. I mean, the amount of attention they pay to that thought just shows how much they care about her. They
Well,
love her. They do. They actually like her. Even Terrence Pop will tell you to hate, you have to care.
right. Yeah, I just have a handful of PUA types that are not fans. I was told I was a liar today.
Because they're trying to make out that every woman is a hoe, every woman is a manipulator. Trying to deliberately get the pregnant so you're on child support, and that's just not the case. I
Yeah.
mean, who are you guys meeting up with? I mean, yeah, there are some women out here that are like that, but I mean, not every single woman, and not every single woman has been plowed through. But it's been the last few
It's
years of this
a lot.
a lot that every woman is like this. It's just not
It
true.
it's a lot though that are. Like take it from me. Like out of like all the women that I've met online, I consistently talk to 3. That is it. The rest have been liars. They have been fucking toxic. They've been trying to manipulate. They like all the things. 3 out of all the women that I've met online in almost 2 years. Has it been 2 years? It's been 2 years now. It's
Not that.
October.
It, yeah,
Almost.
it's a bit about that too. Because
Yeah.
about the same time I came in,
Three
a
fucking
couple
3 women.
brackets came in. Yeah,
Yeah.
5 for me. Let me see. I can name them too. My friend, you, Lori, Mrs. Caw, Marie, and Harley are really the only 5 women that I communicate with online.
Yeah.
You know,
But I mean,
because you're
social
logical.
media. But I mean, social media has a lot to play off it. The way they've manipulated the filters, and allowed women to become porn stars. I mean,
Yeah.
the amount of softcore porn that's on YouTube now. It used to be back in the day, like, all the proper ones, and then they got rid of them. Now all the softcore PG stuff is being filtering through. I've been noticing it lately.
Sex sells, dude. Sex is always going to sell. You know, I mean, it's the oldest profession. You know,
Well, if they got
it's
rid of
never
that,
going to stop. Yeah.
maybe if they got rid of that and women knew their value, then yeah. But I think, and I've said this in a few times, but when this economy does crash and everyone's got to fight for themselves, you'll see women do things that you'll never seen before. Mate, you'll be able to get that magical muffin on a friggin' loaf of bread.
Clean my house.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, brother, friggin', there are women out here, they're going to starve and they'll do anything
Yeah.
for
Take
that.
out the
For,
trash when you leave.
yeah, it's coming. And I think women are going to start to learn that, oh shit, all these nice guys out here, we left them high and dry. Maybe we should have treated them better. And I
Yeah,
think,
there's a lot of men in the rager community, in the MGTOW community that perverted thoughts in their head that when shit hits the fan, and feminism is gone, things are gonna be different, and they're gonna. No, it's not. We got a long fucking way to go, dude. I mean, we're talking the damage that's been done is generational. Okay, and some of you won't see the other side of it. It's just the fact. It's just the facts. It's just the way that it is. It's gonna take a good 40 to 60 years, for the generations to process out all the fucking, feminist bullshit that's resulted. And
Yeah.
may I remind you that there's still over 150 plus laws on the books that benefit women. Even though they did knock out abortion, kinda. You know, but those laws are still there. You know, they're there. They're stacked against you. Mandy still has more legal, benefits than I do.
hmm,
It's a fact. So don't get ready just to jump on the marriage bandwagon just yet. You know.
I mean, I'm already taken, but I mean, for the guys out there that are looking for all that, but I mean, it's hard to find um, women
Well,
that are,
wait a minute. Are you married or?
yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
How's it
I
going,
mean,
man?
yeah, for the most
You ready
part, I
yet
mean,
for you?
it's all right. I mean, I've got a woman that's got
Mm-hmm.
a job and emotionally stable and, um, and all of that. And I get my loving and, yeah, so it's not a bad deal. A few things could have been better, in the looks department and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I'm not worried about that. If that's all you're worried about, then I think you're in the wrong community. For
It
me,
doesn't
it's
fucking
about,
matter. Do you love her?
yeah, I love her. I
That's
mean,
all that
but
matters.
yeah, but I mean, some of these guys
Doesn't
out
matter
here,
what she looks like.
I mean, some of these guys out here, that's all they're worried about. And it's like, well, what else are you gonna want after that?
Well, it's because they're dicks with feet. That's all they think about is hot girls and shit. And I got news for you. You know, all these guys will go, I want a hot girl. You're never gonna get a hot girl. You're never gonna get a fucking Playboy magazine quality girl. I know. I've had one before. You know, and they're not like a fucking dime a dozen and shit. You know, I mean, especially nowadays, because a hot girl knows her sexual value. You know, and the ones who don't are rare. You know, I'm talking about the dumb blondes. You know, that or whatever.
No offense, Mandy.
Hey, none taken.
No offense to Mandy. Just that just popped out. But anyway, you know, it's like I dated a Playboy model before, and it's really not all it's cracked up to be. You know, dating a hot girl and shit. You know, I've dated women of all types of looks and shit. I've dated heavy women, thin women, petite women. You know, and it just really doesn't matter. I'm more about personality and character.
Mm.
You know, more so than it is my girlfriend looks hot. You know, because if that's all you're thinking about, you're not going to think of her as a human being. You're going to think of her just as a fucking object. You know, that you fucking take out the closet, and fucking have sex with and put back in the closet when you're done. You know, what kind of fucking relationship is that? You know, that's the way you
Well,
think of your significant other, man. You have no right being with somebody else, especially if you can't fucking love yourself. If you can't love yourself, what makes you think that you can sustain a relationship with another person?
well, I mean, that's what they're teaching guys on here. Basically, they treat women like an object. I mean, this all what women are treating guys like an object are. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
and that's
Yeah, and
what
they
we're
wonder
talking
why
about
their
here, Mandy.
relationships are so fucked up.
yeah. Well, going back to the narcissists, they don't treat people like people. They treat them like a utility or the enemy, like an extension of themselves.
It's a basically an appliance to plug in into use and abuse. That's all the narcissist does, and treats you like a object. I'm not talking about circles and squares and whatnot, and that's what they see you as. No, they see you as a living human being because they can never become one because they're trapped in their young childhood between the ages of say 4 and 9, something like that, and they can never understand who they are or what they are. Never they can be fixed, and I believe that they know exactly who they are and what they are. I'm sure with a bit of help and a bit of guidance, that they'll understand that they're a narcissist for sure. But I think a lot of people are coming on these communities and empath communities, codependent communities, and learning new skill sets so they can trap more victims. That's all they're doing, from what I can see. Because when I was healing, I saw a lot of that. You know, a lot of guys, a lot of females claiming to be something that they're not.
Well, people make their own hell, don't they?
Mm. And that's what I mean, like fake doctors or ones that claim that they are, even though they got the certificate and they got a clinic and whatnot. It's like, okay, but yeah, there's something wrong here. There's something not right. So they can have professional advice, but at the same time, there's always a motive and agenda behind why they're on YouTube. So, and that's what we're talking about here, trying to get the right advice. Try and help guys through this hard times, dark times into, here's some tools to help you with. Here's a book or whatever. Go do that, and you can become a better person.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking to be picked up and helped, but at the same time,
Right.
I've got guidance. I've done all that, but just to help other guys, and that's what I'm about. But from what I can see, I can't see any these channels helping many guys out. It's all about making money.
Well, you mentioned trials, right? Do you want to have a trial
About what?
about me? That'd
What
be
trial?
fun. I don't know. There's so many damn rumors going around. Apparently there's emails involved and people behind the scenes fearing for their life and a whole bunch of fucking shit.
Hey, Mandy,
Yeah.
can you DM me your OnlyFans?
My what?
Your OnlyFans?
Well, I don't have it anymore, but
I know.
I had it.
I've heard about it. I just thought I'd just rub it in there for the sake about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that vid of Red Pill Mike commenting on that. Rest in peace,
Yeah.
Red Pill.
Well, that was one of the times
That
we
dude's
brought it
amazing.
up. Yeah.
I wish he was still here. Red Pill Mike was one of the greatest mentors ever.
Yeah.
It's awesome you still have that contact too.
Oh yeah, I have all those conversations.
Yeah, those are great conversations, man.
Yeah.
That's
when all the pills got together and broke
Dog,
bread.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We used to have, awesome powwows back then.
Yeah.
You should like repost those or like let me have access to them and shit to go through them and stuff. So
Yeah. Send me.
video.
Give me your email and I'll add you to the list. Yeah.
You got my email.
I don't think I've ever emailed you. We talk on Discord.
Yeah. I put it in your DM. I told you to tell Johnny Midnight to shoot me an email.
Oh yeah.
Probably
That's right.
it.
I might have missed it.
Johnny never got back to me on.
No, Narc File Show. Put me on trial. No, none of these guys will do it. They want to talk shit behind the scenes and subliminally talk shit, but nobody will fucking cough up these emails or like say who's who.
What the fuck are we running?
I want a fucking trial. I want to face. I want to face my accusers. I want to face my accusers.
Oh, that video that about the Megtail live court thing. That was in Shinobi's Discord, and there was some bullshit going down with Hermit, HP, and a few of the other people, and so I had this video on Instagram, so I took it and I added a few things, and basically it was going to be a trial between two people because apparently some bullcrap happened on your channel a couple of months ago, and so I was like, okay, let's sort it out, men. And me and Shinobi will be the judges or whatever, like Judge Judy. And so that's what that's about. So yeah, we could probably do that, but I don't think anyone would show up.
Oh well, they want to talk shit. They should show up. Angler's convinced I am something. I don't know. His comments today have been pretty fucking weird.
He's saying that he's acted out wrongly or something like that against Hermit or whatever. And I mean, it all happened in friggin' Shinobi's Discord and on your channel or whatnot. And because you mentioned you had OnlyFans and but you've already stated for the fact that you didn't put any content on there. You were just seeing what guys would do, and it was just boring photos. And guys was asking you, to post some real photos up. Is that correct?
No.
So they want
okay.
photos
One
so they can
it's
make
on my
memes,
channel.
so they can make triple X porn memes of you and shit. Have something to masturbate to, you little faggots. That's
No,
what they
I
do.
just no,
Thanks, man.
no.
That's
I got
That's
two
behind the
messages
scenes.
from people.
Bunch of weak-ass
One was a
men.
university professor in Italy in the media department. I had a conversation with him about all this feminist shit. When he first came to my channel, he's like, "Oh man, I really want to talk about this, but I want to come back when I don't have my dick in my hand." I was like, "I appreciate it." And then another guy just sent me a message saying, "Are you a dude or a chick?" So. No, but I think it'd be fun. Get all the anti-GM smear campaign players. I have a list. I want to compare it to who I think it is. So,
Into a clusterfuck, man.
No, it could be fun.
It'd be a spurg fest. It'd be like your debate with Queefy.
That guy's
Yeah, we could do that.
what I
We
mean?
could definitely do that.
I want a fucking trial, damn it. You know,
Okay.
I don't appreciate this toxic feminine fucking behavior. I'm sorry, as a woman, I will say that because the online shit is very toxically feminine. And I know Kush brought it up on his stream. He said I came on very strong and I kept asking him like direct questions. And he didn't know how to take me at first because it's like, that's just, I'm direct. I don't know what to say about that. I don't like these fucking games. When I see manipulation, when I see any of that kind of shit, I'm like, what the
Well,
fuck
hey,
do
you
you
got a
want?
lawyer. You got a lawyer. Contriver just volunteered to be your lawyer.
Because it's about a real woman.
Oh, uh, no, I wanna represent myself.
I'll have to do something
You're glutton for
and
punishment.
That's fine.
no, just have the open trial and whatnot. I know I'll lose a few subs out of it, but I don't care. But um, when I because I'm hashtagging this when you end the stream, will that come onto my end, or do I have to download it and re-upload it to say that I was on your stream? How does the
Um,
hashtag work?
oh, the hashtag. I don't know. I tagged you in it. I tagged your
Oh no,
channel.
no. But what I'm saying is, once the live stream is finished,
Yeah.
does that automatically come onto mine because I've been tagged into it?
Oh, I don't think so.
It'll
I think you have to.
it'll
You
come up
have to.
on search if
Yeah.
tags in
Okay.
if she does your at tags proper and into the description in the studio.
Yeah, I think it has.
That's what I have to do. At the end when I
That's
do it,
okay.
I have to go in and log everybody, tag everybody in, so that way it shows up when in their search.
But
Mm.
here's the thing. But here's the thing. Will be called out for protecting women or standing up for women. I'm not standing up. I'm here to about false allegations, and people don't have the right to do that. Men, women, white, black, I don't care. And you should have your day in court. You should have your say, and
Right.
let these gynococks come on and present
Well,
their argument. So maybe I can hashtag a couple of them in, and who you
but
want.
I have. I mean, if I have like actually hurt somebody or hurt their feeling, like I don't know. I feel like if somebody has a problem with me, like I want to make it right too. So I don't
I
know.
just like to say, if I hurt anybody's feelings out there, grow a pair. Just
Well,
saying.
I think that I know there's been a lot of fear mongering, and I know where it's come from, and I know when it started, and I have been tracking this specific infection since December. So I want to see if my fucking my observation based on what I saw people say when I saw them connect, how I saw their fucking behavior change. I want to see if I'm correct. So I want to see these 11 emails. I want to see Coffee Nino's 12 fucking emails because that motherfucker was saying that shit before Brandon Trueblood was saying that shit. And I know for a fucking fact that Coffee Nino started contacting guys in the MGTOW community first before any of the gulag PUAs went over there, like Cybertoxin, before Zechariah got fucking emotionally terrorized by them because he got offended. Like, this has been a big campaign thing that needs to fucking stop, for one, because there's a lot of people that got sucked into this because I actually had respect for them. So,
I'm in Zek's Discord, but I haven't heard from him yet.
oh, he's been on Chris Mitchell's channel.
Okay. Well, I dropped a couple of videos, that I wanted him to watch, about being overly emotional, and it's not manly, to be that like that, especially when he was on Sun's channel and he came out with that, you know. And that kind of like spurred down on that too because it pissed me off, because if you're gonna talk shit to me, come talk to me, come come talk your shit to me. Don't go hiding behind some skirt, talking shit. Don't go behind the scenes and talk shit about bullet. Get your ass up here. You know, prove to me you're a man.
Yeah, we can do all
How
that.
hard is it to have a conversation? Honestly, how fucking difficult is it?
Right.
Well, I mean, some of these guys that you've just mentioned, they've never commented on my channel, even though apparently they've subbed.
Mm.
But you'll comment on their channel and they'll just give you a heart. That's about it,
Yeah, to
which has
adjust
pissed
my
me off.
mic.
Well, I want to try. I think it'd be great.
Okay, well, you tell me the people that you want tagged into it, and I'll do it.
Okay.
And
Okay, if Trevor could be your lawyer, I want to be the judge.
all right, it,
Cause I've always wanted to wear one of those black gowns and shit. Have a bottle of vodka and a pitcher of vodka on the stand and shit, and have a gavel.
yeah, you got to have the hammer, and mate, it'd be hilarious.
Mm.
Yeah, let the memes commence, gentlemen.
Mm.
The thing
Well,
is this TNFS. You're married, you're in the manosphere, you have your own points of view and everything. You want to do your own thing. As you proceed, as my buddies, Contriver, Iridium, and everybody else proceeds, you know, take care not to give too many fucks. Okay. Don't worry about the things that you can't impact or have change on. Just worry about the things that you can do, you know, in your own goals, whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish with your channels. And don't let anything, dissuade you from that or dishearten you, from what you're doing, no matter what anybody else says. Because at the end of the day, they don't give a shit either. The only person that cares about what you're doing is you. Focus on that.
yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's what I've been doing all along, and I just would have liked to hope to get my channel up and running, but the powers that be and the manosphere don't want to hear anything about that. Like, I try to reach out to.
Who cares? Look, I don't care what they want to hear. Do you think? Oh, okay. Do you think that I care about what they want to hear?
No,
I don't. I'm like fucking Slayer, dude. You know, the band Slayer. You ever hear Slayer? One of the fucking greatest metal bands of all time, right? And people coming out and hating on them for their music and shit, and they're like, how come, you write that trash and shit, and Slayer's response was like, I think Tom Araya responded that, hey, we make our music for us because we enjoy it. We don't make it for anybody else. You know, if you like what we like, hey, that's cool. But I don't make my fucking music, for everybody to like. That's stupid. You know, it's kind of like the content on my channel. I make the content on my channel because it's what I like to do. It's what I want to hear. That's it's because you don't hear it anywhere else. Okay, and other people seem receptive to that and share that same idea. So if that small little group and shit, likes my fucking angel of fucking death rhythm and shit over here, hey man, rock on. That's what it's about. I don't care what ragers think. I don't care what the haters think. Couldn't care less. I'm doing my own shit, going in a new direction over here. Stay the fuck out of my way. Stay in your lane. You know, and that's it. You need to have the same attitude and keep doing what you're doing, and don't worry about what other people think. What do you think?
Well, I just don't like. I don't like being falsely fucking accused of shit, and I don't like people that have been infected by crazy bitchery to be projecting their bullshit in their mind onto me. I don't like that.
Oh, well, they're trying to trigger you, and you're responding to it. I've spoken about this before. Sometimes the best response is no response at all.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but for the mentally ill, that to them, they're like, oh, I won. Oh, she backed off. Oh, I
Yeah, let
must
them
be
think that.
right.
Let them, yeah, let them think that. Let them go off in their own little world, thinking, "Oh, hey, I won," like a retard who just won the Special Olympics. Sometimes you don't have to fucking win every argument, man. TNFS, you don't have to fucking please everybody that's out there. You know, all that matters is your own happiness. I mean, are you pleased with what you're doing and with your, and are you pleased with yourself? You know, or are you trying to please somebody else who doesn't even give a fuck about you?
Well, no, but it's part of this stuff I'm collecting. It doesn't, and nobody
I
else has seemed
understand
to
this is
do.
your hobby.
well, I mean, I don't give a fuck what people say anymore. I mean, it's more under a bridge on here. I mean, I don't care on here, but I mean, in my real life, I care. But I've moved on from all that. But I mean, I've worked on myself and whatnot. Hobbies, fucking, I'm over it. Uh, I just sit at home now. Fuck it. If I go out, it's because I'm forced to go out. But I don't see getting my race car up and running anytime soon. It's been a long time, and I'm just so over that. So a little bit disappointed in how that all went, but that's life. Um, I'm just trying to focus on growing my own food and keeping to myself. That's about it. To which a lot of these
We'll do
guys on
that.
here, hey,
We'll do that. Make the content that you want to make. You know,
I
it
do.
doesn't matter.
But
Look, it doesn't matter. If you got how many followers you got or how many subscribers you got. As long as you're doing something that you fucking enjoy, that's all that matters.
I mean,
Because even if you're, yeah, go
I
ahead.
mean, I enjoy it. But I mean, at the same time, like it gets frustrating when no one sees the hard work, especially talking to a camera and it's only you, and it gets a bit old after a while, and no one appreciates the work, the editing, and all that. And I'm not asking for love and attention. I'm just saying, like, fucking, it's YouTube that's censoring everything, and but all these haters out here are getting, you know, their channels promoted, and it's hard to get yours up and running, and mine's a gardening fucking channel too. I mean, I've got this one, but I've also got this gardening channel, and it's going nowhere. Are
Well,
you there, or what happened?
yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to I'm trying to come up with and compute. Now, I don't know if I could find a solution to your problem because it just maybe I don't know. There are a lot of gardening channels on YouTube. The other thing is that YouTube doesn't recommend other people's channels and they shadow ban them and shit. You have to have like a certain amount of subscribers and jump all through these fucking hoops and shit and praise loyalty to the fucking woke Marxist agenda, and join Antifa and just to fucking get their just to get their attention. Okay, to be honest with you, YouTube is a dying platform. It's literally people haven't realized it yet, but YouTube's pretty much, the you is becoming the MySpace of video platforms. Other platforms are growing, like Rumble and Odyssey and shit, and others that are in the works that are starting to gain momentum as as content creators. YouTube doesn't create content anymore. I don't know if anybody's noticed. They get a lot of like shows and shit that are produced through YouTube and financed through YouTube. But we're talking like based content creators like that start out at our level and shit. That start making their own stuff, their own comedy. You know, kind of like the Owen Benjamin. You know, You don't see many of those on YouTube anymore. They're few and far between. The raw talent that was on YouTube 5 or 6 years ago is gone. It's gone. Because
Mm.
and the reason why that is because there's no market share for that kind of content on YouTube anymore. There's no incentive. YouTube isn't giving anybody any incentive to create that content because Alphabet Incorporated, who owns Google and YouTube, is a communist organization. You know, they don't want that content on their platform. So you need to
Mm.
take your ideas, your talents to other platforms and try to um, see what you can do over there and self promote and get your own advertisers.
Oh, look, I mean, I've done Rumble and all that, and it never went anywhere. I mean, I use all the hashtags. I mean, for whatever it is, I don't know, but I think I've been shadow banned by my phone number or whatever. I've noticed that, and um, Instagram and all that, because all of a sudden last month I got a notification saying that your content's not for monetization, or I was like, well, I never asked for it. What's going on? But I mean, I pretty much given up. I do like editing and doing videos and hosting and stuff like that, and it helps me to talk better. Even though we've been doing this for 4 hours, it helps me to become more confident and to have conversations. But believe it or not, I mean, that's why I do it as well. So I'm not too worried if I get.
Iridium just started streaming, and I told him because he was kind of like, he kind of like felt a little awkward about it, and I'm like, dude, the more you do it, the more you'll find your niche, and you'll get your rhythm down, you know, and when you're communicating back and forth with people and stuff, and you re-listen to your streams and listen to yourself and see where you screw up, see where you need to like, make some changes, and you'll grow. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a few months, but you'll get your rhythm, And the other thing I want to ask you, TNFS, you have a gardening channel, right?
Yeah.
How many other gardening channels are you subscribed to right now?
Um, I'm probably a good 10, and the real big popular ones that have got hundreds of thousands. And I've noticed that even if you do comment on their post or in their live stream, no one takes notice. And I've even named it like homestead, because a lot of it is homesteading, and it's not just a gardening channel or backyard gardening. If you want to be noticed, you've got to say um, homesteading. That's what it's all about.
Well, what about
But
homesteading or prepper channels? Are you sub to those as well? Have you communicated with them, or try to
yeah,
collaborate with them, or?
I mean, I do get emails. I do get responses back. They do respond to when they do a video. So I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying, like, just trying to get some subs and just get some love. I mean, that's the difficult part, is just trying to get noticed out here. As you said, YouTube is a dying platform, and I'm
Well,
very suspicious of
you
these
also
whole
got to get
fight.
out there and do the footwork too. You know that it's kind of like it's like kind of like running a band. It's like back in my day when a band needed exposure, they were out on the streets handing out, playbills for where they're going to be performing that night. There'd be like dozens of bands out there just handing out playbills, going to convenience stores saying, "Can I leave this, up on your door so people would see, when we're playing." You know, they leave them up in fucking bathrooms and shit. Well, now they have the internet and people got fucking lazy. They have a
Hmm.
Facebook page or, or whatever, a YouTube channel and shit, and they just leave it at that, thinking that's going to get them, seen and get the exposure. Well, Rick Beato brought it up, was interviewing, this other musician, about, to make it as a musician, as a band, and you need to get out in your community and still hand out those playbills, and get a local fan base going. You need somebody to fucking show up at your show, you know, and just having a Facebook page and a YouTube page and just leaving it up to big tech, to get your music out there isn't enough. You need to get out there and meet the people. It's kind of like, the way that who's that chef, Hell's Kitchen chef? What's his name again? Gordon
Gordon
Ramsay.
Ramsay.
You know, yeah. You ever see him? You go to these restaurants and shit, these failing restaurants. Then he'd teach him how to cook. And then after he taught him how to cook, then he'd make them cook, and they would take all their food out into the public, and they would share their food with the general public and give them taste tests, samples. You know, back in the
Mm.
day, there would be like bands and shit. They'd hand you free cassettes so you can just sample their music, sample cassettes. To get you to come to that show. You know, people, have gotten fucking lazy, man. You got to put the work into it. You know, you got to get out there and meet people. Um, figure it out. There's videos out there that show you how to network. You know, um, and like how to get exposure out there. You just need to do the research, and you need to be willing to do the footwork. You know, you got to seize the day. Nobody's going to do it for you.
Oh, look, I totally agree with that. I mean, back in the day, you could go on YouTube and do your content for music, and you get noticed. Now it's hard. Like, people say you be on there, do 10 shorts, and you get so many subs. That's not the case at all. A lot of these content creators just buy the subs and make it their channels big when it's not, because you look at the content and you look how many views it's had in comments, and the numbers just don't add up. But at the same time, I'm not too worried about that, but it does get frustrating with friends and family that, on Facebook or whatever. But I don't really care. I mean, I do it for myself because I enjoy it. But it would be nice to get some sort of notice out there. But the funny thing is, I get likes, but no one comments, even on this channel as well. But whether it's real people, whether it's fake people, I don't know.
I hardly get any comments on mine ever, unless it's an offended crazy bitch who leaves me a 10-page book report.
Well, there's 13 people watching. I'm surprised that you haven't had more, but then there again, once they see who I am, I think you won't get too many haters. No, you won't, because they know that what I am and who I am, that they know that they can't fuck with me, and I'll give them what for. And so I'll be very surprised in the comments, and when I download and upload this, a few people that are a sub to my channel might say something, or I'll lose a couple of subs. It'll be interesting to see. So it doesn't bother me. I really don't care, but it'll be interesting to see the comment section after this. But it's all good,
No, I know. I'm telling you, there might be one or two comments. People like, "Hey, good show here for the algorithm," but that's usually all that happens. And I know 3 people that are watching currently that would never ever leave a comment because they are crazy bitches, and they psycho watch every single one of my streams just to catch me saying something that fits into their little fucking narrative, so they can clip it and then text it to people. So, yeah.
Oh, maybe they need a real man, and they'll be happy. But I think that the feminists, are kind of like the MGTOW. They want women, but they can't get it. And that's what they're angry about. And the other guys that they can get.
Well, the Ragers better about that, but me as a MGTOW, I don't care.
Yeah, but you're a different MGTOW. We're talking about the fake ones that are still playing on this battlefield here. You're off to the sideline. You're not on the car park. You're fucking down the road. You know what I mean? Like, there's real monks. But there's real monks like you, and there's these fake MGTOW ones that claim to be MGTOW, but they're not. But that's what they're doing, and so with the feminists, they can't get the real men that they want because they act like men, and the only guys that they can get are the cocks, and they don't want those guys. They want the real men.
Well, it's like this, as a MGTOW has better things to do with his time. than to spurg out online, or fucking watch fucking flame content, like an addicted spurg, the real MGTOWs out there fucking doing it, man. They're doing it. They're stacking that paper to the ceiling. They're buying their fucking, island, their tropical island paradise. You know, they're out there traveling the world. They're seeing shit. They're banging thoughts. They're pumping and dumping. They're doing whatever the fuck they want. You know,
Mm,
because it's their life. They got the penis. It's their life. They can do whatever the fuck they want. More power to them. More power to them. Fuck the system. You know.
mm,
That's what MGTOW's about. We're against the plantation, the anti-gynocentric system. You know. Fuck it. You know just focus on your own shit as a man. You know, quit pining over these fucking hot girls. Oh, she's so fucking hot. No, she's not. No. Wait 10 years. She's not gonna be hot no more.
mm.
You're gonna be looking at something younger. You fucking pervert.
um, no, but it is true. I mean, that's what I see, and both sides are just as toxic as each other, from what I can see. I mean, the feminists are the problem, and are there narcissists in there? Absolutely, but not as what you're saying there is. Some of these rape victims, yeah, they're the narcissists, or my
Yes.
view is the borderline secondary psychopaths.
Yeah.
They're fucking dangerous. And they have like they speak in a soft child's voice. They're very
Yeah.
shy. They're
Yeah.
very. I saw it at my work, so I know. And when all this bullshit happened to me, it was in its next phase, reeling in its next victim. That's how fucked up it was.
Mm.
If you're a real victim, you would go, oh, I don't want to talk to any other guys. I just want to be left alone. No, she was dealing with other guys, getting into her little game, playing
Yep.
hot and cold. And I saw it unfold for the next 17 months afterwards, and it was a fucking shit show. And the thing is, you can't warn guys about this, because if they're getting love bombed,
Right.
you're going to be the crazy ex, the crazy worker, or whatever. And me being blowing up like a fucking I would blow up like a fucking volcano, like I always do, like going supernova on some of these people. And I was a crazy worker, the crazy, but you can't, because of that new love bombing phase. It's that new shiny period, and what you have to say won't mean jack shit, because I even told the guy straight up what happened. And a few months later on, something happened, and he kind of walked away, and then she played that hot and cold game with him. And, just trying to expose them, and it's very difficult. I mean, give them some time and they'll figure it all out, but it's very difficult, trying to warn a new victim of what you've been through. So,
Dude, no, it's been, and I thought for me, because I'm a chick, that I can be like, hey, dude, this is a crazy bitch over here that's fucking with you. And I thought for some reason, instead of listening to the crazy bitch, they would listen to me, because I'm more reasonable and rational, and I'm actually telling them the fucking truth. They don't seem to be okay with that. They would rather believe the little lies and get sucked into that bullshit, which is fucking weird.
well, not only that, they believe that the 1950s was a woman that stayed home, was barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, and dinner was on the table at 5 o'clock, and the husband got sex. That's it. And basically, what I'm saying is, guys being taught and teach to treat women like an object. That's what it all comes down to. And I'm just like, it's wrong. The whole thing's wrong. There's no mentors teaching guys how to be men out here. So that's what I'm saying out here. It's very difficult to tell guys otherwise. And in 5 years' time, and I've said this about Undead Chronic and all them, okay, yeah, this guy is not suitable for your daughter. You know, would you let her marry him? Absolutely not. I wouldn't, because he's only interested in the looks. He only wants to be the first one in the magical muffin. And once he's done, 5 years will go by, and then he'll move on to something else. So the woman won't be valuable, you know. So you can just tell that that's what they're all about. Is it's just about fun, you know, bedroom fun. That's about it.
Cool controversy here. I can go to bed now.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Babo, babo. Oh, all right.
What's up, my brother, man?
I'm I'm better than I deserve.
Awesome, awesome. Namaste, my brother.
Namaste, sir. Namaste. Namaste to all the panelists, especially good mother.
Hello, Contriver. How are you?
Just woke up very, very late, 11 o'clock in the morning. I hope that would be around afternoon or something on the Nag Files timeline. He is ahead of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
See,
you guys are the
these
same
guys
side of the
from down
planet.
under are ahead of time. Everyone else.
Well, this is awesome, man. You know, I mean, it. We're all really lucky to be alive right now in these times. You know, that we could talk to other people on the other side of the fucking planet. You
Yeah.
know,
Mm.
I mean, just like look, like 25, 30 years ago, you couldn't do that unless you're going to pay out like a $5,000 phone bill.
Remember the
Mm.
ISD calling?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We used
international
to have in
calling.
India STD, ISD, PCO, which we used to call it. Like STD
Mhm.
stands for standard national calling, ISD used to stand for international calling, and PCO is actually a phone booth or something where you have to pay and they would let you operate their equipment, which is a phone for national and international calls. Plus, they used to have a fax machine, kinky, kinky, that sort of a thing. And there used to be a matrix printer that is always working alongside. You would hear the background sound, and that's it. I mean, that was our era. 80s kid grew up in 90s, loved it.
Yeah, kids these days just don't know how good they got it. I mean, they actually got fucking start. Everybody's walking around with a Star Trek communicator. When I was a little kid, I've always wanted one of those, you know, and now I got one, and now I hate it because it's the most
Right.
annoying thing. Because anybody
Right.
can fucking reach me at any time. It sucks, you know. I mean, it's
Mm.
you know, I remember when I owned my business, I had three fucking cell phones, one for personal, one for business, and a backup, you know, and I had to remind myself to fucking turn them off just so I can get some sleep.
Mm. See, that's what Do Not Disturb is for. I
Hmm.
only check my notifications when I want to, unless it's my son calling me and like two friends.
I was pulling 16 to 18-hour days back then.
Well, the fact of the matter is, everyone is not as tenacious as you, good mother.
Yeah.
And this is not some straightforward flattery. You are indeed very, very tenacious as
I know.
compared to even other men like me. Because I would, I would throw up my hands in the air and say, "All right, that's it. I'm done."
Yeah, well, but
Tenacious damn.
when I see
So
crazy bitchery afoot and I see crazy bitches predating on emotionally and mentally unstable who don't deserve it, I have a problem with that. And
well, the
and to
fact of
take pre-existing fears and using that to get their way in to then fucking alter their perception and terrorize them further to redirect them on a different target I don't like that shit.
Good mother, the fact
Yeah.
of the matter is, MGTOW community as a whole cannot save each and everyone. And this is what I discussed when I was in an
I
interview with Mr.
know.
Bullets as well. This is, I would say, to anyone and everyone listening, it is just like a lifeboat on a Titanic. I mean, there are there is a limited capacity of people who could hop on that very lifeboat. That's it. They are not going to survive, en masse, just because of the. We need to happen to that. Sometimes even bad things happen to good people. So what? Isn't it? Isn't it life? A part of life. So
Yep.
let it be. I mean, we have already suffered enough because of all these people. Now they would say, oh, there is no proof of even FBI ending up at your doorstep. There is
Well,
no proof of police ending up at your doorstep. I'm not just trying to roil up the waters of what has happened in the past. What I'm
right.
just trying to say is this, because this has already happened. This is a part of us. So we should not let it affect us anymore, because these people have made their opinion, and these people have made up their mind that you are some sort of a person, and you cannot convince them. If there is a trial in a court with Mr. The Nag
Yeah.
Files as a
I want a
judge,
trial. I want a trial.
I would be your co-counsel, by the way.
No,
The-
I want this entire situation fucking looked at, and I want the people that keep making these accusations to fucking have their say.
so
Because
I mean,
if I've done something actually really bad to one of these people unknowingly, like that would be weird, but
No,
it's
unknowingly you have
possible.
not done anything. No,
Like,
no, it is not possible. You are giving them now an probability which they would use as a clickbait, saying, "Ha ha, she has not done it knowingly; she has
well,
done it
I
unknowingly."
I want to see, because you know what I heard Coffee say during that fucking emotional fucking diarrhea session on Sunkiss channel. He accused me of altering emails and altering messages and shit. I want to see which ones he has that are altered, because I know for a fucking fact I didn't do it. I want to see what has been altered in these quote unquote emails that got people upset or fearful for their fucking reputation in their lives if they spoke out against me. Like,
Well, the thing is, look, they have made up their mind. They have, gone deep down into that very mindset. So let it be. I mean,
no,
if there
I want some conflict resolution like a fucking adult. Like an
do
adult.
do you think these people are going to give you a conflict resolution from their side? Honestly,
I don't understand. I don't understand why you want to give these mental patients so much fucking attention, man. I mean, unless you just
Because
want to do it for the
because
comedy
they've
of it.
been
I mean,
fear mongered by crazy bitches. And the only reason that
fuck
they were
'em.
targeted was because of me specifically. So I feel a little bit fucking responsible for that.
No, fuck 'em.
no,
I mean,
you are
they
not.
they said, look, if a toddler's gonna stick its finger in a light socket, you let nature take its course.
yes.
But this isn't a light socket. This is a victim of narcissistic abuse, is what I'm saying.
That's correct.
It's a
I mean,
victim of narcissistic abuse.
It
there's
is.
gonna be some losses along the way, you know. I mean, we can't save all men, you know. Some
The
lemons
guest
fall
is
off
trying to
the fucking cliff.
the guest is trying to say something, or if he is watching cricket, I don't know.
I have no idea.
And I'm watching car racing.
Oh, okay.
Watching car racing.
We'll just pretend he's responding to our conversation.
I
Yes.
thought he was responding to our conversation like, wow, that's the best response to a joke I've ever gotten in a long time.
Right?
No, it is a narcissistic abuse, and it's an abuse by proxy. You know, the
Yes.
so-called flying monkeys.
Yes.
You know,
Which-
they,
Yeah.
you know, abuser, which is some of these channels, will spread the fear campaign and get these flying monkeys to spread all this false information against you. And meanwhile, it never gets back to the real source who actually said it.
Oh, I know exactly where it came from.
Hmm.
Every
because
single crazy bitch. And I know each of the white knights who delivered that information on their behalf.
We have the receipts. We have the evidence, my lord. Your lordship, your lordship. Just a second. Your
I need,
lordship.
I need to find
Your
myself a
lordship.
wig.
Your lordship. I want to try this prima facie evidence to be included in the charge sheet. In a supplementary charge sheet, of course.
I need to find myself a wig now and a hammer. And just to make a short video and say that, okay, guys, these guys are on trial. It's gonna fucking upset the Manosphere apple cart.
No. Put me on
It's not gonna be a
trial.
trial. It's not going to be
Me.
a trial. It's going to be a shit show.
I want to be on trial. I want to be on trial.
Okay.
Call it a witch burning trial or something.
You waste
Salem
your
witch
time.
trials.
Yeah,
Let us just call
something
it.
fun.
Salem
can't
witch
help
trials.
those that don't want to be helped. You know, there's just no fucking way.
They are just going to rage on each other. Yeah, you are
I
not
don't.
MGTOW enough.
Shit.
My dick is bigger than you.
It's going to be an epic struggle session, Mandy. It's like, you tried that before and you saw that ending.
No, I was never on trial before. I wasn't invited to that one.
They're not even going to give you, a chance to speak. Queefy can't shut the fuck up. And nobody knows how to run the mute button or put him backstage.
Well, TNFS might know how to do that. We got to go to a place that's like somewhat free of racial bias, because in that space it never will be. So.
Well, this is the only space that's not racially biased. Pretty much everybody else. I don't know. And even the MGTOW community. I mean, get this. They have black MGTOW, whatever the fuck that means.
I just heard about that the other day from Miss Queen Sunkiss. I was like, what's this? I thought MGTOW was just all MGTOW. I didn't know there was a separate community.
I didn't think there was. I thought that was SYSBM.
There's no such thing as black MGTOW. You're the MGTOW or you're not.
Right.
Okay. Well, it's not a fucking political movement. You can come in and say, okay, well, only the black MGTOW can be over here. Fuck you. To get the fuck out of here, you racist little cunt.
Right.
That's exactly what the fuck.
Paul Proteus never said the same.
It's there to cause division. No different than the fucking Marxists, the lefty Marxists like Undead Chronic that fucking come here and separate the community.
Paul Proteus did the same. Paul Proteus never said that, this is black or white, and he was black as hell. As long as he was alive, he never said that. E-Man 67, of all people, he is the one chap whom I respect a lot because of his stance that he took in the past. And he's black as hell. He never say about his race or anything.
MGTOW doesn't care about your fucking race. MGTOW's for all men. It's race, colors, creeds, religious backgrounds, what the fuck ever,
I am meeting,
I guess,
gentlemen and ladies, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, I am getting so much emails from people from Saudi Arabia, of all places, which is supposed to be the epitome of patriarchy.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And they are saying that Saudi Arabia is going to be the new Europe, where women.
Great.
No, great. The the conjugal rights of a man are in jeopardy, and there shall be no reinstatement of patriarchy According to them, they are telling this, and they are saying that if this continues, the divorce rates have come up. There is a pattern to it which I have deciphered actually. First, people are up for women's rights. Yeah, let them drive, let them do this, let them do that.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, what happens is, oh, we need women to join into the workforce. Oh, if that is the case, we need women to do this very often. And oh,
We need
as
more wage
you
slaves
are
is what they're
down
trying to
that
say.
rabbit hole, as you are down that rabbit hole, you shall come to know that actually what is happening is women are being given more rights at the behest of other men. They are usurping your ability to make decisions in the family, and it has already started. Has anyone ever heard about burlesque and the carnivals they have, and they participate in all of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have them here in Austin.
Okay, okay. So that is actually going on. I mean, it is partly it is censored NSFW stuff, so I cannot show it here because our channel would be in jeopardy. But it is happening in Saudi Arabia right now. Rock
Yeah.
concerts are happening in Saudi Arabia right now, where men and women are sitting next to each other and doing all sort of things. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is okay with that because hey,
Mm-hmm.
it is all about modernism, and he gave the statement that Saudi Arabia is going to be the next Europe.
Yep.
It has all the attributes. Why? Because his mother studied
Right.
in US.
Yep.
Can you see where the vectors are coming
Studied.
from?
Studied. Right.
Yes. And
Yeah.
what did she study?
Women's lib. Gender.
Gender studies.
Fuck.
Oh, they're fucked. They're fucked.
She's been subverted ideologically. She's been
Exactly.
terrorized.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
If
even if
Saudi
someone
Arabia
is
goes
not studying,
woke, they're
even if
fucked.
someone is not studying within US, they do it via youth conferences, youth festivals, and
Yeah.
all that to create another harvest of a generation of people who would
Yeah.
be able to be created as a vector in their own country, and via giving them some Ramon Magsaysay award or Pulitzer Prize for journalism and so on and so forth, he would be then highly promoted to be a key communicator. This is how the CIA works actually, and it is
Hmm.
quite right out in the open. Other than that, what happens is that man would be a part of your narrative building process regarding any and every country for your foreign policy, defense policy, this, that, and the other.
Hmm.
This is how actually the system works, and people are reticent about it. People do not
Right.
speak enough about it. I
I
don't know
know.
why.
Well, because I don't think they know how it really works. They don't
No,
know
they
that it's
know.
always a woman behind the shit who gets the ball
Exactly.
rolling.
Exactly. It has snowballed into all of this. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the Middle East that you are seeing right now,
Right.
Dubai, UAE has permitted for live-in relationships. What is next? LGBT. What is next? There are already porta parties happening over there. So what is next? Okay, drag queen story hours, and there you go. There goes your civilization. It is a cascading thing. Most of
Hmm.
these fuckers actually don't understand that.
Yeah, I know.
These nut jobs actually need to get, a proper education into how ideological subversion actually works. Uh,
Right. Well,
uh,
and I have a whole bunch of data with
oh, surely.
real time case studies still
Yes.
happening.
People make their own
Oh,
hell,
Real
you
sure.
know.
time.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Gentlemen, please try to just save yourself. At this point, we cannot save everyone,
Right.
because if we even try to do that, we would be labeled as every other name in the book. So let us just keep it to ourselves. Let us just help ourselves instead of helping each and every person, because it is not feasible and viable as a solution.
Well, this the reason I'm concerned with myself personally in this specific little reputation destruction campaign is that it's making people fucking crazy. Now, when people go crazy, they fucking make terrible life choices, like get themselves in legal trouble. Like,
You are not at all responsible for any of that, because you did
but
not do anything.
but no, these people start obsessing over this shit, and then they cross many fucking lines that will lead them to fucking legal trouble. Is what I'm saying. Only it's the women who are pushing these men to do this shit.
If I had not come up on your channel probably more than 1 year ago, I would not had seen the dysfunction that happens within American families by and large. So much so that Will Smith has to get up from his seat and go over there and slap Chris Rock, saying that
Right?
keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. I
Right.
mean, this is also manipulation. People
And
don't
he's a
understand.
hostage. He's currently a
Yes.
hostage in his own life. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So
Because
like
other than that,
you're trying to like have a logical discussion and come to a solution with a man who has what we call pussy on the brain. Okay, you can't talk to men that have pussy on the brain. Okay, they're not going to accept the program. It's just it's how nature takes its course. You know, estrogen does weird shit to a man's brain. You know, when they smell a woman and they get a whiff of them pheromones and all that, those endorphins and shit start kicking in. He's not in his right fucking mind. He's got pussy on the brain. You don't give a fuck what you say. Only thing he thinking about is pussy. That's it. What you thinking about, Queefy? Pussy. Ask
Mm,
him. Ask him. Ask him what's on his mind.
I
Pussy.
don't think. I don't think so. Bullets.
Is she hot? Is she hot, Queefy? Yeah, man, she hot. Good for you, boy. Go get some.
Nah, I don't think that's right.
but you get the gist of it, because this is what happens actually. I mean, this is how the male brain works. I mean, oftentimes I posted a meme in your Discord server, on
Mm-hmm.
the feminist memes channel, that this is actually exactly how male brain works. We think with our little head, and there is no nonsense about it. We really think with our little heads. I mean, that could be said as a scourge on men's biological imperative, but that's it. We have to face the reality. This is
Hey,
us.
y'all. I got to break in. I've been doing this for like 2 hours.
All right,
So it's
Okay.
bullets.
past my bedtime. I'm going to go get
Okay.
some Z's out of this here pillow. And Driver, good to see you, my brother.
Before
TNFS,
you go,
good
sir.
to meet you.
Before you
Let's
go, sir.
get on
Sorry
my
for
channel.
interjecting. Before you go, sorry for interjecting. I have a very good show coming up with Infamous Rifle, and we are digging deep into some of the archives regarding the past, like real past, like 2017, 2018, as to what happened to our beloved community, and
Hmm.
how ADL and SPLC came into the picture.
Yeah, send me the link in the Discord, dude. Let me know when.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Surely.
long as it doesn't cross my Sunday stream, yeah, it's not an issue. Yeah, I'll be there. You know,
Okay.
namaste, my brother. TNFS,
Namaste, sir.
namaste, my brother. You know,
Namaste,
stay
sir.
true to thine own self, TNFS.
Yep,
That's
no worries. I'll send the email back.
right? Yeah.
Thank
Definitely
you. Come
hit
again.
me up and we'll schedule that. Mandy, smile and wave, smile and wave.
Bye,
All my brothers
bullets.
in the chat, that are selfishly true, and good night. See you Sunday.
Night.
Bye, bullets. Thank you. Come again. You forgot the squishy.
No worries. I've got half an hour to watch my race, the tail end of it, and it's gonna get very interesting. So
Yeah.
I might just leave it here. And it was good
Yeah.
chatting
Yeah.
to you. First time really to watch your streams and whatnot. And I hope some of the female nature and MPD is happy to give it a bit of an insight. So yeah, nearly on 5 hours. It's been a long live
Yeah.
stream, and yeah, look forward to doing that. And hopefully, we can do this Maxell Live thing. It'd be an absolute hysterical.
I want a trial, damn it. I want a fucking trial.
Oh yeah, you'll be on trial.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, no worries. We'll just leave it there, and
Okay.
thanks for having me on.
All right. Thank you.
No worries. See you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
No
sir.
Night.
Why would you want the very same triage experience again? Please tell me. So that
No,
your voice
no,
could be heard.
no. So these people that I used to be able to talk with, I want them to be coming forward and tell me how I've done the things that they've claimed I've done. Because
Who is
these,
claiming that? Angler?
well, Angler has some claims, and he's very provocative with his fucking comments. Like he's not giving up.
Let him be. Let him look. The thing is, I cannot change the stance of some of the people within the community, and let it be. The thing is, men are more individualistic with their constant dick measuring competitions.
Okay, Contriver, this isn't individualistic when he's literally puppeting the same crazy bitchery that's coming out of fucking Alice and Scorpthot's mouth. That's not being an individual. Now, if he was actually being an individual, I would respect that. But just him puppeting the same crazy bitch nonsense that's literally been coming out of these crazy bitches' mouths has me concerned. I mean, okay, so this crazy bitch that I've pointed out, I don't know how many fucking times. Okay, this Elspeth Meyer. She's on all kinds of fucking channels, and she's been all over Angler's channel, applauding him every time he fucking goes at another dude. And she keeps bringing me up. She keeps bringing me up, just like Angler keeps bringing me up. Okay, she
Elspeth
wasn't.
Meyer. Okay.
Yes, she wasn't okay with this apology video. So she said, "You're more gracious than I would be. Such absolute buffoonery doesn't merit it. You reacted appropriately to deception, ignorance, and malice," which deception, ignorance, and malice is exactly what the fuck this crazy bitch has been doing for over a year.
So this is a woman.
This is a woman.
Okay, I
And,
didn't
and
know that.
I tried to fucking tell people that it's a fucking woman. Nobody wants to listen. Elspeth Meyer came to my channel when I first added that crazy bitch Selma Jean Francis Phillips to my list. She was a crazy bitch sympathizer. So,
What she has to do with all of this? I mean, she's not even in the picture. She's coming to be a cheerleader for Angler or someone.
a cheerleader for Angler as long as Angler is going after people that are that come on my channel and have discussions.
I
So,
mean, if you are shooting from the shoulder of another man, at least say it, bitch.
well, he brings something, he's like, easy now. This has stemmed from something that you weren't there for. It simply boiled over. It's between he and I. Know what I mean?
He and I,
After
whom?
Hermit and him. So he's given her hearts. He's trying to be nice. And I clearly stated Elspeth won't ever come clean, but this crazy bitch has been around my channel since the first crazy bitch, Selma Jean Francis Phillips, I added to my list. She will only applaud you while you are going after other men or me, just FYI. Yeah, fair enough. Please keep that battle between you and whoever is on your side of the street. Appreciate it. So he keeps bringing up this, you know, me not
What is
letting
the
my shit spill over onto other channels when these crazy bitches are literally on other channels when I find them. So I said, okay, when you have the secret to hurting all these crazy bitch cats, let me know. In the meantime, all I can do is point them out when I see them on other people's streets trying to burn their houses down. Because that's exactly what these fucking crazy bitches do. They applaud the crazy bitchery. They applaud the lies. They applaud the men fucking battling with the other men over bullshit that they started. They fucking applaud that shit. These feminists want the men to fight each other. That's it.
the thing is, who cares about a vagina's opinion anyways? So let it be. If people want to
But
actually get swayed by their you know this the bullshit about Scorpion and Alice, the screenshot you from the live stream was sent to me. Also, the part about me hitting on you, screenshot. Look, this is a video
well,
about making peace.
no,
Why?
he's yeah,
Yeah.
video about making peace that this crazy bitch initially was not happy with because she's not here for peace. But he's accusing me, saying I've told
You
lies about him, and he views me as a crazy bitch. Unfortunately, some haven't realized it yet. You garner a lot of toxicity. That's my opinion. Please keep me out of your discussions. Now, meanwhile, he's asking me to please keep him out of my discussions, yet he keeps going around places talking about me specifically. He's been next to True Blood this whole fucking time. He was on the panel when they were attacking you. Like, I,
Well, the thing
I,
is, I I would say this:
mm-hmm,
whatever has transpired between all of us, I am a party to it.
yeah,
Since I am a supposed white knight, even though I am sitting 10,000 miles away from you,
right.
the thing is, I don't give a damn. I don't give a I don't give a hoot about what they have to say.
But
So let it be. I
this
mean,
no
if you
contriver. This language right here. Unfortunately, some haven't realized it yet.
and you
Just
are
like
going to
down here,
persuade others, you are going to
right,
persuade others to realize it because
right.
of your own whims and fancies, good sir. I mean, at this point, I would
And
just
then
say, man,
I
just
know
get the fuck out
why
of my way.
many
Yeah.
don't. Like, no, but accusing me of lying, I don't fucking like that shit.
No, you have never lied. And perhaps that is why you are bearing the brunt of it every single time, because you have never lied regarding that very thing. You have never lied regarding, shall we say, the false accusations, the OnlyFans.
Right.
What the biggest, Pandora's box sort of a secret that they have unraveled about you is about your, shall we say, OnlyFans account. Now, these
Well,
people
no.
actually, these
He's saying that I lied about calling
swear.
to attention that he's literally puppeting the same fucking bullshit that those two crazy bitches are saying. Also, the part about him hitting on me. He's saying I lied about.
Well, when he used to come drunk on our streams
Mhm.
6 months ago or 7 months ago, we used to mollycoddle him a little bit, unless and until he wants to sort of a thing. So he used to do all of that. He used to vomit all on the floor, and we used to just, we are supposed to be housekeepers. We are doing some cleaning regarding that. We used to mute his mic so that he would not interrupt into the conversation happening sometimes and everything. But hey, it's okay. It's okay, man. It's okay. This is how you repay other people. No good deed goes unpunished. We already know that.
Well,
We know that. So it is fine. It is fine. And okay, but the thing is, when the trial starts, let me know, because I would be very much keen to not only be a party to it as a respondent. Plaintiffs could be other people, but I shall be the respondent, and I would be your co-counsel, because that is who I am. Let us see. I mean, if the trial comes up, trial comes up. And
right.
this is not about burying the hatchet, or this is going to drive a wedge even deeper. And I already know that. I already know the
No,
outcome of that. It is just that these people are going to see, I told that. See, I told that bitch. This is what they are going to do in the end. Muscle flexing on themselves. Why using your name?
but their perception of reality is off. I watched it all fucking
And
unfold.
what can you do about it? Literally, what can you do about it other than having your own say in a trial? Can you do
Well,
something about it? No. So I guess we have to accept it. You cannot say all men, by the way. We
no, no,
cannot say all men.
no, it's definitely not all.
Let other people get affected or infected by this crazy bitch virus or anything. We don't care about it, because largely, by and large, what
No,
I
no,
what
no,
I have.
no, no, contriver. I care about it because these crazy bitches are fucking loving it. They are loving these dudes fucking fighting with each other. They are loving emotionally fucking terrorizing people that are emotionally and mentally unstable. They are loving predating upon these men, and it's fucking annoying me. They love it.
Just like Punisher or Batman or any of these other Marvel or DC Comics heroes, the supposed mythified figures, what used to happen is they used to become anti hero themselves, because you have broken the law according to them, the normie dipshits. Normie dipshits are going to be normie dipshits forever. They are not going to change their stance. They are not going to enhance their own, thinking caliber to your level and see as to what is going around them. So I'm just saying, you, why do you want to bear the brunt of it every
I
time?
don't. I want the crazy bitches to be held accountable for their fucking terrorism. That's what I want. Because it's literal terrorism.
When another man comes in the picture, you have already lost that opportunity to do so. It is very unfortunate that I am telling you this as a friend and well wisher on my part, because I don't want to be, uh, not truthful towards you. This is the truth. When you are having a verbal spat with another woman, or a
Mm-hmm.
verbal battle or something, if you
Mm-hmm.
are having a verbatim with other woman, and if another woman comes on her side, it's done. It's done. It is never going to be the same. That is all I am saying. And this has been going on for at least 6 months, 7 months,
Since
8 months,
December. Yeah.
since December.
Since
So,
before Angler even came to this channel.
oh yes, I know that forever. It
And
is
the
just that.
and the only reason he got the attention he did is because he was fucking claiming to be suicidal.
Oh yeah,
And then
surely.
he stuck around. And then he got fucking targeted.
The thing
Like,
is, look, the
mhm.
thing is, whatever has happened, we all are broken people. You
Yeah.
are not bulletproof either, neither am I. What I am trying to say is, if we go for the trial,
Mhm.
thinking that even we would be given that space to respond to people, with our receipts which we have in our hands, it is not going to change the perception of those people who are already infected from those very women who were trying to do this. Now, MGTOW community is not anymore just like it used to be in 2015 and 2016, when there was some sort of a positivity between other gentlemen, and they used to care about each other regarding anything. There are no Chris Cantus of the world. There are no Bullets for Teeth or Howard Dares of the world who are actually doing that in unison. I'm just saying in unison. We used to do that in unison.
Right.
Before Southern Poverty Law Center and ADL's hammer, you know, uh, broke us on the anvil. And we are fragmented people. We have
Yes.
already been dismantled enough, and we actually, if it goes down like this, it would go down like this. We are we are so resilient that we could come up with a new label: bachelorhood lifestyle. I have thought that through, and I'm sorry guys, I'm revealing it over here. I am in a process of actually making an icon just like the MGTOW icon, the insignia that you have seen. Have you seen the MGTOW insignia, good mother?
Mm-mm. Oh, the thing?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I am actually in the process of getting it done. The insignia would be prepared, bachelorhood lifestyle. That would be the acronym that I have coined if MGT or W is completely wiped out, even if it does.
The contriver, it's gonna, like, all these groups will continue to deconstruct. They'll continue to split. The original split was between the fucking sexes that feminists caused, okay? That initial war. And then from that grew all these other fucking group identities. And now we have mothers in our society that are encouraging their children to chop their genitals off. So, unless the shit gets fixed at the root and the people held responsible, it's just gonna. I mean, you'll start your thing. It'll be a group. There will be lots of people coming in, and then the fighting will start, and then it'll fucking split. It's bound to happen. It's inevitable.
But, good mother,
Mm-hmm.
from our perspective, from a man's perspective, the thing is, we can only do this much. We
I
could
know.
only do this much.
I know.
Because if we are not going to be resilient enough,
Mm-hmm.
then either it is going to be some physiological or psychological damage to ourselves or
Right.
to other people who are coming in. Because between men, there is a thin line which you don't cross with each other.
Right. Which emotional boundary crossing, manipulation, toxically feminine tactics that men now use online, female aggressive behavior,
Well, they
toxic
are learning from the
passive
best.
aggression. I know, but this shit, people are doing it to each other now. And a lot of people don't even fucking know what it looks like, which is weird.
The
Like,
thing, the thing is, look, at this point, at this juncture, I would say, I mean, I'm down for all that.
mm-hmm,
I would, I would stand up for you because you have stood up for me in the past, and it is not just a reciprocity. I genuinely want to support you on that if the trial comes up, but if that literally happens, it is going to be like a rewind film of what we have been doing. We would be going around in circles, even though
Mm,
we would be trying to, uh, you know, shall we say, analyze and present our own receipts in front of the people.
no, I just want to see somebody else's fucking receipts. I want to see these, these 11 emails with this information and blah blah blah, like all the shit that's happening behind the scenes that's literally toxically feminine. I want to fucking
Well,
I want to fucking see it. I want to.
do do you think that crazy nigga over there who goes by the name Queefy Nino or whatever
Mhm.
he is ever going to be genuine and sincere enough?
No, I don't. But the
So,
people he talked to, I think, might be the people that he emotionally terrorized. I think, because I've talked to those people before and they were fine.
well, the thing is, they have been swayed. So the thing is, you think just like you think about Kwafi Nino that he is irredeemable at this point because he would die on that very hill that I
Hmm.
have done nothing wrong. I didn't do nothing,
Right.
as they say. A
Oh, but
grammatical.
but yet he made some serious fucking threats. Even said he had to come to Texas to figure, like, to find out shit about me, and said I was going to be silenced and I was going to be taken care of and all this fucking weird shit. Like that
Let the
was weird.
motherfucker come up. Let the
Well,
motherfucker come up then.
that was weird. But
He
the
thinks
fact
he's the
that
only one. He would not survive a single day outside of the US geographical borders. The people like him are thrown around like a rag doll. He doesn't know what is outside of the US. He has already all of this black power, sort of the cocoon he has been living in. He doesn't know the real world, and he says that he is into investigative journalism. He is into he has worked with the law enforcement and all that. It is just all bogus lies at this point. All his credentials, not because he has not worked, but you are coming after a woman who has done nothing to you.
right. Well,
It is
no,
just
but I was talking shit about Alice in Latin. That's what he kept saying every fucking went. I was calling them crazy bitches. Like,
and 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 he is the one who is
mhm.
actually saying things, and I have seen him on Good Mother's channel 7 months ago as well, saying that actually he thinks that you are the one who is connected to the government somehow.
All right.
So, D. Darrell, the very same. These people, the very same. Canary from the coal mine, the very same. I mean, at least for these gulag PUAs, I consider them to be infected, and because they have
Mm.
misplaced loyalties towards,
Crazy
that
bitches.
bottom bitch of
Yeah.
a woman,
The crazy
the
bitch
one.
with the grill in her mouth that
Yeah,
accused you
exactly.
of being a pedophile and me a pedophile because I fucking criticized her emotional fucking abuse that she did with her child online. Yeah, that
Exactly.
crazy bitch. Yes.
You don't bring your children online if you are even a YouTube content creator. Not every
Well,
day. At least if you are making a vlog or something, then it is fine because the children would be running amok. But apart from that, people don't do that. I mean, it's whatever at this point.
well, I want to try. I thought TNFS's fucking trial idea was brilliant.
Well,
I want one.
he said that even 3 months ago.
I
He said
know.
that.
I know.
When I was in Shinobi One's Discord server, he said, "Okay, guys, calm down. Okay, I would give you a trial. We would have a MGTOW code sort of a setting, and
Hmm.
Bullets came in and said that who is supposed to be the self-proclaimed king of MGTOWs? Nobody. We are our own free men. So if you don't want it, and he said, and you of all people, you are not supposed to explain anything to anybody. And then I said, what Mr. Bullets is saying. Then I
Yeah.
realized, oh, so that is how it is. Then he posted that video of Chinese Communist Party commissars actually putting one of their own under a struggle session. And that is how I came to know about all this. So
Yeah.
the thing is, even if it has transpired with me originally, where I was called as an FBI agent, even though that I hate the government, I am the one who was actually put on a pedestal and then booted out from it just because I was on your side, the side of truth, by the way.
Right.
And this is going to continue. Pondering over the past too much is not going to matter. Let us come with the receipts. Okay, let the trial commence.
Okay.
And I'm pretty much fine with that. I would be there.
Well, I don't like this gassed up language. I mean, this dude's been going after a bunch of people because of me. Unfortunately, some haven't realized it yet. I know why, but many don't. I mean, it's just fucking bullshit, man. Yes, heads on a swivel. I mean, back when Quafanino was fucking going around on a whole bunch of other people's channel before he even hit the MGTOW space, saying that the warband was a cult and all this shit, and apparently I was the leader and all this shit. Hammerhead had some good things to say about that,
Well, the
and
thing
he was
is,
fucking right. Like,
no, nobody cares about what they have to say. They think that their bubble is going to last. Yeah,
right,
this is a black space, a black power.
right,
It is not going to last forever. The only permanent thing in this world is change. Oh, hey,
yeah.
by the way, good mother,
Hmm.
congratulations. I just
What?
want to convey my congratulations to Western, not you in particular, but thanks to America, we have declared marital rape being a part of Indian law.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to be congratulated on that, but I'll fucking take it, I guess. Being since it's women in America's fault, this shit keeps spreading.
So, I actually posted some memes on your Discord server. Could you share the screen?
Let's see. Share your screen or
Your
oh,
screen
I gotta open up Discord.
on Discord. It is on your channel, Feminist Memes.
Joe Buddy. Joe Buddy would like to know how marital rape works exactly.
I shall tell you, sir. I
Oh
shall tell
shit.
you.
Hold on, Joe Buddy. You're gonna have to come up here and take this. Because you're going to have more questions, I know. Here, I'll send you a link while the Discord's open. Where are you?
It is before you said hoflation.
The hoflation was funny.
At least on 4chan and 8chan, people are so creative because otherwise we would not be allowed to say that in the open. And someone
Hoflation.
was and someone was also saying that does free speech concept actually really allows us to hinder our free speech? FCC.
Jesus. Okay, which ones do you...
Scroll upwards.
That's scientists or sexist? See, this this is the kind of shit that bothers me.
No, I posted. There is a succubus, and before that you have written hoflation, and I have given a smiley emoji over that. Over that, there is actually a YouTube video, and over that there are some articles, not some articles, but some pamphlets actually made by Voice for Men India, feminist memes.
Hello, Joe, buddy.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right.
So which
Scroll downwards. Yes, from here. This is
okay.
the motherfucker judge. He's supposed to be the next Chief Justice of India. His
I,
name is Justice D.Y. Chandrachud.
okay,
And
that's
this,
very interesting what he said in yellow.
yes, by marrying, she has not consented to refrain from sexual relations outside marriage without the permission of her husband. A husband is not the owner of his wife's sexuality. The thing is, he doesn't say that a wife is not the owner of her husband's sexuality in tandem with what he is saying about a man vis-a-vis a woman.
By the way, Joe, I'm glad you're here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack.
But so I don't know. I don't know how you get married in a traditional Indian ceremony, but
Marriages are gone. Marriages are breaking like biscuits.
but here in America we have the Christian tradition of marriage, which is one man and one woman being faithful to each other until one of you dies. And even now that America's not really that Christian, still the traditional marriage vows state that you're going to be monogamous. So what this judge is saying in yellow really is ridiculous, because when, at least here in America, when a man gets married and a woman gets married, they promise to be faithful to each other. And I would imagine it's got to be something similar like that in your country, where monogamy is considered the expectation when a man and woman marry each other.
Hold on, let me show. Let me show. Good mother, good mother, good mother. Feminist memes, feminist memes, feminist memes. Come on, guys. Come on. So, this man actually did this. He actually destroyed the entire concept of a marriage via decriminalizing the adultery law and that too in 2018, not right now, 4 years ago. And this was the marital law debate that even female MRAs from India were having, because men would become what they are falsely accused to be if these sort of things happen, because they are not taking care of their families, they are not taking care of their children, this, that, and the other. So all this is going to happen, and all social media activists must understand difference between sexual violence in marriage versus criminalization of marital sex on word of wife. And that is exactly what has happened, the latter one. If wife has faced sexual violence by her husband, she already has recourse under 498A IPC. IPC stands for Indian Penal Code, 377 IPC, Domestic Violence Act 2005. Marital rape law will be another tool for disgruntled wives to harass their husbands and their families and their in-laws and everyone else.
Now, the way I understand the current controversy with female rights, the attempt is in India right now to go after um, the man's parents, because in your country, typically, a married man generally doesn't own any assets because the house would be in his parents' name, and only
Exactly,
so
exactly.
right,
What
so only upon the death of his mother and father
he
would
would get the will,
right.
where he would be a nominee.
Right. So technically, there's a middle-aged man and he's getting divorced, the wife doesn't get anything because he doesn't own anything. And the way I understand the debate is, nah, the women are pissed about that. At least some of the feminists in your country are pissed about that, and they actually want to go after mom and dad. And
No,
I mean, these
they
are
have.
what?
Let me explain it to you better.
Okay.
The 498A IPC, as I said, if you have listened to Bullets for Teeth and my interview over there, I explained the history of historicism regarding that very draconian law, which was put into place via activism. And after that law was put into place, in that very section of the Indian Penal Code, they could go after men in general and their families and their sister who has been living for the last 20 years in LA, or his brother and his family and his wife and his children, who has been living for the last 15 years in Singapore. Even if they migrate outside and work over there and have work permits and work visas, they would be called back by the Indian government, by the Ministry of External Affairs, just like your state's department, and then they would be said that you have a court order against you or a court notice against you. You have to stand there in trial.
Hmm.
This sort of harassment has happened, so much so that even the Supreme Court of India has quoted this very section of 498A and the misuse of section 498A as quote unquote, and here I am paraphrasing the Supreme Court itself, legal terrorism.
Now, this Violence Act, um, is that an international statute or is that Indian?
No, Domestic Violence Act, come on. It is just based on the American Duluth model. That's it. Mass
But
incarceration of men, no
that
questions asked.
section 498-A, is that an Indian law code?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It-
That's okay. So
IPC stands for Indian Penal Code. Just like you people have a model penal code over there.
okay, so the Indian Parliament got together and voted this into law.
Because they were harassed and harangued by the masses of activism for more than 2 decades.
Yeah, That's how we had prohibition in America. The
Oh
women,
yeah,
the
surely.
women were
I know that.
harassing lawmakers. It actually, most people didn't actually want to outlaw alcohol, but it was a vocal minority of, of women that did.
Lips that touch liquor shall not touch ours. Isn't that the placard they were holding?
Uh, I'm not sure what their slogan was, but I do know
Well, this was the slogan. Now
I
you
do
know
know
it.
that it was a minority of angry women that got the country as a whole to ban alcohol when the country as a
Let
whole
me
didn't want
reiterate it once again. Lips that touch liquor shall not touch ours.
it.
So whose lips we are not touching? Women?
Yeah, well, that's a very powerful tool the women employed.
Well, they could turn off the tap on sex. They could turn off. But let us go into the merits of what has been written in this very, shall we say, pamphlet. Abortion will be permitted. Earlier, the only exception was if you are in a marriage. You cannot terminate the pregnancy. And even in that, with the consent of your husband, you could terminate the pregnancy up to 20 weeks. Now, this was another case regarding abortion, but they had to admit somehow marital rape into all that. So let me just unravel it. Let me expound on this a little bit more. Uh, the elucidation of mine actually goes to MTP Act. There is another act called Medical Termination Pregnancy Act. So under that, in the 70s itself, abortion was legalized. So we were just 10 years behind you in terms of the second wave of feminism. The second wave of feminism in America and the West in general came in the early 60s, if I'm not mistaken. And we had our own, shall we say, second wave of feminism in the 70s itself, early 70s, like 71, 72, that's it. Because we were taking orders from Moscow and it was a communist bastion. Marxism was flaring up, and so that's it. That was the gist of it. But again, abortion was legalized in India in the 70s itself. Apart from that, all these laws were not into the place. The 498A IPC, it came around in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. It came in the 80s. Domestic Violence Act 2005 came, as the word itself says, in 2005. And Section 377 IPC was there. Section 377 IPC is actually about unnatural sex, which includes anal sex. So you are not supposed to fuck your wife in the ass, as we don't know that. And this section was the biggest hindrance towards all these LGBT lobbies who said that the constitution does not guarantee that for the people of the same gender. So somehow we would be able to tweak it to decriminalize homosexuality in India, which happened very recently, by the way, in 2011 or 2012 or 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the premise. And now, a marital rape, just like we heard in this very placard, that sexual violence in marriage versus criminalization of marital sex on word of wife. Because in India, women file, out of all the registered cases of rape and sexual harassment and molestation and everything, 50.2% of cases which are already registered with the police and courts are proven to be false.
50%.
50.2%. 50 decimal and then a 2.
Hmm. That's that's crazy high.
Because they want to get away with adventurism, and then they want to behave like a Virgin Mary, an equivalent of your idiom, if might be able to use that. And then, since it is out in the open, they want to appear as a quote unquote Virgin Mary for the masses, because otherwise they would not get married. They have their little fun, whether they are in high school or shall we say college. And since adultery law was there, they were not able to actually get away with adventurism. So so they used to write their sobbing articles about it, as to how women are sexualized. How, I mean, this has been going on since I was born in the 80s. I'm an 80s kid, so I know that. And this
Well,
has been the template, the narrative building procedure that has been used via activism, so that women would gain more and more and more, even to the point that criminalization of marital sex on word of wife has already happened. It's done. It is not going to come back anytime soon. So I'm happy about it. It is like a blessing in disguise, because more and more Indian men would turn Mikta. I'm happy about it. At least the female nature, which was supposed to be of a mother, a daughter, a wife, or a sister, which is supposed to be one of our people,
Right.
we would come to know as to when the Mr. Hyde is out of the woodworks. And let us just see the check boxes over here again in this very play card. Wife is into adulterous relationship, since adultery has been annulled by the very same chap, motherfucker. Number two, wife gets pregnant with other man's child, because abortion has been legalized and she could get pregnant. Paternity fraud is such a big issue in India. It is just that it has not been unraveled in front of the masses to see that, because it happens very often. You come to know 20 years later that this is not your biological son. It happens every once in a while. And wife doesn't want child, so abortion is there up to 24 weeks, by the way. Up to 24 weeks. So 24, if we just use the calculator, 24 into 7, 4 sevens are 28, 2, and 7 twos are 14, 168 days. You could terminate a child up to 168 days, that has been assured by the Supreme Court. Then comes wife approaches court alleging marital rape, which has been the case with the 498 draconian law, under which the entire family is booked up and put behind bars, because some woman is giving her hissy fit reaction to something, because she doesn't want to do chores around the house, or she wants to you know be sort of a wayward sort of a woman. She wants to behave like a petulant juvenile child, that too in a married relationship. That's it. Now the word of wife is final. There is no this is just hearsay, but this has become a law. And husband is charged as a rapist, since it is hashtag marital rape. And now abortion is permitted, because she could abort his own child. Earlier she used to do it under the disguise of medical terms and pregnancy, and my vagina hurts and this, that, and the other. She could do it now in the open. So it is a free real estate. In the midst of all of this, what is happening is oh, I did not give that. Okay, so that's it. That's it for my representation.
hmm. Well, I'm curious about if you have all these feminist ways of thinking in your country, why is the divorce rate so low in your country?
Nobody wants to wash their dirty linen in public, Number one, people, at least on the surface, appear to be very hardcore conservative. They want to sustain a marriage even though it is, you know, even if the wife has done something wrong.
All right, so like here in America, you know, infidelity in marriage is somewhat common, and it often results in the end of the marriage, where it causes the marriage to end right then and there. Are you saying that in India, if that were to happen, the husband and wife would most likely decide to stay together?
The thing is, most people don't realize, okay, there are multiple points to this very point which you alluded to, sir. The thing is, I like the catty cat in the background. She is looking at what you are eating.
Yeah.
Even though I hate cats, by the way, but this one I like.
She's like a dog.
Anyway, yeah, that is why I like canines. I don't like felines.
Yeah.
So, coming back to your point, sir, what has happened is, and I'm quoting from National Organization of Women and AOL 2003 statistics, which has been quoted by Mark Rudolph in his book in the Under the Clitoral Hood, to support and to provide further
Wait,
concrete to
wait,
your argument.
did you say behind the clitoral hood?
Behind the clitoral hood.
That's what I thought you said. Okay.
Oh yeah,
That's what I heard too.
it is actually under the clitoral hood, but anyways, we get the gist of it.
Right, but
Uh,
that's an American author, and that's an American book.
no, I'm just, first of all, I'm just making a premise by supporting your argument via quoting the statistics which were quoted in 2003 in his book. And I titled the book as well. So, just the saying that you said, you alluded to, that infidelity is very common within American marriages.
Right.
To support that, there was some statistics that were given by Mark Rudolph in his book titled Under the Clitoral Hood. So the statistics are from 2003 from National Organization of Women and AOL, and it goes like this: 55% of married women cheat on their husbands. How many? 55. 75 to 85% of women file a no fault divorce, and in 85 to 95% of the cases, women get the child custody alongside alimony, sorry, alongside child support, alongside the license to sleep around with whomever they want till they are in their 50s or 60s or even beyond. So that is the premise that people don't look up to, because it is right there in his book with statistics from even the straight from the horse's mouth, like National Organization of Women, the equivalent of a quasi judicial authority in India called Women's Commission. We don't have for men, by the way, a constitutional body like this one. We have a Human Rights Commission, we have a Child Rights Commission, we have even an Animals Commission for the rights of animals, but we don't have for men. So even men are considered even further down the food chain even than animals. That's it. Even in Russia, they have a father's commission for child visitations and mitigation and everything, so that the father's rights are considered as paramount in Russia. I suppose RT is not available in America either, so you would not be able to see that. We have Russia Today TV over here. There was a documentary being shown which displayed that Russia had Fathers Commission because they want to encourage and induce more birth rates, because 80% of the casualties in the Second World War were taken by the Red Army, which was the erstwhile Soviet Union. Anyway, I have digressed enough. Coming back to your topic, there are 3 to 4 quick points regarding that. Oh yes, men are always considered as subhuman. I shall say they don't even have human rights. Uh,
Okay.
I actually forgot. Could you reiterate the point, sir?
Well,
I,
my question to you was, you're telling me that there's a, just like in America, there's feminism in India. But
yes,
my
sir.
question is, but why is the divorce rate in your country very low?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I now got it. Because there are some more of the things that need to be undone or deracinated from the Indian context to actually encourage that. So they are preparing the ground for it with the marital rape, with annulment of adultery, and uh, uh, things like attaching your parental property in your divorce settlements. That has also happened. Now your ancestral property is also being attached. So for example, if you have a grandson and you live in a village in India, and you have your son and daughter-in-law living in a city, or a small town nearby, and they have acquired an apartment of their own, and they are two families living together, and your grandson, who is just a young fledgling right now, he also got married today, and now he is having a divorce 6 months from now. The house which your son and your daughter-in-law had been living in, that very apartment, would be attached in the divorce settlement, plus your ancestral property, the house which, or the bungalow or the mansion which you develop, which you built with your own hands in your village, in which you are residing currently, would also be attached to it. So it is not just your parental property that would be attached in your divorce settlements, it would be your ancestral property as well that would be attached in the divorce settlements as well.
What's the divorce rate, though? I mean, Joe Buddy, you said
Oh,
they're low.
I googled it. It said it's 1.1%.
No,
Really?
it is in bigger cities, it is flaring up. It has come to around 25%, because it is now cool to be a single hot mom, single hot cougar. Young boys are hitting on you and things like that. The amount of psychological rape of men that is happening on daily basis, that is not going to turned around. It is just that there is so much stuff that goes around in media and advertising and brands and everything, that I don't want to. I have a huge arsenal. It is just that I don't want to unleash it on this very channel, because some of it is NSFW, where they are sexualizing little boys, just like you do it. It is just that they skirt around the subject via something else, so that it doesn't get too obvious and in your face. They are doing all of that. And in the advent of all of this, do you think, what do you think that, uh, the growth of MGTOW would be? Men would become careless, men would become hopeless because of all this. And so, for that ground to be prepared, I'm just saying there is some leftover work that needs to be done on their part, so that the societal collapse would commence.
Mm.
So they have done that over the years since the 70s, and they are currently doing it right now as well as we speak. But there is something left. I'm just saying that.
Well, that's interesting. That
For
country.
example, for example, let me say this. Let us just put it this way. If your parental property is attached in your divorce settlement, would you marry or give a divorce?
You as a man, you wouldn't want to.
Yes, but if it is the law of the land that your mother's and your father's house in which you grew up would be attached to your property, that would go to your wife. Half of it, by the way,
Uh huh.
even if you have been married for one single day. Would you actually give a divorce, or would you actually not marry in the first instance?
Well, I think you would be very reluctant to get married.
Okay, then let me ask you this. If your grandfather and your grandmother's property, a ranch or something they would be having on the countryside, just like grandmothers and grandfathers in the village side in India, they are used to supposed to, because we all come from villages, right? We all formed cities and all that, but we ultimately come from small villages and small towns if we go back into anthropology as well. So if that is also attached, not only your parental property but your ancestral property, which is considered as the basic foundation of your, shall we say, history of historicism, regarding as to where you are coming from, what is your ethnic, religious, regional, local background is. That would be finished. And once you have deracinated that via attaching your grandmother and grandfather's property in your divorce settlement, all hell breaks loose. And that is what they have done. They have already done that.
Hmm.
So it is just that we are not feeling the effects of it till now.
Mm.
What's your
But a collapse is about to come.
what is your opinion on Indian women? Like how what's the word? How desirable do you think they are to young men?
Oh, everyone is blue pilled enough so that they are like sugar and spice and everything nice. Even they sexually objectify little boys in front of everyone. Even if they sexually objectify other men, even if they crack jokes about it, they laugh at male suicide rates. It is hunky dory, so it is fine. I'm just an anomaly.
Well, you lived in Canada for how long?
5 years.
So what's the differences between Indian women and Canadian women in your mind?
Indian women are heinous and insidious. Unlike,
Heinous? Wow.
yes,
Right, and insidious.
Indian women are conniving. Western women are upfront because the law incentivizes them to commit that sort of bad behavior in
Wow.
full display.
That's
Indian women use their connivance, their coercion, their womanly charms to actually ensnare you to agree to their point of view, whatever that would be. For example, I would tell you, in my city, I was standing in a courtroom because one of my friends is a criminal lawyer, and he got over there. Two families who are next door neighbor, okay? Two families who have built their huge mansions. They are next door neighbors. They have an issue over the boundary of the real estate. Means both of them are having an issue over the fence, or shall we say the brick wall that has been developed between the two, and someone is saying that this is mine actually, and the other one is saying this is mine. Do you know what one of the parties actually did?
Mm.
He said, because it is about protecting underage children and all that, uh, the abuse of this law, I would tell you, it is a non-bailable offense, by the way. They told their 16-year-old daughter, since you are underage, you come with us, you tell the police, and these are mother and father coercing their little daughter to commit this. You come with us, you would tell the police that he touched you, our next door neighbor, so that he would be falsely implicated, and then we would be able to sort out this very issue of the boundary wall that divides the two mansions, and we would be able to mitigate that in an amicable way because he is not relenting. So this is the terror that even parents of some use their child as a prop. In my city alone, in my city, and I come from a C grade city where the population is not too big and it is like a semi village.
Well, in my country, you're innocent, and then they have to prove you guilty. How does it
Mhm.
work in your country?
Oh, in India, it is that you are booked under the law first of all.
You're what?
It You are booked under the law first of all. You have the right to remain silent, all that.
But do
Uh,
you have to prove your guilt, or do you have to prove your innocence in India?
no, you are guilty. You are presumed guilty unless
Presumed. Okay,
proven
so
otherwise.
that's the difference in your country. Gotcha.
Yes.
Well, that's yeah. Then it's very hard to prove your innocence when there's really how do you prove something like that?
Well, that is what I am saying. It is a non bailable offense.
Yeah.
So, if you are not getting anticipatory bail from the court, you are not getting any relief. There are people sitting in jail cells, prison cells in India, who have been sitting there for the last 20, 15, 10 years, and their trial has not even started. I was going through the archives of some high court in India, and the judge was saying, well, your case is from 1999. We have cases from 95, 96, 97, 98. Why do you think that we would prioritize this very case over yours? And of course, in India, the law works at a very pachydermal, sort of an elephantine pace, where there are only, within one Supreme Court of India, there are 40 million cases pending. So you have to sit in line. Otherwise,
Right.
if you are, you cannot buy justice unless you have money, power, and fame in India.
I was
So
gonna
there
say
are two sets of laws. One is
is
for common people, one is for plebes and peasants like us, and one
yeah.
is for people who are rich, powerful in any sense, or who are famous.
And how long does it take to get a divorce there? I was wondering because I know I've heard you talk about all the court cases and stuff backlogged. I was wondering if that was part of the reason why the quote unquote divorce rate is so low.
Because it is not easy.
Yeah.
There was a story that one chap had a divorce given to him, provided by him by the courts after 35 years. 35 years.
Hmm. Well,
TNFS is back. Hello.
Well, he has seen much of the car race. He
It's
doesn't
finished
want
now.
to. See, I was right. My guess was right. It was only a guess, by the way.
well, I'm
Just
just saying, if you end up with a divorce, rate like here in America, it's going to destroy your country.
Well, divorce rate is going to happen. It is just that we are not feeling the effects of it, or the statistics that are coming up from Google or Facebook or something. They are not honest about it as to how many. Okay, 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 okay. Your lordship, your lordship,
Hold on, I gotta see this.
your lordship is here.
Let's see.
Highlight him. Click on him. Yes, your lordship is here. Your lordship.
Oh, welcome back, my fake alpha chag, Giga Cox. This is the Big Tail Live Court. Here,
Nice gavel.
Well, on which surface you are
can you
going
hear
to
the
bang
music?
that? Yes, sir.
Can you hear the music?
No,
No.
no. Is there music?
No.
Oh, okay, there was a sound. Basically, I wish to appease the court. I wish to make a statement. That's for you. I'm going to make a little clip.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't get why these PUAs wear fancy glasses in their fucking own home in their darkness. I don't get it. Does it make me look cool? I mean, is it
No,
really
it
that
doesn't look you cool.
No.
You look cool right
just
now.
for you, Mandy. Just for you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, apparently, this mob justice is you're guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
So
You are presumed guilty unless proven otherwise. I love
Yeah.
that statement. I plagiarized it from somewhere. But your lordship,
Yes.
Plaintiff's Exhibit A, in which there has been mentioned some sort of emotional damage regarding the plaintiff and their own sorrows, which ever existed even before the respondent came into the picture. The respondent actually helped him to actually maneuver through this conundrum, and we have the receipts. Shall I pull up Exhibit A, the court master?
wait, I thought we were doing court later. No, because we need the accusers.
Oh yes.
I'm not going to hold court without them. I'm
No, no,
not.
no. This is not even a hearing. This is not where the hearing or the trial has even started. We are just laying a groundwork for all of this, so that we would be able to reiterate it in ornamental English, mellifluous one, coming straight out of the Coronation Street, so that we would be able to mitigate the charges that have been laid against us.
Well, walk up to the front of the jury and present your evidence, please.
Oh, surely. Your lordship,
Yes.
but before I have one request with your lordship, because uh, I think more amicable solution to ameliorate the situation would be sub silentio.
Sub silentio. What's that?
Well, that is a legal jargon for your lordship to decipher.
Oh. See, Contriver's going to have too much fun with this because that's what he literally studies is law.
Well, I believe that the falsely accusers should present their evidence, and if found guilty, they will have to leave the manosphere.
No, because I can prove that they were terrorized and they're just crazy bitch puppets.
It doesn't matter. You're still an adult. You still have to choose what you have to do.
But
He is
they're
getting into-
narcissistic abuse.
Show the
Or
receipts,
proxy.
good mother. Hold on. Let me
No.
ask my co-counsel. Let me,
No.
your lordship. Before you give up, before you pass a judgment order, Let me. Shall we approach? Shall we approach the bench?
Please do.
Oh, surely, sir. Uh, let us mute our mics and say whatever we want, and we shall be able to. My co-counsel, good mother, please, good mother, understand. We are doing this, and we have all the receipts. So let us just agree on that.
No, I have all this crazy bitch infection documented. But what I'm
Oh
saying
yes.
is the burden of responsibility I lay at the feet of the crazy bitches who predated on these people.
Okay.
I
So
do understand that they're currently seeing me as the bad guy, but I have everything to say that they are actually being terrorized and controlled behind the scenes by the crazy bitches who literally put them there in the first place. Like,
Oh, okay, sure. Your Lordship, my co counsel has actually agreed to it, but before the charges shall be levied by the plaintiffs, and then the respondents have to actually commence their side of the argument. Don't you think?
Yes, I do agree that they should have their say.
yeah.
Well, at least the
Yeah.
accusations. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Lordship. Justice be thy way.
Oh, there's going to be so many memes and cuts on this.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm loving this. It
Yeah.
should have happened, 7 months ago.
Well, no, because the anti-GM shit didn't really start in MGTOW until when did that start? Hold up. Um, I
It
think it was
was
this one. Divisions in the ranks was when I first noticed it.
okay.
You'll play it.
Oh, it's a long stream.
Oh, well,
Women,
yeah,
women in the manosphere, and then yeah, Engler was there. See, this is the one where they had One Fast Dak come up because they were talking about how women this, women that, and
I was there as well.
oh, you were here for this one?
Yes, I mean,
Mm.
it was before DAC or after DAC. I was there.
Oh no, not hammer hands, mate. One fast simp.
No, I like Dak.
Well, he
See,
doesn't
DAC is
like
a
I don't
great
know
guy.
if, huh?
he doesn't like me.
Well,
Well, everyone doesn't like everyone.
yeah, none of you guys like each other, so I feel like I'm
Yeah,
the only
just
one that
hanging
likes
around
the
and that's it.
majority of you guys. I mean, y'all are in the same fucking boat. Like, let's be honest. But no, Engler was there for that. I'm trying to remember first time I saw Cyber Toxin over there.
It was during after. No, no, no. This was not the stream.
No?
No, cybertoxin was there. Let me tell you. Scroll upwards. After silencing free speech. After silencing. No, 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 no.
No, he
That
was
is
here. He was here for this one.
cybertoxin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is the same one Ragnarok showed up in, where he's like, GM has gone after all the girls one by one in our little group. I'm like, these dudes are literally Alice Simps, and they're over there complaining to MGTOW dudes that I'm going after their crazy bitches. Like,
Well, who else they have to complain about?
but yeah,
Stop being a simp.
well,
Silencing free speech.
mm,
This
That's
was the
what-
one where
This
I
was-
came up.
That's why they don't come
Oh,
to my
yes.
channel, True Blood and the rest of them. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
Check the date on this one. What is the date?
July 28th.
July 28th. That is when it all started.
No, it started before that.
No, I know that. It is just that it started formally on this very date.
No. Formally,
I
True
mean,
Blood
with me being
with you.
with me being a supposed white knight for you, brown knight in this case,
Right,
since I'm brown.
right.
Hey, I'm not lying. You want to see my color of the skin?
I believe you.
You see this?
But this isn't even where the shit even started, though. Like, the shit started before. I mean, back in December. So this is just about the time that it came into MGTOW. Like, where these
Oh,
gulag white knights that were white knighting for these crazy bitches started going on these channels. They went over to True Blood's channel. They went on Chris Mitchell's channel. Snowman went over to Cowboy's channel. Like, these dudes were like going all over.
No.
Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense now, Mother, that that's why they never come to my channel and comment.
Why?
uh,
Mhm.
Why don't
why
they?
is that?
As I said to you earlier, they're afraid that they're going to get found out. They're going to get exposed. That's why they don't deal with me. Just like Undead Chronic, I want to be on his live stream and talk back earlier in the year, last year, you know, a guest on about, it was called CUD or CHUD or whatever it was, and about why nice guys act the way they do and all that. And I wanted my 2 cents worth, and I thought my streaming was good. I sent it to him, no response, because they know what I'm saying is true. They don't want to deal with reality. And these guys are simping for women. That they don't want to admit it. They want to act all tough.
Well, no, the guys that I'm talking about are from a PUA group that hides under the banner of SYSBM. So they're in this little gang. They call themselves Gulag Gang. So
Because they are.
yeah.
Well, but the fact of the matter is, I want to comment on your shirt, sir. It is a white shirt, and I like the collar style of it, like a Chinese collar or something. And I have the very same shirt, but with a Western collar. And no, I mean, I just like the shirt. I'm commenting on the shirt. Come on, guys. It is not gay.
Thank you for the compliment. The judge will take that into consideration.
No. Contriver, quit simping for the judge, okay?
Yeah.
No, I'm just no. In Indian
overruled.
courtrooms, in Indian, I apologize, Your Lordship. in Indian courtrooms, there is a dress code. It is not
Mm.
like US that you can wear anything and everything. So in Indian courtroom, the dress code is that you have to wear uh, black pants, black trousers, and that not to jeans or anything. Black trousers. You should have a pair of shoes, and that too formal ones, the ones like you used to wear in your school uniform or something, the black ones. The black the better. And for shirt you are supposed to wear and I'm telling this for men, not for women. They can wear whatever they want. uh, they have to wear a white shirt. So the people, I actually bought a white shirt for myself when my friend was doing some of the shopping with me, and he actually, I've got it begrudgingly, and it doesn't fit well with me right now because of my bloated stomach. So that is why they are telling me that I have to change the shirt. So I think that I would get it done like this one with the Chinese collar, and that also looks great, by the way. And on top of that you have to wear a black coat, and on top of that you have to wear a black gown, just like the judges wear. So it is, in tropical climate like India, and you have this much of gear on yourself, you are sweating buckets all the time, even if the air conditioner is on.
Mm.
Again, your lordship, uh, I would like to expunge the aforesaid statement. But the thing is, this MGTOW code series would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think I think it's necessary though.
Yes.
I mean, this whole thing's fucking stupid to begin with, and I think, instead of getting all pissy about shit, fucking open it up, look at it for what the fuck it is, and have fun with it. I
Um,
mean, it's not a funny thing because there's real people involved, but I'm willing to look past the crazy bitch infection and the slights on my character personally and the participation in this stupid fucking smear campaign, because I mean ultimately it's on me. So
well,
I
yes,
think go ahead.
it's attack on your character, your characters and
Character
values.
assassination.
Yeah.
Yes. So they have to pay. So whether they spend time in Megtal court, in jail, or and that's not good.
No, they need to give up. They need to give up their sources. Is what they need to do. All the people that they're actually speaking for, all the cowards behind the scenes, all this evidence, all these emails, all these text messages that they get, telling on me for shit. Like I know where the shit's coming from. So it might be handed to them via a dude, but that dude is getting it from a bitch, a crazy bitch that's on my list. And that dude is literally white knighting for that crazy bitch. So I want that to be brought to light.
It will, and all the evidence brought forward to the judge,
Yes.
and I will look at it and go over it and believe if it's worthy to go on Megtal Live.
Thank you, Your Lordship. So I just want to submit to Your Lordship one last question regarding that. When the trial would start or commence?
As soon
Is
as
there a specific date for the hearing?
let's make it a fortnight from today. Adjourned.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
Is that a week?
No, a
A
fortnight
weekend?
is for 15 days. 15 days.
Oh, 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Okay, good. Because I have a lot of work to do in the meantime. But
Uh,
2 weeks, huh?
Love it,
Yeah.
love it, love it. Love it.
Okay.
Love the judge. Love the judge. He is impartial to anybody. At least he has heard about the pleadings, and the decree of the court shall be of utmost importance, prima facie. And the order of the judgment shall be circulated on a PDF file for everyone to watch, so that and it would not be sub silentio, it would be ab initio, and your lordship would present. Here I am pretending to be a court master. And on the next hearing, the plaintiff as well as the respondent has to be present for laying down the accusations and doing the groundwork for the accusations and presenting the receipts for all of that. So, meanwhile, the plaintiff has to be present, the respondent, that is godmother, you have to be present, ma'am, and you have to present all the receipts that you have accumulated over a period of time, so that people would be able to, you know, look into all of that.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I was just going over some of my receipts. I don't know how to condense it.
Well, you could consolidate it into a one file, and that's it. I mean, these are receipts. Just make a carbon copy of all of that, so that you might be able to find it on a whim. Condense it within one Dropbox or one Google Drive or something, so that it
What?
would be easily accessible.
Well, it is because it's on my like all my channels.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. I'm hypothetically compiling all of your evidence as your co-counsel in one file, so that it would be opened up and presented to your lordship.
See,
Hypothetically, of course.
yeah. Well, I think it will be fun.
All right. I'll probably just
Surely.
come back on and join the stream, but yeah, I'm going to call it a day. And
Okay.
yeah, I thought it was quite fun. And
Yeah.
enjoyed
Oh, hey. Also, if you want to put any of this on your channel, feel free. My content is free for all to use.
No worries. I'll be doing that and getting the haters to come onto my channel, because I know they're there. The ones that True Blood and these other guys, now I know why. They don't come to my channel, so I kind of worked it all out now. So it's all good. So I'm going to, later on, I'll make a little Make-Tail Court Live for you, and a little clip, just a 10 or 20-second little screenshot thing, and you get to,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll share it in my community tab, and then I'll tag all the people that seem to have a problem with me. How about that?
That sounds good.
Okay.
All right. The court is adjourned until a fortnight's time. Bye.
Thank you, Your
Bye.
Lordship.
TNFS.
No worries. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. And we forgot that we have a fellow panelist like Mr. Joe who
He
is
just got
trying to
back.
say something. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, he just got
I
back.
was not, I was not, I have not noticed that he has gone back or he has come back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, yes. Mr. Joe, you were saying something, sir.
No, I was just asking because you were, the original reason I came on was I just didn't understand how that marriage thing worked. Like, how how do you like penalize your husband for raping you in marriage? It's weird.
Right.
These are the effects of feminism that we have accumulated over a period of time since the British era, by the way. And this is not a fault of current West or something, but the thing is, everyone wants to emulate West, be it South Korea, be it Japan, be it Vietnam, be it Philippines, be it Southeast Asia, ASEAN, India, wherever there is Sharia law not compliant, as just like an exception would be Taliban and Afghanistan. But apart from that, everybody wants to emulate what is going on in America. America is the culture driver of the entire world. America sneezes and the rest of the world catches a
It's a
cold.
cold. Yeah.
All right, so I, I I've seen this. My wife is from the Philippines, and when I went to the Philippines, I did see how strong American culture is. But the one thing I don't understand is when you see all the bad that American culture has, why, why do people want to emulate it?
Well, because it's cool. For example, why do you think India has gangster rap and drill scene over there? Why? Because they want to emulate the West. When Snoop Dogg says alongside Dr. Dre, "I am representing gangsters from across the world, still hitting the corners from the Lolos, girl, still." Everyone actually believed that he is actually representing gangsters from across the world. So the gangsters started calling each other as nigger. That is the fault of us. That is not your fault who are making music. But if your music gets worldwide attention, you become a platinum label, then what? It is heard all across the world because it is coming from America. And it is cool over there to act like this. It is cool over there to shoot people like that. Well, even though we don't have the Second Amendment, but we want to shoot people just like that. Why? Because it happens in Boondock Saints. It happens in that movie. Oh, that was very cool. So that is what the boys do. That is what the girls do. They want to open an OnlyFans. If not an OnlyFans, they would be able to upload it on Tango, which is available on iPhone Store as well as Google Play Store. It is a free app.
I would imagine OnlyFans is would be really really popular in India because if you can
No,
get
Tango is very popular. OnlyFans is second to Tango because Tango is something
well, what's the
where
difference between Tango and OnlyFans?
nothing much. It is just that it is far more native. So all the cultural women wearing all the cultural attire would open up their legs and show you what is beneath.
Okay.
So it is just a difference of culture. That's it. In OnlyFans, a woman in a G-string thong is going to open her legs. In Tango, a cultural woman wearing a cultural Indian attire is going to open her legs. The only difference is culture.
Well, isn't that interesting? But I would have thought OnlyFans would be popular because wouldn't the a local Indian woman wouldn't she rather get paid in dollars than the local currency?
Well, on Tango, they are getting paid, and that too in Indian currency. So there is no need to actually exchange the currency. I wanted to highlight that and flaunt it in the public This is my new avatar that I have added.
What is it?
It is from actually a Chinese folklore of a king who was a demon. So he was a very good king, very judicious, very loyal to the public from ancient China. But he was actually a mass murderer as well. He used to kill people every day.
Hmm.
Why? Because he had this terrible bloodlust. So he is right now just like this chap is over here as my avatar is. Hold on, let me send it to you on Discord. You would be able to see it in your DMs. This is about the story of actually a woman who used to have some special healing powers, and he used to drink her blood every single day to satiate his need for killing other people.
Hmm.
So that is what the relationship turned out to be for that very Chinese emperor as well as other people. I am sending you some other videos of Moonlight as well. So now you could see it in your Discord. It is there. I took some pictures of full moon yesterday night.
Hmm.
There is that cold sigh. Okay. Are you going to share your screen or am I going to share?
For what?
Are you going to share your screen because your screen is already available actually?
What? Share the Discord?
Yeah, DM.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna share it. I thought you were just sending it to me to look at it.
No, no, share it for the people. It would be much more fun.
What? A bigger picture of dude?
Yes.
Oop. I like the colors of his outfit. It's like my favorite
Yes.
colors.
He is covered in blood, drenched in
Oh,
blood.
I thought
Yes.
that was just his crimson dress code.
His his crimson dress code, but just like if you look at the other picture beneath this one, you would see he is covered in blood, as always,
Ah.
because he is killing people, because he is not able to satiate his bloodthirst.
Hmm.
Mm.
Well. And the moon.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
somewhere along the way, you started talking about the low divorce rate isn't telling the whole picture, and
Uh,
I thought,
Low divorce. Yes.
I
Yeah.
was just
Please,
saying, I
please,
thought
please.
I'd share what I saw in like my wife's country, because the Philippines, I think it might be the last country on earth where divorce is illegal. They have a holdover from the Catholic Church where you can get an annulment. That's very time consuming, and you have no idea whether you get it, and it's very expensive. And so the vast majority of the population, they couldn't afford it even if they wanted to try it. And the result is it's not that you don't have broken families. You have broken families, they just stay married. It's on paper that you're married, but men leave their wives or wives run out on their husbands, you know.
Wives run away as well. In India,
Right.
a
It's
mother of five children ran away with paramour. These are the headlines that I have been reading since the 80s when I was a child.
hmm
So it has been happening. It is just that on paper they remain married. So that could be one of the clerical errors or the error of omission or commission that people try to justify that, oh, look at their divorce rate, it is only 1.5%. Well, wait only 10 years from now and that would be turned into 100%, because irretrievable breakdown of marriages happen because of all these draconian laws, and men are not going to take it lying down.
well, that as a Western man, I gotta say I do like the Filipino way because while divorce may not stop broken marriages, it does stop the incentive that women have here in America to leave their husband. There's no taking half the assets and stuff if divorce isn't legal.
Right.
Well, the thing is, Catholic Church is one thing. If you see at Christianity in the West, which I have had a privilege of seeing it closely, most of these churches have become LGBT friendly, having gay and lesbian ministers as their pastors, conducting gay and lesbian weddings in the churches itself. So it has already been diluted enough. If they are able to retain that sort of Catholic church culture over there, then it is fine. But apart from that, I don't think that it would be feasible. And partly the problem is because the Western men, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, they are also fleeing towards either South and Central America or towards ASEAN nations in general, including Japan. So if you have an influx of people who are coming in with deep pockets, who are taking away your women anyways, that would turn on the problem multiple folds, because then you would not be good enough as a native person from the very indigenous culture. You would never be good enough for Filipino women, because as a Filipino man, you would always be compared to that white man or black man or anybody else.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying that on a side note, that also happens. And that is what red pills you faster than anything else. Because many of these women from India married for a green passport over there,
Hmm.
green card as they call it, green card for an American citizenship. Now they even might be living in India after even ditching the American man in general, but they are living in India, but they have an American passport. Every once in a while, they have to fly back to New York or Chicago or Seattle, and that's it.
Hmm.
They have to ask for alimony and child support, and that's it. They are sitting in India wonderfully in their own homes. This is how Indian women are. They are trying to outsmart the American system as well. It is not that, okay, one of my friend, he used to work in American intelligence. I would not say what sort of intelligence, but he used to do some sort of Jack Ryan sort of stuff. He married a nuclear physicist professor from an Indian university. She was that much qualified. Nuclear physicist professor.
Mhm.
He married her the great fat Indian wedding style. He His in-laws used to love him just like his own son. They were that much infatuated with him.
Mm.
Oh George, oh George, oh George. Everywhere George was everywhere. In every family gathering, in every photograph, in everything. She turned out to be a number one bitch. She aborted his 3 month old baby. This nuclear physicist of a woman who has acquired that much qualification, who has that much credentials that she used to work in an Indian prestigious university before,
Mm-hmm.
she aborted his child
Yeah,
after getting the green card.
but you gotta understand, Contravit, these crazy bitches that are surrounded by feminists for a decade, they're not going to value family over their career.
That's for damn sure.
She
To,
did not, she did not, she did not actually abort his child before that, but after getting a green card, she did the very same thing which any Western woman would do after becoming one of the Western women. Technically, because she now has a green card, meaning she is an American citizen, meaning she has an American passport.
hmm. What's so great about that, though?
That she could take liberties which eventually she would not take if she had an Indian passport.
Have you ever left the country, good mother?
Hmm. Many times.
So when you get back from an international flight, you got to be funneled in one of two directions.
Hmm.
Americans in the rich countries go in one direction, and the poor people go in a different direction.
Mm.
So
Just like in economy and business class.
yeah, so when you're an American, you get to go places that you can't go. Like I saw this woman got arrested in Spain recently. She's from the
Hmm.
Dominican Republic. Anyways, I don't really know what the situation of that is, but one of the things when I was reading the article is how much trouble she had going to different countries. She would have to apply for a visa and may or may not get. So it was amazing how much this woman had traveled being from the Dominican Republic. But
Hmm.
here in America, we can travel to all these countries. Nobody gives us a hassle because we have the American passport. And that's the
Hmm.
value versus an Indian passport. It allows you to
Uh,
travel.
huh.
Like my wife, I could go to I can go visit her country, but somebody coming from her country here, very, very difficult.
Mm. But other countries going to other countries is difficult.
No, it'd be more like going from a poor country like India to a rich Western country. That would be difficult. So,
Hmm.
Yes, because one way ticket is even that much expensive. It is around 120,000 rupees or something.
right, but there's also
Only from one side. And with a return ticket, it just doubles the amount.
right, but could a poor Indian save up to use their life savings and go to a country like Germany, or would Germany not grant a visa? See, that's the issue.
Mm.
Mission from the country you want to go to even allow you to enter,
Uh,
because they're afraid. They're afraid you're going to go to their country and disappear, and take cash.
right. Right.
Well, even countries like Canada, America, Australia, France, Germany, UK issue travel advisories to their travelers traveling in India that if you are going to travel to India, don't hook up with an Indian woman, because if she is going to lay a false accusation against you for some sort of extortion or a ransom money, legally of course, They would put you behind bars, and we would not be able to extradite you from that very country because the laws are in a woman's favor. That is what even the governments are issuing travel advisories to their citizens who are traveling to India. The situation is that dire.
Hmm. Crazy bitches. That's why we
Learning
can't have
from the
nice
best.
things.
Learning from the best.
Yeah.
Learning from the best. You
But
are about to sleep. Go to sleep. I would be here.
All right. Yeah. If you guys keep talking, I'll just listen to you.
I don't really have much to
Okay.
say though.
Yeah.
So you served, sir,
You mean did I serve?
in the U.S. military?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Oh, Mr. Timothy did. Also, he's saying I got confused a little bit. So,
oh, I see. No, I got a family really early in life.
okay.
Met the
He
met a
served.
met a woman and did stupid things. What can I say?
Yes.
Yeah. You're on family number 2, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I thought I didn't want to go the MGTOW route. I thought I would try the overseas route and see if I can get a woman who wasn't like Western women.
Yeah. And it worked. It's working so far.
I wouldn't say it's a panacea. Yeah, I have a woman who doesn't think like an American woman, but that in and of itself is a challenge because have had I had a second wife who was from America, I would have so much in common with her, right? That I simply don't have with my current wife. Just the cultural differences.
Hmm.
So I'm not gonna say it's a solution. It's maybe a solution for some men who are willing to put up with the cultural differences.
Mm.
But the folks that I know locally who have done the same thing I did, they
Hmm.
men seem mostly happy with their decision.
Yeah. So, do you have 2 sets of children?
I do, I do.
So, how far apart is your first and last one?
Hmm. Well, that would be 31 years.
Nice. So you're a lifelong parent.
Yeah, basically. The thing I didn't do was, I know some men when they're divorced, they tell their second wife that they don't want to have children, and I didn't do that to my second wife because she didn't have any children. I
Right.
wasn't saying, oh, I'm gonna, I got a vasectomy, or I'm gonna get one, or we can't have kids. So,
Yeah.
this didn't
I
seem
mean,
fair.
it is interesting you bring up vasectomy as well. When Father Saunders had his vasectomy, his wife had to sign his papers of consent for him.
I've
Yeah.
heard, I've heard that.
Yeah.
So imagine the irony that a wife is responsible for what comes out or not comes out of the loins of her husband, but a
Right.
man is not responsible for a woman's uterus.
Right. That's weird, isn't it?
Clown world, as we all living in.
Well,
Yeah.
my first wife was gonna get tubal ligation,
Hmm.
and no, as far as I know, nobody asked me to sign it. I don't. Yeah, I didn't sign anything. Nobody
Right.
asked me for written permission.
Right.
She changed her mind at the very last moment. The doctor was like trying to talk her out of it, and he eventually did because she was very young.
Mm.
But yeah, nobody asked me for any permission.
Hmm.
Well, they don't ask us anything, sir. They just tell us. They are not asking us, they are telling us we are
Well,
going to do this. Get on with it.
Joe, I'm glad you're doing your part and then some for the repopulation. Your replacement rate. You did your damn job.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I will say that.
Do you have more than 2.5 children?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
but I will say that I just disagree 100% with the Western mentality that children are too expensive, and therefore
Right.
you can't have them. Well, of course they're too expensive if you're, you know,
Spoiling the fuck out of them.
yeah, or if your
Yeah.
life goal is to, have X, Y, and Z in possessions. So, that's more of a what am I trying to say? That's more of a selfish, I think, attitude because surely, surely Americans who have one or two kids and say I can't afford any more, surely you could have one or two more. Because once you have one kid, really, how much more money is a second kid? You already have baby things. You already own a stroller. You already own, baby toys, right? And if you have a boy and you have another boy, you already have a set of boy clothes. So really, how much more expensive is a second child?
Right.
I had three children, in back to back to back years. I know what I'm talking about from firsthand experience.
Right.
You know, if I had a fourth kid, then I would have had both boy and girl clothes. It really would not have mattered. It would not have been that expensive.
Right.
And when we did have the three kids, when they were little, and a fourth kid came over to visit one of them on like a sleepover, it wasn't any extra work. You put one extra plate out at the kitchen or on the dining room table. It's
Right.
big deal.
Yeah.
At that point, big deal. And for everyone who says I'm full of crap, hey, just go to a neighborhood where there's a lot of immigrants and see their large families as you go in, like in the supermarket or something. How can they afford it? You know,
Well, they afford it via your welfare state. They
I,
don't afford it out of happenstance. They
I'm
afford it
going
via
to
your
say that's
welfare
a
state.
myth more than anything. I don't think there's very
Well, they have a patriarchy, na? They
yeah.
even if they are coming to your country via legal or illegal means, they still have a patriarchal model, and that is
Uh,
why they are able to survive. And most of them are actually from the Middle East, if I
but
might be
okay,
as bold to suggest.
all right. So right, I do because there's a Muslim immigrant group, where I live. Not I mean like right where
Yes,
I live. And I do
yes.
see, like, when I go to a store, and I do see a lot of Muslim immigrants with three, four small children. That's not uncommon. And what I'm going to say is they're not doing anything that local Americans can't do.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
if there are government programs to give them help, that's nothing that Americans can't take advantage of as well. So there's no excuse for Americans to say that I can't
Well,
afford.
there is still a mental block, and that mass psychosis which has been done of eulogizing feminism standards as well as dehumanizing masculinity in general. That is what actually is a part of the problem.
Yeah. Well, I remember years back, as part of this mass psychosis you're talking about. Gosh, I think it was about like when I had my kids. So all these years ago, I think, I heard stuff like it would cost you $1 million to raise a kid from 1 to 18 or something
Right.
really ridiculous. And that was all those years ago. So maybe if you hear stuff like, you go, oh, well, I can't afford more than one kid or two kids. Well, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
Who's spending $1 million on their kid?
Right. No.
Well, they are
Nobody.
talking about the upper middle class of the families. We come from the lower middle class.
Yeah. And the thing is, if we just look back in American history, if you just go back before birth control, so the last generation before birth control was the baby boomers, right?
Yes.
Mm.
So if you look at the baby boomers, they came from families of, typically 3 to 8 children. That's how big the families were back in those days. Their parents didn't make a lot of money. Somehow they were able to raise 3 to 8 kids on average, you know.
Well, the thing is, the welfare state dependence is the thing where it all messed up. I think when the people chose welfare over their own families, is and this is what actually is enunciated by every once in a while by feminists, even in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, all the time, because they want to actually raise the global standards and empower women even more.
Mm.
And once you give women education, once you give women some sort of a pension system or a welfare system, otherwise, a son would become her pension, right? This time, it is not a son who has become her pension, it is the welfare state which has become her pension.
Yeah, well,
That is the thing.
I'll agree with you there that the unintended consequences of having public, you know, a public old age pension, I think is very damaging to our society in ways that Americans don't even know, because Contriver is talking about like how it is in his country. You need your children to take care of you in your old age. My wife's country, it's the same thing. Okay, they sort of want a large family. I mean, you know, a married couple are kind of motivated to have a large family because then these kids are going to help take care of them in their old age. And the more kids you have, then the more help you can get, right?
Yes, and earlier what used to happen is people didn't had that much vaccines, people didn't had that much state dependence. So if you are having supposedly five kids, for example,
Hmm.
my grandmother had five kids, two died. My mother had three kids, three sons, two died. I'm the middle one who is still alive.
Mm.
So earlier people used to, and one of my elder brother, he actually got killed because of some fever or something he
Oh,
got when he was little. Infant mortality was also a very big thing in India, and it still is because of malnutrition and other factors. So this whole system actually does not incentivize more children because it is all about not maintaining the patriarchal model. You can maintain the patriarchal model unless and until you are some sort of Amish or Mennonites or something like that. In America, when you don't have any of your dependence on the state, in these places, what is used to happen is otherwise, parents take care of us in our infancy, and then when we become old and when we get older and
mhm.
become adults, just like all these Asian tiger moms and all, and as such, in the evening of the life of the parents, we are supposed to take care of our own parents.
That doesn't happen in America, though.
Oh, it is waning away in India as well because old age homes are coming up for senior citizens because their sons and daughters want to settle in America and Canada because they have become somewhat of a software engineer, and they cannot take care of their parents. I'm one of those fortunate enough who is actually taking care of my parents. So when parents are always there in the next room, you have to behave. You just don't go animalistic all the time. You have a decorum when you are talking to your wife, to your children. It is not like a free run. And you are in India, if your parents were fortunate enough to build a house like a bungalow or something for you, then it is basically a 4 BHK. On the ground floor, the parents are there. On the first floor, you as a family is there. So still the grandmother and the grandfather are still there, just on the ground floor. And you are living on the first floor. That's it.
Yeah.
You would always have parental support for children, for taking care of anything, for not no sort of nanny job would be there, and you don't have to give your kids for daycare, because the grandmother and grandfather would make him say A for apple, B for ball, C for cat, and D for dog.
And well, that's something that really is so hard to do in our country because people just
Take the
move.
welfare state over
Well,
family.
I was just talking about having multi generations helping raise your family because people in America they're so willing to just move away from their hometown. Or parents, you know, they're willing to move away. Like I live in Illinois, and that's a very popular conversation that like people in their 50s have. If you're like getting close to retirement, because there's an income tax in Illinois. And so many people are talking about moving away as soon as they retire to a state that doesn't have an income tax. So you have all these people, young and old, moving, and then they don't stay in close proximity to their grandchildren, and it's very very difficult to have multi generational families here in America.
Well, multi-generational families, but somewhere down the line, we also have to realize, well, this was incentivized. This was made appeared to look this was made to look attractive as a bonanza for the rest of the people.
Mm.
And when did that happen? If we go into the chronology and the timeline of the things regarding that, that is where we actually don't try to pay attention towards it, because it is absolutely fine since it has been percolated. So it is a part of a dysfunctional society right now. I mean, Indian society is pretty much dysfunctional at this point.
Really?
So I mean, you get the gist of it. Every girl wants to be a feminazi and wants to sleep around. There was one instance where two girls, their parents, who were farmers, mortgaged their land, farmland, to make them go to college because they are that poor. And these girls, hooked up on feminism, were caught in another city during their college vacations and were booked under and it came up that they were indulging in prostitution. 18-year-old girls, and they have already done the baby chopping surgery, abortion, since it has been legalized since the 70s, and they are very much into feminism. Their parents came to know about that, and they started crying because we have mortgaged our own farmland, a little bit of what we have accumulated since the ancient times. India is basically an agrarian community, not that much of an aggy, but certainly agrarian. And 70% of our Indian community, lives on agricultural economy, alongside IT and software engineering and whatnot. So they mortgage their farmland to make their daughters be able to attend college and be able to have a degree in engineering. Alongside that, these girls were making a little bit of more bucks for just a little bit of bundle of rupees and notes. They were indulging in prostitution, selling their family's name. So that's it. That is the new normal in India, and we cannot do anything about it. Fathers cannot do anything about it. Mothers, sometimes, if they are loyal enough, they cannot do anything about it because what is done is done. And sometimes mothers who remained matronly and coy in their own heyday did not get an opportunity to fool around, sleep around, and have all these extramarital, post or premarital affairs, then they themselves actually live through their daughter's life. So they could not sleep around. They encourage and induce their daughters to do the same. Actually, it should be in reverse. They should tell their daughters to behave and not do this sort of incendiary behavior. But it is just that they want to live through their daughters. That is
Really?
why they want to do that.
You're seeing
Yes.
this in Indian mothers are encouraging their daughters to act badly.
Yes.
Interesting.
Because they could not do that. So they are living through their daughters.
Yeah, actually, that's funny you mentioned that because I remember a Kevin Samuels episode where a chick from India like called into a show and fucking she was saying how her mom lied to her dad about a husband that wanted to marry her, and her mom wanted her to go to school. He's like, what the hell's going on in India? Like, so you're saying your mom went behind your dad's back and didn't tell him that you had a somebody that was asking for your hand in marriage, and instead of that being the thing, she forced you or inspired you or whatever to go to school instead and reject that marriage proposal.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
That is what is happening in India, and it is
yeah.
the main cultural norm that mothers are telling their daughters to do this.
Well, it's the
Mothers are
same in
telling their,
it's the same in America.
yes. It is just that it happened 40 years too early in America. It is now happening in India.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I I have seen so many like the baby boomers because I'm going to bring them up again because they were like the last generation to kind of grow up before things change. They came of age before the birth control pill and all of that stuff, so they kind of had their last generation to grow up before things really went weird. Um, and they'll say things like, if you ask them, like, "Hey, tell me about your life," if you talk to a baby boomer today, well, there's a good chance, odds are, they got married young. And if
Hmm.
you're talking to boomers who picked a good spouse, then they've been married their whole lives.
Yeah.
But then they'll probably say something like, "Yeah, but we were kids. We didn't know what we were doing. Like they made a mistake."
Right.
Wait a second. You
Right.
got married young. You stayed married for your whole life. You're happily married. Yet then they say, "Well, we made a mistake." And what that means is they're telling they instructed their daughters to not do the same thing.
Exactly.
And now they're instructing
And
their granddaughters to not do the same thing.
Right.
this became a chain reaction, a cascading effect. But please tell me, that isn't that where this generation of hippies came along?
These
Mhm.
hippies, they grew up under one set of rules, under more traditional rules, but then they decided that it wasn't any good.
Right.
But there's no,
So
they,
these are the people who could not. So So these are the people who could not dare to become like hippies,
Hmm.
but they actually encourage their daughters to become like hippies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like that church here locally, that Methodist fucking church that went through that split. It's like the conservative half didn't like the alphabet people, but this church is literally a bunch of fucking retired university professors that were literally burning their bras in the fucking 60s. They got married, they had children, they had their kids go to college, their daughters go to college. Like
And
not
now
not
all of
not
a
so many
sudden,
grandchildren, not so many grandchildren as they expected, but then they have this church full of alphabet people that these crazy bitches fucking created to begin with, but then they wanted to separate themselves from them. I'm like, how
well,
can you guys do that? Like, you made those people, you encourage them to be so brave and so stunning. Like, now you want to segregate yourself.
now they
You
want
want
to
a different
dissociate.
church. Yeah.
Yes. Now
Yeah,
they
that's
want to
bullshit.
dissociate. Yes,
Yeah.
but the thing is, you created that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, that is the sad state of affairs, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And that is the same thing happening in India, by the way. Women are more concerned, and those women who are actually worthwhile, like perhaps 1% of the rest of the women, not 99%, but
Right.
perhaps 1%, like an anomaly or something, they are too focused on their career,
Right.
and they are workaholic just like any man would, and that is why they are not worthwhile having any children with,
Right.
because they are more focused on themselves,
Right.
because
Back to
they
the
have everything
narcissism.
well,
Oh,
could be narcissism or anything, but uh, the thing is, those women who don't agree with all this are also not into family planning, or are also not into increasing families and all that.
Well, because if they're university indoctrinated, they probably believe that the world's overpopulated and all the other fucking bullshit rhetoric that they feed them to get them to not have children.
I don't know about that. Yes, the partly it is that, but partly it is that why do we have to sacrifice ourselves for the rest of the society? Sort of a MGTOWish way of looking at things, where
Mm,
you know these sort of things. Come on now, it doesn't happen in isolation.
right.
They want this to happen, so it shall be done.
Oh, fuck those people. I don't want it to happen.
So a vault is the new normal.
Hello, TNFS. You're back again.
I can't sleep, huh?
No, it's daytime. It should be daytime still.
Oh, where are you from?
Yes, it is evening.
He's in Australia.
Uh,
Down under, they are down under.
well, you made me remember a video I saw, Contriver, and you said about women and their careers being so important.
Yes.
I wish I bookmarked it because it'd be good to watch it again. But I was. Have you heard of mommy vlogs? These
No,
women,
no, sir.
these
No.
women, they just put a camera up in their, and they talk about their life, being
Oh, yes, vlogging,
vlogging,
vlogs.
vlogging.
Oh,
Thanks.
yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there was a mother who had a mommy vlog, and one of her episodes was saying why she works for no money. So I saw this title pop up, and a woman's like, "Well, yeah." I clicked because I'm like, "Why would you work for no money, right?"
Right.
So this woman's situation was she had a child around 3 or 4 years old, and then she had these twins, newborns.
Mm.
So she has now three children, and none of the children are school age.
Hmm.
And so they're showing what it's like a week in their life. And
Yeah.
basically, mom and dad wake up early in the morning. They get the three kids, they get them ready.
Hmm.
And it's a like a because I got three kids, it's like two, it's a two-person job. So mom and dad, they're busy, they're hustling, getting the kids ready. Um,
Ready for what? If they're
because
not
of
School,
school
daycare,
age.
they got to go to daycare because mommy and
nursery,
daddy
or
both work.
kindergarten.
Mommy,
Oh, is she working?
yeah, she's working. The title is
Okay.
"Why I Work for No Money,"
Okay.
and basically what she's saying is daycare eats up all of her money.
Oh yeah, I bet. I
So she,
bet.
so she says that daycare eats up all of her money, and so they show her getting up really early. Her and her husband, they get the kids together, and I think she drops them off at daycare on the way to her job. Okay, and then the husband goes off to his job, and then as soon as she's done with work, straight to daycare she goes. They're home about 6 o'clock. Mom and dad, they cook dinner. They spend a couple hours with their kids. They put the kids to bed. I think mom and dad have 1 hour to themselves, and then they themselves go to bed so they can repeat the process the next
Right.
day.
Right.
And I'm like, and then on the weekends they do chores. Mom and dad clean up the house.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, this is a sucky deal for the husband because
He's not getting enough action as well. Let
if
me
Well,
remind you.
if the wife
well,
didn't work, then he wouldn't have to do all of this extra work himself at home.
right.
So this
Exactly.
this is a sucky deal for the man, and then the
Yes.
woman isn't getting. She's working and not getting paid.
Yeah.
So, what is her reason?
Yeah.
What is her rationale for having this life? What do you think it is?
Well, the rationale is because she wants to be strong and independent, and
Sort of.
FOMO,
M-
fear
Men,
of
men,
missing out,
men and
fear of
women
missing
are
out.
equal. Men and
Well,
women are
Yes.
equal.
her given reason in the video was she didn't want to take off. She calculated she would need to take off 3 years or 3 to 5 years of work because maybe because she had twins, she'd have to wait till they went to kindergarten. Her rationale was she did not want to wait and be out of the workforce that long because she would miss like 3 or 5 years of job work experience and promotions, and she
Hmm.
would be that far behind moving up the corporate ladder.
Yep.
And I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And her husband
Weird.
went along with it. Or maybe he didn't have a choice because maybe she just
Well, he
absorbed.
doesn't have a choice. He has to abide by what the diktat says. That's it.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like as a woman in that position, it's like if your first thing is your job, that's more important, and then the kids will be after that, and then the husband will get whatever's left of the the energy, so to speak. Yeah, if she wouldn't have worked. I mean, I ran into that the last big wedding party that I did. It was one of my clients, and she had 10 bridesmaids. And these are all doctors. And half of them are married, and half of them are engaged. And, the married ones are like, oh, I don't know when I'm going to, start having babies. He really wants some, but man, I just started working and, I really want children, but then I just spent 9 years getting this degree and becoming a fucking doctor. Like, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You go have those children, man. Like, don't wait on that. You already waited 9 fucking years.
But the
But
cost,
it takes so
but the
much time to be a doctor.
I
but the
know.
cost but the cost that has been incurred by other party for
Mm-hmm.
paying for getting for her acquiring that very degree
Oh,
is the
yeah.
cost
The student loan debt.
actually gets transferred to the exchequer, which is mostly men in other forms. in
Yeah.
in a layman's definition, you are not you are not robbing Peter you are not robbing Peter to pay Paul. You are
Right.
robbing Paul to pay Paul in
Right.
this case.
Right.
And apart from that, what happens is when in the workforce women join,
Mm-hmm.
they down value and devalue the entire profession's worth. For
Yeah.
example, if there are only male CPAs or chartered accountants, we in India we call them as chartered accountants, as to what you people have in your certified public accountants called CPA.
Mm-hmm.
So if a CPA is taking around $1,000 or something for filling your income tax return, uh, a woman would come up and she is a newly found CPA. She would say, I would do it in $500 because she wants work. She would not get work that way if she would be asking for $1,000, just like any other CPA would. That would not be her unique selling proposition.
Mm.
So they,
And then they complain about a pay gap.
no, 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 no,
I know,
no.
I know, I know,
I'm alluding to a different point
I
altogether.
know.
I'm just saying that now, if a client comes to me, he says, what are you saying? That woman is already a CPA, and that woman is going to file my income tax return for $500,
Mm-hmm.
and you are charging me an exorbitant rate of $1,000. To
Well,
hell
I
with
mean,
you. I'm taking away my file, and you shall not come to us, and we will give her all the salary and all the work she requires, and that's it. I am rendered jobless, and eventually, just to stay relevant in the competition and just to put food on my table, I would have to cut my own cost and
mhm,
actually lower it down to $500
yeah,
as a profession itself,
yeah,
on a
to compete.
professional level, to
Yep.
compete and to put food on my own table.
Mm-hmm.
This is the paradox which women who enter the workforce do. First of all, they lie about the wage gap, and then, even if they get all things which they allude to, then they devalue the entire profession's worth.
Right.
And this is where, uh, you know, I mean, the devil lies in the details and whatnot, but this is where we actually mess up, because we don't want to say no to a woman who is actually giving you a discount for working for you. And
Right.
that too only in the initial stages. She is going to increase her wages up to, or her professional worth up to $1,000 real quick,
Yeah.
and then she would be rendered jobless. Just like, remember that cafe that opened in Austin, Texas, which was charging men more for a cup of coffee?
I remember that. Yeah, that made the news. I remember that.
Yes, it actually closed down because they were not getting enough customers.
No, imagine
The,
that.
I mean, they're
yes,
sexist,
yes, they were charging men more.
openly
So
sexist.
now in India, what happens is, in state transport buses, women have been given a free way so that they could travel freely. Now, what happens is, the government has given a mandate that a woman's travel would be free in a state transport bus in Delhi, for example. Now, what the driver says and the conductor of the bus actually says, they say, "Well, you are going for free. Don't make much of a hassle out of it."
Right.
They travel via standing on their own two legs. All the seats are acquired by those people who are paying the money. Well, since the government has mandated it as free for women, they are lucky that they are just getting a ride for going from place A to place B.
Mm.
And this devalues the system as a whole.
Yeah.
Free this for women, free this for women. There was a very recent conversation which transpired that some of the newly found feminazi activists in one state of India, they were saying that why government cannot give us free sanitary pads
Uh,
for girls. And their logic was just because a free sanitary pad costs up to 20 rupees or something, why a pesky little 20 rupee sanitary pad cannot be given to us? And there was a standing ovation for them. And there was another woman who was sitting over there. She was an IAS officer, a bureaucrat, and she
Right.
said, "Oh, so you people are now giving her a standing ovation. So now what is next? Why don't we have a good pair of shoes? Why don't we have a Gucci handbag? And why don't we actually give you condoms for free for family planning?"
No.
Everyone
See,
wants to be a freebie.
right.
So this is what she poo-pooed out of her, and all these, organizers and everything. It was a state government event, and everyone pounced on her, and she had to give a formal letter of apology for pointing out that these women are actually demanding freebies from the state government, which they would be getting by via the biological imperative of a man's nature to mollycoddle a vagina, and that is how they are going to do this. They did that. She had to give a formal letter of apology to
See,
those very
she shouldn't have.
young chirps,
She shouldn't have. Right?
or she would be thrown somewhere in some area where she would not remember, or she would have to resign from her job as a bureaucrat.
See, these enablers.
Enabler is only and only the government. In
No, it's the
Latin,
people.
oh yeah, surely, because they want to agitate, just like Susan B. Anthony says, educate, organize, agitate. And real talk, I always have to paraphrase him. Perhaps he should get his, uh, you know, counter to that
It cracks
copyrighted
me up. Yeah.
before anyone plagiarizes it. It
Right.
is educate for MGTOW men. Educate, elevate, separate, so that the
Right.
system is rendered high and dry, so that you would not be able to avail the very same benefits, and you would stop mooching off from men in general via the state.
Yeah. Real talk cracks me up. He called me the Burger Queen.
Burger Queen.
The Burger Queen. Oh, that was funny. He's so damn funny. Hello, Riggs. No, I don't think I can handle anymore. I can listen to you guys though.
Oh,
Just
you
not
should
sitting in this seat. My ass is. I need to get up and get ready.
you go to sleep. We are here, a bunch of
Yeah.
gentlemen, bunch of
Yeah.
chaps having their
TN.
conversation. You could listen us.
Yeah. TNFS is back there.
Oh yes, surely I know that. He's just recording on his part of. But I would very much like to have a conversation, and I would give the invite link as well. Don't worry, the stream shall go on.
The queen of the double wide.
oh, Contriver, you can add people to the panel, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
All right, gentlemen. It was lovely talking to you all.
Good night, Mandy.
Good night, ma.
Thanks for the combo. Thanks for your input.
Well, it is working men's hostel. Why wouldn't I?
Right? I appreciate it. I'm taking over the reins.
Thank you, ma. Go to sleep. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Now, here are just a bunch of ticks. That's it. So, if anyone wants to join in, I'm giving the invite link. This is the StreamYard link. I am okay. The court is in procedure. The court is in proceedings. Okay. So, anything else you want to talk about, sir? Because Kevin Samuels also considered that India is going the same way, and much of it, I don't think it is about religiosity as such. It is more about respect for the rule of law in India. Because if you are, and the law enforcement is brutal, but they still follow the laws, thinking that it is our own people who are doing that. So that could be one of the reasons for that sort of cognitive dissonance.
Mm,
But apart from that, there is asymmetry in all of these things which are happening all across the world, not only in India or not only in the US, even though the Roe v. Wade has been turned around or annulled. I would say still the problem still lies, which is of the Duluth model as well as the, shall we say, no fault divorce, which was introduced by our own blue eyed boy Ronald Reagan, isn't it?
mm, mm. But Ronald Reagan, I think, got tricked.
Yes, but the thing is, even he got tricked via activism and via the using and coercing him to use the biological imperative of a man to shield women and children. So
Well,
that,
and in Ronald Reagan's situation, he got divorced himself against his will.
oh
And,
yes,
and what happened was his wife divorced him. He didn't want it, but he, couldn't stop it either. But back before the current laws, you needed proof. And what a lot of people did was they didn't actually have any proof that would be a legal cause for divorce. Two people just maybe didn't want to stay married anymore. So what they would do was, like, a guy would get into bed with a woman and somebody would take a photograph and make it look like he had committed adultery. Then that would be the proof. And Ronald Reagan was led to believe, or that at least that's what his thinking was that it would just make an unpleasant thing a little bit less difficult, less unpleasant. He didn't understand that what he was really doing was screwing up and signing a bill that would make divorce more common. And that was what happened, but it wasn't the intent, and that wasn't how they were selling it. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
yes, yes, I totally get that.
So
But
yeah, you could say, gee, it's an ugly thing. Let's make it a little bit easier to do. But what you what you ended up seeing was there was a lot of unhappily married people, and suddenly, the moment they could, these women divorced their husbands, and so there was this huge spike in divorces in the 1970s after one state after another, started to enact these no fault divorce laws.
well, that is the irony that some people actually have to, abide by the rules, and some people are always above the rules. Some people think they are the law themselves. So that is why I always say that no good deed goes unpunished, and that is why you should not commit good deeds to anybody.
Hmm.
Be neutral, and that's it.
Well,
In India's case, men actually die because of police brutality, and it never gets published. Why? Because it was at the behest of women who harass their in-laws, their the sister of the groom, the brother of the groom, and their families and their children. Even underage children have been locked up behind bars because of these very draconian laws of 498A IPC, which I explained to you, sir.
yeah. Well, I'm curious about about life in India in one aspect, because here in America we don't have, we don't have two families living in one house. That's very uncommon. What is it like when a woman gets married and then she has to move into her husband's home with his parents? What is that dynamic like? Is it easy for
Cat fights all day between the mother and wife.
so that's common.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because here in America, we would kind of never say that's a good idea. We would say it's not a good idea to put two women under the same roof, because both women are going to want to run the house their way. But
There are always stories coming up because the bride actually threw hot boiling oil on her mother-in-law's face because she told her to lower down the volume of the television or something. It is just a common occurrence. It is brushed aside, laughed upon, and that's it.
wow.
Yes. It is not even given that much airtime because it is such a daily occurrence. Even when men are victims of domestic violence and abuse, wife threw a pressure cooker at her man, or wife threw some utensils at her man. What when he goes to the police laughs and says, in these sort of cases, son, you should say, I am sorry to your woman and go back. They don't even register your case.
Hmm.
They don't even register your case because you have to die on that hill. Just like I used to hear in MGTOW subreddit when it was there. These women would like to see me die on my horse, die on that hill, instead of seeing me as vulnerable as well. They want to see me as a bulletproof chap who is just going to die for them. And that is, in an ideological sense, that is what the envisioning a man really is, being a sperm donor as well as a cannon fodder for the society. But in an ideological sense, you also had patriarchy, and men were able to retain the land which they fought for, the livestock which they fought for, the women whom they own, and the children who are theirs. This was the typical modus operandi. Now, since we don't have that patriarchy, we don't have conjugal and familial rights, paternal rights in particular, since we don't have any of that, then what is the use of actually getting married in the first instance? That is what I always argue about to anybody. To anybody.
I would say the only benefit of getting married would be if you want children.
Children, I think,
I mean,
could
if
be
you want
one
children,
factor, but
then get
could
married.
be could be one factor, but in the long run, is it a return on investment, or is it just a completely depreciating value? Supposedly, your children don't like you. The mother of the children would be able to manipulate her own children to have a bias against you in the long run. And there have been instances where, on the behest of mother, full grown daughters have killed their own father via poisoning them, via choking them, stifling their neck when they would be actually sleeping or something. So
Hmm.
these instances are very common in India. It is a common occurrence. Indians don't even fret about it that much.
Really.
It is just brushed aside as some sort of, yeah, criminal case. Yeah, the wife was having extramarital affair and she convinced the daughter to join her in the act. Typical trad cuck behavior.
That's interesting.
So, behind the veil of that 1.5% of divorce, there is a lot which is going around. It is just that it is not flaunted in front of the Western audience. And certainly, I am one of those who have had enough, and I am ready to wash my dirty linen in public.
But why did you have enough? Did something specifically happen to you?
Yes, my life also got destroyed.
Oh, okay. I thought you were too young for that to had happened to you.
I'm in my mid 30s, sir.
Oh, you're a little older than I thought you were.
I was born in the 80s. That is why
Yeah,
I said
you did say that.
yes.
Mm. Hmm. Yeah, well, it's nothing like getting a bad experience with a woman to make you change your mind on a lot of things.
Well, bad experiences with the law. I don't want to change women. Women are what they are. This is female nature. It is just that you don't have to incentivize it in a way that would be
Well, yeah.
not fully thought through, as well as that would be in complete contradiction to family values, because that is what is really happening.
Yeah,
It is
well,
completely antithetical
mm,
towards family values.
yeah. I mean, once upon a time in my country, um, if the family was to break down, the man would, he would have the final say in how things would go down. You know.
Once upon a time in my country, men used to give up their life happily
Yeah.
for women and children.
Well, sure. Same,
Now,
same here.
now they are far more reticent about it.
But but what I'm saying is, once upon a time, if a man and a woman just weren't going to stay together for whatever reason, the men, would they would have the legal authority to decide, like, well, what's going to happen to the children?
Well,
There
the
was,
thing is, they were that much perspicacious and hardwired actually to care about children at that point. Nowadays, when women are freely aborting their children, do you think they care about children at all?
well, I think most women, I think most mothers care about their children, but I'm going to
No,
preface that.
I think I think slightly different from you, sir, on this very issue. Most mothers use their children as a prop, just like a Chinese poodle or something.
Now,
And believe me when I say so, I have seen that with my own eyes.
I'm not
Even
I'm
in
not going to
India,
argue, but
how they use their children so that they have to, uh, get back at someone.
I'm not going to argue that that doesn't happen. But I would. It's my opinion that most mothers, um, one, love their children and want to know what's best for their children. But, and here's the but, not at the expense of certain things. For example, I think I think if it comes down to a choice between, say, a mother's personal happiness and what's best for her children, the mother will choose her personal happiness most times over what's best for her kid, such as, oh, I want to have a career and I'll put my kid in daycare. Yeah, most women deep down they know that putting their kid in daycare is not what's in the best interest of their kid. That's why women feel guilty for doing it, but they do it.
Exactly.
And the same
And
thing
they
about
do.
divorcing their husbands because they don't have the XYZ, oh, my husband, he's boring, or, you know, he doesn't excite me anymore. Or I fell out of, I mean, I hear American women say, I fell out of love. Oh, yeah, my ex-husband, yeah, he's a nice guy. He's a good dad. We just sort of fell out of love. What type of reason is that to get divorced?
Well, that is what makes a conducive atmosphere, incentivize it on top of it, so that they would be able to get away with adventurism. Because earlier, if you see, most men used to remain virgin till they are married to someone. Even in those cases, isn't it? The common folks, I'm talking about the common folks. I'm not talking about those who could afford going to a brothel or something. There was once upon a time, people used to not marry non-virgin women. There used to be a time when widows or divorcees never used to get remarried. There was once upon a time, men didn't used to marry porn stars. Now they are doing all of that because of that very biological marker of an imperative that tells us to do all of that.
Hmm.
So someone made a 4chan about it, which I posted on Good Mother's Discord server. It is called as hoflation because you are getting a raw deal out of a woman who is 20 times downgraded of that of your grandmother, and your shall we say, uh, they regard or they demand even 100 times more of what your grandfather did for the family. So in that regard, you are getting a raw deal out of it. And it no self-conscious, no sane man would be able to pick up that deal. It is all by design, by the way, by the state, by the government, because they don't want to incentivize families, because the state is not benefiting from a divorce. If you would get remarried, all these people who are, you know, saying about love marriages and whatnot, it was started in the 40s by a greeting card making company because they wanted to incentivize their own sales for that greeting card manufacturing. I guess that explains a lot.
Hmm. Well, I don't know about I don't know about your point of view, but I think that a lot of the blame for what men don't like is men's fault because you did mention about the porn star type of quality that a lot of women have today, and I'm going to blame men to a certain extent because they are choosing these type of women.
No, I failed to I just like you. I'm sort of considered as a sort of a professional Cassandra, but even then, I fail to comprehend and I fail to understand, apart from biological imperative, why they have to go through this very harassment and emotional and psychological rape, where they are willing to be victims themselves. And perhaps it stems from the biological imperatives as well. That is why I always profess about self love and
Well,
uh,
you may have
self conscience for men.
you may have a biological need, but um, you don't need to have a preference over a slutty woman over a virtuous woman. And this is what so many men do. They do have this preference of the slutty woman over the virtuous woman. So at least here in America, I'm going to blame a bunch of the problems that men are also complaining about on men because, well, hey, you can't have it both ways. You can't complain about slutty women, but then chasing them and being attracted to them.
I would tell you why they are infatuated with slutty women. The reason being, they just want a release. That's it. They don't want anything else to do with that. They just want a release. And a release actually does not come in a way that they would desire. They have to carry on the burden, actually.
Oh, oh. Did you see this link? I don't know what's going on.
In the private chat,
Oh, never mind. That's just StreamYards. I don't understand. TNS says make Tau Court live. I don't know what that was all about.
oh, he's just recording at this point.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm just a little harsh on men because I've listened to MGTOW videos for gosh 10 years now, and they complain about the same old things, and I'm just flabbergasted. It's like, okay, yeah, you complain about you. I mean, these men complain about certain things, but then I hear the stories, and they're all so very similar. A man got did wrong by a woman, but what made him choose her in the first place? You know, this woman was not the type of woman that you would ever want to start a family with, but yet here these men did it.
I think the biological marker of this conditioning as well, happy wife, happy life, she wears the pants in a relationship, or what is yours is hers, and what is hers as is hers as well. In that regard, what happens is that feminism has radiated outwards from the rest of the world to abuse masculine nature and masculinity against men in such a way, in such a conniving way, that people would be able to actually taint the normal interaction between an average man and an average woman forever. And they have succeeded in doing that.
Mm.
And this is what people don't understand.
we would fairly give our lives for women who were women of, let us just say, the past, like from 1000 years ago or something.
Hmm.
We cannot give our lives for an ungrateful, man hating society, and that is why MGTOW is such a necessary reaction to feminism, where these people would not be able to actually do something about it. We are not able to do anything about it. What are we going to do? Kill the policeman who is going to show up on our doorstep? What are we going to do? Kill the judge? Then what? Kill the president? Kill the prime minister? Does that going to solve any problem? Yes. If the Second World War and First World War was happening even today, we would be able to survive. Because then, when you don't have land, when you don't have anything, you are supposed to have larger families for your protection. As a family, suppose you have 10 sons of your own, or let us just say 5 sons of your own. If someone comes on your ranch, if I come on your ranch, hypothetically speaking, of course, and try to blackmail you, or if I try to harass you, you already know that your 5 sons would take care of their mother after you are gone. So you would be flamboyant as well. You would be able to take risks which normally you would not have, isn't it? So a
Yes.
larger family is required, and that actually checks the biological markers of people having more than the replacement rate of the demographic change, which is 2.2.
Well, I would say that's only the replacement level in a Western country. In a country with medical care that's not as good, you would need a higher birth rate.
That is why I already said my mother had 3 children.
Yeah.
Two died. I survived. I am the second one. My grandmother had 5 children. Two died. Three survived because of Haza, influenza, diarrhea, malaria, cholera, all these airborne, waterborne diseases and pandemics, famines, wars. We could survive through all of it by just having children. But now, as a humanity, we are doomed.
Yeah, well, we are going to be witnessing a population decline in the next over the next century.
Oh, surely. By, I think, by 2030, the global population in some parts of the world would start to decline, and it would decline so abruptly, in a very erratic and sporadic way and manner, that people would not be able to realize as to what is happening. What did what uh, wrong has been done.
Oh, for sure. I was watching this demographer explaining about population, and it was very interesting. He's like in the entire world, with the exception of the continent of Africa, birth rates have all went down so much that the population isn't growing.
And that is why they are
Right.
saying for more feminism via the Sustainable Development Goals, via the United Nations, and
Right.
that too in Africa a lot. Why? Because then they would be able to actually
Well,
uh,
he says Africa's declining too. They're just about a generation behind.
Oh yes, oh yes.
But what
That is what I was saying.
but one thing he
That
did say was it's not apparent. It's not so readily apparent because people are living longer. So maybe in some countries population will continue to grow for a little while, even though they're having small families because the the medicine, is letting people have longer lifespans. But
nowadays everyone is, advocating for having less babies,
right,
or at least delay the conceiving of a child.
right. But he said what's going to happen is as soon as that phenomenon of stretching people's lives out longer, when that ends and you're just looking at births and deaths from one year to the next, it's really going to be very rapid when you're going to see these population declines. And
Oh
a
yes,
guy named
oh
Peter
yes.
Nyhan who's talking about China, because China is in a and is an exceptional example of this demographic thing that's about to happen because they enforced a one child policy. They basically went from large families to one child like overnight. And their population has only been growing because the middle aged and young people before the one child policy, well, when did they do the one child policy? Like 40 years ago, I think. 45 years ago. So if you're 50 years old today, well, you come from you probably come from an era where you have brothers and sisters, and you're getting older, but medicine is a lot better today than it was 50 years ago in China, and so you're still alive, and you'll probably still be alive for another 20 years. But let's fast forward 30 years. Now you're dead, and the only people alive came from the one child policy. He's predicting by 2050, China's population could be half of what it is today. Could you imagine? Could you imagine in 25 or 30 years China having only half as many people?
Well, I could really imagine that China has an aging population. The shall we say the average age of people in China is around 45 or something, and in India it is around 27. So we
Really?
are
27. Wow.
at 27 or 25. I don't know. So that is why you would see more and more Indians all across the world, because they would be immigrating legally and illegally to get jobs and all that. So, and so on and so forth. So this could be one of the problems that we would be facing, like harassment or some sort of native bias somewhere. I'm not saying everywhere, because I have been for 5 years in Canada. I never suffered any racism at all. And if I did, it was only and only from the liberal side, which wanted me to agree to whatever crap they were espousing.
Hmm.
So, since I did not agree and conform to their viewpoints, uh, I received the short end of the stick. But that's it. I mean, as such, Canada is not racist. Neither is, uh, shall I would say, even America. Of course, there are prejudices about each and every person, and there could be. So what? Prejudices are about each and every person.
Yeah.
It
Well,
is not an exclusivity or something.
that's true. That's true. But I I think as the world moves forward and you're at 35, you're still going to be young enough to see it. I'm a bit older than you, so I might not see as much of it before my time comes. But I think we're going to see a world where in about 10, 15, 20 years, where they're going to be talking about problems that nobody's talking about today. They're going to be talking about, you know, labor shortages in all different countries. You know, they just don't have enough people to work here and there. Uh, Germany, for example, their population is going to be, way down, and they're Europe's largest economy.
Well, Turkey has been coming in since the Second World War, so Turkey would be able to gobble up a part of Germany.
Yeah, but
Uh,
do you really want
t-
to mix Muslims, into Germany so much? That doesn't sound like a good recipe to me.
well, with the Cologne attacks that have happened on the New Year's Eve, and RT made a documentary about it as well. We have seen as to what these people do, but the thing is, these are the only people who are giving a bloody nose to the feminists. We have already been emasculated and castrated enough, isn't? Aren't we?
Yeah,
It is just that someone has to say something and 911 call and dial in, and there would be, FBI ending up on your and my doorstep.
mm, well, I'm just saying, I just don't think Muslims are going to integrate into,
Well, they are not going to integrate.
a
You have to
secular country like
integrate.
Germany. I just don't think they're going to do it.
Well, secular country, a country is made of whom? People, right? Culture
Yeah,
is made of whom? People. Culture comprises only and only of people.
yeah,
Otherwise, it is just a barren piece of land.
yeah. And when I say secular, it's not to say that they don't have beliefs. They do have beliefs, and I think a lot of their beliefs are sort of religious too. But it's just that they're not rooted in anything that a Muslim would respect. And so any Muslim that goes to Germany would, I think, have contempt for the natives. Like if you're a good European now, you believe in, the LGBTQ stuff, you know, well, a Muslim is going to have contempt for that. You know, if you're a good secular European, you're going to, be thinking about free love. And again, a Muslim is going to have contempt for that. And so if Germany or Italy, another country with a very low birth rate, or any other country in Europe thinks that they're going to just, well, let's just bring in the Muslims, and they'll uh, they'll fill all the jobs we need to get filled. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that would be a I think that would be a bad idea. But I think the world's going to be very interesting in 20 years because there's going to be all these countries having these problems. But America will not. America will not be the one country having these problems. So my country will be immune from the crap coming in. But Europe, I think they're screwed. China, I think, is screwed. Japan and South Korea, they'll also be screwed because of feminism or modernity, whatever you want to call it. They just they're going to be shrinking population. I mean, Japan has been shrinking by population for the last 10 years. And your country's going to come out okay, contriver. I was looking at the demographic of India. It's pretty good. Like you said, what was the average? What did you say the average age was? 27. Oh, India will come out. All right. Mhm. I think contriver got up because now I'm talking to myself. But yeah, the unintended consequences of feminism or equality, whatever you want to call it. I think it's going to be a very interesting. I think it's going to be a very interesting time coming up to watch how it plays out throughout the world because change is coming. Not little change, but big change. You know.
Well, the point is, that this change or something is not going to happen when we go out of a all out with a bang, and majority of the masses want to take it lying down all across the world, not only in India or not only in the US but elsewhere.
Mm,
Nobody wants to participate in this very blood sports where only and only a man is implicated.
mhm.
And that is why I've seen many of the veteran friends, they tell their sons not to join the military. That is why most
In what
of
country? What country?
Japan, South Korea,
Mm,
US, Canada, UK, of all places, the transatlantic cousins of
mm.
the Americans, Sweden, Germany, in some places, India as well. They tell their sons, don't serve. It is an ungrateful institution. You would come home as a handicapped person, and the society would frown upon you anyways. And that is the most realistic solution that I have heard, and that is what all men need to do en masse: separate themselves. Let the system fend for itself. Why not have an all female US military instead of Corporal Emma having two moms? Make her the general instead of that chap who wants to consider and learn about white rage. Make this Corporal Emma with two moms as the general. Let us see how she does in the battlefield. Why is it a man's job always to lift 98-pound projectiles in the artillery like a man would and get his limbs and testicles blown off when a land while sweeping a landmine?
Well, to be honest, I don't think we have any idea what war is going to look like. If we ever have a big war again, I really don't think we have any clue what it's going to look like.
Well, we are having it right now where Russia and NATO are abetting in each other's faces. The probability and possibility of a conflict is not just real, it is both imminent and eminent
But
at this time.
Russia is holding. They're like only fighting with one hand. They are not bringing in their full capability. So we're not really seeing how terrible it could be.
Well,
The
because the
power is still on in Ukraine. They're not bombing
yes,
power plants. They're not bombing hospitals and civilian because they're trying to live at peace with the Ukrainians after this is over with. But if they looked at the Ukrainians as like a mortal enemy, like China and India, you know how you two countries don't like each other.
oh yeah,
What type of war would that be where you're like
bloodbath.
just trying to wipe each other out? I mean, and I don't think we have an idea what it would look like because we haven't had a confrontation like that in such a long time. And technology has moved on so much. We have precision weapons. If you look at the bomber formations where they would try to take out a target, you would have 50 or 100 bombers, and hopefully, you damage a factory or destroy it. But maybe you wouldn't, you know? But now you need one plane with smart weapons and your target's going to be destroyed. You need a bridge destroyed, you need one plane with a smart bomb or a missile, and the bridge is gone. So this is we're living in an entirely different world now. Where you want somebody dead, they're dead because you can get the bomb to where it needs to be.
Well, that Second World War mindset is still there. That the Romans and the Eighth Army, or you know, the whole Soviet, just
Well,
like the Fulda Gap, where NATO deployed during the Cold War.
mm,
This is in the Fulda Gap, where as an offensive strategy, NATO actually deployed special atomic demolition munition, just little bombs which are as of the size of a briefcase or something that were deployed. So when the Soviet full armored and mechanized corps would come in with their T-72 and T-90 tanks and everything, with this full frontal Soviet aviation would come into the picture with their MiG fighter jets and whatnot, it would be an offensive strategy. So even during the Cold War, there was a tripwire.
Well, I'll say this, where I'm saying this is my rationale for why I think we don't have any idea what a modern total war would look like. I'm thinking of two examples. One, the American Civil War, which happened in 1860. So what had happened in America was America's last major war was in 1812 against the British, and then Europeans had the Napoleonic Wars about that same time too. So basically, a couple generations had gone by since America had kind of updated its battle doctrine. But artillery shells went from being just hunks of metal to having explosive shells. Barbed wire became a thing. I believe barbed wire became a thing, but maybe that was later. But the shells, exploding, this made artillery much different. And then repeating rifles had just came on the scene too. So instead of muskets, you now had repeating rifles. And what happened when the war started, they were still using the Napoleonic tactics, the old way of fighting. And the men were getting slaughtered. And it took a little time before people decided that you had to dig trenches and fight differently. And a lot of Americans lost their lives because the generals were having them basically just charge into the enemy that just it was like a no-win proposition for these soldiers. And then in World War One, you had the same thing happen, where the technology of war had outpaced the way the generals wanted to fight the war. And so you had millions of men, charging trenches back and forth for no gain. Because the generals were fighting, with outdated ideas. And I think the same thing will happen today. You know, I just don't think we have any idea of how to fight because we don't. How would we know how to fight properly? We haven't fought, with suicide drones or what are the other terrible weapons of war that are newly developed? And there is no element of surprise, contriver. Like, how can you surprise an enemy? When you can get a cheap little robotic drone with a camera, relaying the position over the next hill, you can't surprise anybody anymore.
Well, everything that is supposed to be for a war is within your phone and your laptop
Yeah.
already. It is just a part of toppling governments, reinstating so that US would be the global world police, and the only country which comes in their crosshairs, which earlier used to come in their crosshairs, was the Soviet Union, and now it is Russia and China. So China is going to bankroll Russia because they don't have the Soviet economy to support it as much, but they have the wherewithal to stop anybody cold in their adventurism, be it the US, or be it China, or be it India, or anyone else. Russia still has that firepower.
Hmm. Yeah, Russia's still a strong country. There's a lot of people in my country who think Russia's getting their ass kicked in Ukraine right now. I'm not. I'm
Just
not.
because a bridge is burnt, which connects Russia to Crimea,
They
wishful
think.
thinking.
Well, I don't know why. You're getting different news in India perhaps than we're getting here in America. But for what I don't know what reason, but for whatever reason, almost all the news stories are pro-Ukrainian here in America. So we're hearing a lot. I think.
Well, Operation Mockingbird is a very good documentary or a feature film for people to watch, other than Walter Cronkite.
Well, we're getting a lot of, I think, Russian. I mean, not Ukrainian propaganda. I think so. The Ukrainians had an offensive where you know, they took back a lot of territory that they had lost, and they're saying, "Oh, it's a big Russian defeat."
Do you go on Rumble? Are you
Yes,
on
I do.
Rumble?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. There is a chap named Ryan Dawson over there.
How do you
Uh,
spell his name?
Ryan Dawson, Ryan, Ryan, and Dawson, Dawson.
Dawson. Okay.
Ryan Dawson, he used to expose a lot of 9/11. He used to have a website, 911truth.com, and all that. And he is basically a geopolitical affairs and expert at this point, because he has interviewed a lot of people, just like No More News, Adam Green from No More News. He is a Jewish encyclopedia. This chap is a geopolitical world affairs encyclopedia. And he has the credentials of being an internet journalist, where he has actually, shall we say, interviewed a lot of military and defense analysts and experts.
Mm.
And what we got from the news headlines coming out of, emanating out of Washington as well as Moscow, is that just a bridge was burnt. Burning a bridge does not mean that they are not going to build another bridge. It takes only 48 hours for either American US Army or the Russian Army to build a bridge. So logistics wise, it, you just bombed and broke a part of the bridge, broke a part, sabotaged a part of the bridge, or you just lit it on fire. That's it. Is that how you are going to defeat Russia? You are living in a fool's paradise. For all these holier than thou journalists and prostitutes, as we call it in India, these prostitutes actually don't know how war happens and how armies actually move. They have never gone to the US Army War College or the US Naval War College. Unless and until NATO directly intervenes, they would not be able to inflict some damage on Russia in general. And the moment they inflict a damage on Russia, Russia has made very clear that they are going to launch their intercontinental ballistic missiles on American cities. And that's it. That is the end of story.
Well, I don't believe Putin has ever said that they would use it as a first strike, though. It was always.
Well, if they have an arsenal that is as big as America, if they have Well, in their nuclear doctrine, what they have written is we would respond in kind if there is an attack on our Russian sovereignty and Russian armed forces. So, even if there is a conventional war, it would be escalated further the escalation ladder into a nuclear war very quick. That is why James Stoltenberg, or whatever, who is he, the NATO chief or the NATO spokesman, he said that NATO is not going to intervene 6 months ago because he knew what was coming, a World War III. And we are currently living in that very World War III sort of scenario.
Well, I hope America doesn't do anything stupid in that regard. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, past experiences tell otherwise because they have been habitual of handling some pesky little countries like Grenada, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, from where they have to run away in the dead of the night after 22 years. But I'm not downplaying American bravery or the bravery of the soldiers itself, but on a strategic level, they are backtracking, they are backpedaling, even though they are saying all lots of things like Walter Mondale, that I'm going to promise this, I'm going to promise that. Oh, we are going to give you NATO membership. Well, Zelensky is not talking about a NATO membership. He wants you to come and fight on his behalf alongside him. And if NATO is not going to do that, well, they are looking for some sort of error in the bureaucracy to look for a leeway so that he would not be given as a NATO membership. And the Stinger missiles and everything that has been supplied to him by the Americans, these are weapons of insurgency. These are not for a prolonged conflict. These weapons would be necessary, just like there was insurgency in the entire Caucasian region. For example, this is not a scenario to actually win a conflict, win a war, and retain your geographical borders, as they say. They have already lost it, the entire Donbass region, Donetsk, Luhansk, and in that Kharkiv region, what happened, which you were saying, is that they retook Russia, and Russian military told their commanders to and captains as the middle level and low level officers to actually be in a defensive position. They, out of enthusiasm, jumped out of the line, fell out of the line, and charged forward alongside that very river, that Osiri River or something that goes. And that is how they suffered a defeat because they were not able to sustain those many damages coming from the neo-Nazi Azov battalion, and they had no reinforcement or no backup that was coming in because there was a river in between in that very Kharkiv region. Otherwise, Odessa, the Russians control it. They have come with licensing plates, so they are going to stay. When people come with a motive to stay, it is somewhat different. When people come with a motive to not stay, it is somewhat different. See the two templates between what is happening right now in the Donbass region with the Russians, and see as to what happened in Afghanistan. So these are two separate things. I'm sure I can elucidate on that a little bit more. I just have to put my plate in the kitchen sink and I'm coming back.
Hmm.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
While you're doing that, I was listening to an interview with a guy saying that Russia's actually winning the war in a big way. His name is Colonel McGregor.
That is why he is a colonel. That is
Yeah,
why he is a colonel, because he was not allowed further promotion.
yeah.
Because the human waves, what Ukraine tried is the human waves tactic, that we are going to send mercenaries, we are going to send foreign fighters, and
Hmm.
we are going to send our own people against you.
Well,
Now, the thing is, those human waves go extinct. After killing of waves of zombie, you win the game, just like in a video game.
Colonel McGregor says that the Russians have a 5 or 6 to 1 kill ratio right now. It's
Oh
like the
yeah,
Russians.
surely.
It's like the Russians are nailing the Ukrainians,
Yes.
and this is something that we here in America are not hearing.
Just a second, I'm just coming
Yeah,
back. Okay?
but I mean, if Colonel McGregor's right and Russia, it's got a fantastic kill ratio of 5 or 6 to 1, then Ukraine's done. It's over. Ukraine, or I mean, Russia's mobilizing 300,000 more troops, which means they'll be able to rotate troops out that have been fighting for the last 6 months. They're going to get those troops out, get them some rest. New troops will be put in. Meanwhile, Ukraine's got to keep the same people in because, well, they don't have any other options. You know, so Ukraine has got its back up against the wall. Meanwhile, Russia's going to also not only rotate the existing troops out and get them some R&R and some rest, but they're going to be able to build up for a massive attack. And when that attack comes, it probably won't be pretty because, unlike the initial attack, where Putin was trying to live at peace with Ukraine and thinking that they were, going to be some sort of Slavic brothers and be friendly towards each other. That's not how he's thinking now, most likely. Most likely now he's looking at total war, where when he does attack, he's going to take out power plants, he's going to take out hospitals and other things that sustain Ukraine, and Ukraine's fucked. You know, when Russia does decide to go in for the kill, Ukraine will be fucked. And Russia has a whole bunch of weapons that they're not even using right now. Specifically like precision munitions. They are just not using them. So just like America did against Saddam Hussein, if you remember all the shock and awe stuff, isolating command and control and having the troops basically not have any communication. I think we're going to see that to some extent in Ukraine. It may not be as complete with the use of satellite communications. Maybe Ukraine will not be completely cut off, but they're going to be cut off to a certain extent. Their battlefield communication is going to get disrupted. And I believe there was I believe I read a few weeks ago there was a problem with the Starlink communications that Ukraine has been relying upon. If you don't know what Starlink is, it's those little satellites that Elon Musk has been launching from SpaceX. Um, these satellites are in low Earth orbit, and they provide pretty pretty fast internet speeds with low latency. So you can use it for whatever. You can use it for voice. You can use it for data transmissions. You can do things in real time, like even video conferencing. And there was a disruption in the network, and it cost the Ukrainians dearly. And that was just a disruption. Imagine what would happen if you specifically targeted, their communications and command and control, like Russia most certainly will. whenever they are ready to push and finally end this war, Ukraine is going to be they're I don't see how they can survive. But that's a minority view if you read today's newspapers in America. But I honestly don't see how Ukraine is going to come out of this war as a country. You know, I think their only hope is to negotiate. But
Well, the thing is, when you, and not you in particular, but NATO has led Ukraine the garden path, and now they are saying that we are not going to come. Either be all in or go all out, and that is the motive of any conflict. But they are far too reticent about letting Ukraine join NATO so that they would avail the NATO army to fight on his behalf, because then it would be on Russia's turf. Russia assessed that Ukraine and other parts as being under the Russian sphere of influence. That is what they call in Russia, in Russian language, as Ruski Mir. If you have seen John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum as a movie, you would see that when, or John Wick Chapter 2, you would see that he pours vodka into two glasses and says mir, meaning peace. So Ruski means Russian and mir means peace. So Russian sphere of influence, in which Orthodox Christianity would be first among equals. Doesn't matter that you cannot be a Buddhist, Hindu, or shall we say a Muslim, but the first among equals would be Orthodox Christians.
well, I think that's how it should be in Russia myself.
And they have a state religion which says that Orthodox Christianity is our state religion, and they keep to try to keep the demography that way. That is why they encourage families. That is why they have a father's commission over there, a
Do they?
constitutional quasi judicial body which actually encourages how to mitigate things between the divorced couple, so that the father would have regular child visitations, among other things like false cases of divorce, false cases of domestic violence, and so on and so forth. Russia is that much advanced. They are already living in a post feminist world
Mm, yeah.
in that regard.
Well,
In
Russia.
Russia, yes, in
They,
Russia today, yeah,
I'm,
please go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying they they destroyed the family under the Soviet Union because the
Marxism,
yeah, the communists, one of their, if you go back to Karl Marx, one of the things that he hated was he hated the family,
families.
and he wanted a state to replace the family. And boy, did the Soviet Union destroy the family. They made divorce legal. They gave women equal rights. That was one of the first things they did when Lenin took power. Was
No, the first thing when Lenin took power, the first resolution. I'm saying not you are not wrong in that way, but wrong in terms of what he did uh, ostensibly earlier. The first thing what he did was he passed a unanimous resolution of correcting and reconciliation of anti-Semitism.
did he do that? I didn't know.
Oh yes, he did that. The CCCP did that at the first instance. Then he allowed anal sex. He actually allowed each and every sort of debauchery that you could get your hands on.
Yeah, I read that the Soviet Union had to dial back their attack on the family a little bit because things had gotten a little bit out of control.
Well, that happened during Stalin's regime. What happened was Lenin gave women all these freedom and made women as in charge and this, that, and the other, as if he was trying to fight the bourgeoisie and the proletariat masses and all the thing. He himself became a proletariat. He knew that from the very early beginning. Now, what happened was there was a war. I think it was with Japan over no, not the Zenbao Islands, but over Kuril Islands, and they lost. So the people were frowning upon the communists that you people are in power. Earlier, the Tsar was in power, so he should have been questioned, but now you are in power. So you need to be questioned as well. So the man who developed a brilliant strategy to defeat, and in Russia, defeat is not taken very lightly. I mean, defeat means the defeat of the entire Russia. That is the concept. That is why you see all these MMA fighters put their life on the line because they want to, because it has been instilled within them that if you lose, Russia will lose. So never lose, whether it is Fedor Emelianenko or whether it is Khabib Nurmagomedov. So, I mean, I'm just digressing for a little bit now. Coming back to that very war which they had with Japan over Kuril Islands, and the man who got it back amidst all of this was Leon Trotsky. Trotsky was then, because Leon Trotsky was getting popular among the people in the Soviet Union, especially in Russia. So he was sentenced to prison in exile for some petty charges or something. Later, people would come to know that the person who was, when then came the era of Stalin. When Stalin came to power, he said that if we are going to abide by the very same rules that have been imposed by uh, Lenin, Comrade Lenin, we are going to lose. So what did he do? He did completely 180-degree turn and annulled and proscribed all of the laws that have been declared earlier by Lenin. And in fact, there was a woman who gave birth to 17 children. He gave her one of the highest civilian awards for giving more children who are going to fight for Mother Russia. He banned anal sex, which was earlier decriminalized by Lenin, and he did all of that under the very same guise of communism, Marxism, Leninism, and all that.
Yeah, I think they also dialed back how easy it was to get a divorce too. Because divorce at when the Soviet Union first got into power was ridiculously easy.
Yes, and that is why it had to be annulled by him because otherwise he is not going to survive as a civilization. So, being a Marxist himself, Stalin understood that he has to roll back some of these things, otherwise, they are not going to sustain as a civilization, just like what has happened in America very recently in the case of overturning the Roe versus Wade. Because they know for a fact, the elites know for a fact that you would not be able to survive as a civilization. And those people who are coming in, they are coming in with their own agenda. They are coming in with their own set of rules, just like the Sharia law. And they are not going to abide by the very same rules like a good little boy, just like the American people actually do. So that is why they are trying to retain some of the laws so that it would be beneficial for having a family. But even now, it is too little too late for that. It is just that they don't realize it.
Yeah, if these Western countries can't figure out how to incentivize their population to have kids, it's over.
Well, just take away the Duluth model, bring back wife beating. Uh,
What? What?
no, do you think? Okay, from a man's standpoint, do you want to damage the equipment which you are going to use again and again?
No.
Is it feasible? No. You are going to use the vagina again and again, every once in a month at least. So, are you going to, damage it in some way that it would not be functional enough? Then you would have blood at your hands, especially the one who is sleeping next to you. Men are not that much of a raging animal as they are portrayed to be, shall I say. In that regard, what I am trying to say is this: people would come to know about the fact that these laws incentivizing, you have to just take away the Duluth model and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Take away Duluth model. If she walks out of this doorstep, she is not going to able to be able to see her children anymore, and she is going to survive on her own. When this becomes the law, and nobody would support a single woman who is all by herself, because earlier in the 1900s that was not necessarily the case. When that happens, you would come to see as to how quickly all these women would. And then you would ask them, well, what about your liberty, equality, and fraternity, and all those guiding principles of the Protestant Reformation that you were alluding to? And you said that a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. And she would say, oh, honey, it was one of my bad days, as a woman. And that's it. She would not do anything. What did women do when Taliban came into power in Afghanistan? They had AK-47s in their hand, $80 billion of defense equipment. Even they did not even put up a fight. They threw away their own AK-47 and burnt their gender studies degrees and got back into the kitchen. Got back into the kitchen. Life is much easier for them after getting a slap or two from the husband and cooking for their children. Do you think they are going to fight against battle hardened biological men who defeated the greatest military in the world, i.e., the US military?
Uh, well, nobody really defeats the U.S. The U.S. just gives up not
Yeah,
after
I
not.
mean, yes, that too happened in Vietnam as well because
Yeah,
it was the politicians
right.
who,
America decided to not do total war. We were going to do this half war, and then America got tired of it and went home. But
yes,
yeah,
and
we lost in a way, you know,
yes, that is what I'm saying. A
and we
loss
lost
is a
in
loss.
Afghanistan the same way too. I mean, we basically got
I
tired
I
of being there and we left.
I do, most of the people here don't know as to what was Afghan National Army that they created.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
were by day Afghan National Army and by night they themselves were Taliban.
now personally, I think that because when we attacked Afghanistan, there was a rebel group called the Northern Alliance. I think we should have took out the Taliban. We should have put the Northern Alliance in, and let them be dictators and screw over and be ruthless and do whatever they wanted and say, keep the Taliban out. This is your country. Let's be friends. I don't know what we had to stay there for 20 years after.
Well, they were bringing democracy
Yeah, I
to
know that
Afghanistan.
was the reason, but
Yeah,
there was already a rebel group fighting the Taliban. We could have just put them in charge and let them be the dictator. Who cares?
they asked you for weapons. They asked you for $80 billion of defense, uh, uh, military hardware specifically. They said, arm us to the teeth so that we would fight for you. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
thing is,
if you remember
since
your
the days
history
of,
right, and you may not because you're only 35 years old, but the Taliban got defeated with almost no American troops in the country. There were some special ops there, and we had I believe planes flying over from probably Pakistan. I'm not exactly
yes,
sure where they were based,
they use the Pakistani airspace and
but
all
probably
these
Pakistan.
group of
So so
Navy SEALs and everything.
right,
They
so we used air power and some special ops, and then the rebels that were already there in country. So actually occupying Afghanistan, that was like a political decision. That wasn't a military decision.
Well, but the military got along with it because if you listen to former General Wesley Clark, when he got into, and who was the Rod Rosenstein or Donald Rumsfeld? Oh,
Well,
Donald
Rumsfeld was
Rumsfeld.
the was
Yes, he was the Secretary of
right,
Defense
right.
at that point in history. And if you listen to his interview of General Wesley Clark, he said, "My subordinate came to me and he said, 'Sir, we are going to Iraq.' He said, 'Why?' He said, 'I don't know.' Then a week after, he said, 'Sir, could you come over, please, here?' So he said, 'Okay, I shall come over here.' And he said, 'Sir, we are going into Afghanistan.' No, no, we are going into Iraq. And he said, 'Are we still going into Iraq?' He said, 'Sir, it is a lot worse. Please come in.' And he got there into the ground floor of the office of Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney. And he said, 'Sir, we are. This is a plan.' He put out. He put up a paper, and he showed to him, 'Sir, this is a plan to conquer 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and Libya and Iran and Somalia and some Syria as well. Hold on, I'm coming up.
Well, I've never heard about that, but I do know under the Obama administration we did attack Libya and Syria. In addition to the fact that Obama didn't leave at Iraq, even though I believe he campaigned as a candidate to leave Iraq, he stayed, and he also kept troops in Afghanistan too. Yeah, my mind's a blur, but I believe in back in 2008, Obama was a peace candidate. He was talking about getting out of Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sorry, I could not hear that. Could you repeat that last sentence?
Yeah, I was saying that. Well, I didn't know about the other countries, that they wanted to attack at that time, but I know the next president, Obama, he did attack Libya and Syria.
Well, because it was part of the plan. Remember when George Bush Jr. Got into Iraq war? He said, "Remember, this is not about a small country. This is about a new world order."
Yeah, well, that's what his dad said, talking about a new world order. But
But he didn't talk about Iraq. His son, Bush Jr., talked about Iraq
well, I'll
when
tell
he
you,
was the
I'll tell
president.
you this: the new world order stuff, it's dead. From the United States point of view, it's dead because the American people don't want any part of it.
Yeah, the American people don't want a part of it, but if US as a nation with all their people who are tired of this war fatigue are dragged into this, they have to follow suit, just like a cattle or a
I,
livestock.
I'm just telling you, there's not going to be any more wars where America goes and picks on small countries because
There is
American people are tired. They're tired of it.
well, all the other small countries US has already conquered. Now, what comes in their crosshairs is none other than Russia and China. So, Russia and China are playing a tag team match, just like the Hardy Boys or the Dudley Boys against Undertaker.
Well, I believe that if push comes to shove, America would quickly. I mean, the people of America will quickly tell the politicians, "No, we're tired of you fighting in. We're tired of you fighting Russia."
Well,
And
they have.
I'm just going to say this because I'm just looking at what Europe has done. Europe is getting tired of the price that they're having to pay for making enemies of Russia. Look at the price of energy and look at people are starting to protest in Europe.
Well, protesting is all well and good, but are they going to reverse the policies that has been advised by
Well,
NATO leadership to them?
it's
So
sort of
far, they
hard.
are.
It's sort of hard to reverse the policies now because somebody blew up the pipeline where Europe was getting its natural gas.
And now they would be getting their natural gas, the expensive shale gas from America, and that too in shipments,
Well,
in large tankers and
it's
containers.
only expensive because of the price, the cost involved of taking natural gas and compressing it, putting it on a ship and transporting it. Natural gas is actually cheap, but the act of compressing it and sending it on a boat makes it expensive.
And that is where the US comes in.
Yes. Yeah. But the US is kind of double-minded because if we want to export natural gas, then we would also want to produce natural gas. But the president of the United States right now is making it difficult to produce oil and natural gas. But
Rules for
but he
the
wants to export it, so it's very
exactly just like that McCain with an eye patch. What is his name? Dan Crenshaw.
yeah, Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah, that Cyclops actually wants to send military hardware worth $40 billion or something to Ukraine, but he doesn't want to pay people over here the very same amount in anything else.
Yeah.
The US is a first world country. The US is, I think, the leading economy of $20 trillion in the world so far.
Yeah.
And if they actually decide that we are not going to pay anyone else but our own people, much of the problems would wean away. But the thing is, we want to continue the problem so that we could make more money out of it. I
Well,
mean, that is the sad state of affairs.
well, there's a man that I love to follow because he just he just has a way of presenting information that seems to me very logical and common
Steve
sense.
Turley,
Now his name is Peter Zeihan,
I know him.
and
I've talked to him quite a
basically
number of times.
Peter Zeihan, I think he's written now 5 books, and I believe the first book he wrote was called America, the Accidental Superpower. He explained why
Yes.
America is a rich country, and basically America is a rich country due to a no fault of its own. It's just look at a map. Look at the land that America occupies. Look at all the natural resources. Look at the rivers that America has. Okay, we have land. We can irrigate the land. We can move things on rivers cheaply. It would be, in his words, it would be very hard to not be rich. We aren't smart enough to screw it up. That's what he's saying. We're just so gifted.
Delusional that
No,
we are screwing it up deliberately.
no, he's saying that we can screw it up because just has so many abundant natural resources that it's almost impossible for America to not be a rich country.
I would say that
That's
goes the same. That goes the same for India as well, because if you see, if you have the three land geographical attributes, that is, you have snowy mountains, just like you people have the cold territories of Alaska and everything, which you bought from the Russians back in the day.
hmm
If you have all these beaches like Miami and LA and all that, you know, and you have cold territories, you have Texas, you have California, and you have all these deserts from Arizona and elsewhere. I hope I'm not wrong on that. Is Arizona a desert?
yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So, if you have all these attributes, then you are a country with a peninsula, you are a country with snowy mountains, you are a country with beaches, and you are a country which is on the coastal line. You have two great coasts, East Coast and West Coast. So, in that regard, you people are in such an advantage, geographically speaking, that no other country could avail, even in their lifetime. Like Russia. Russia has Arctic ports and all that, which they excavate oil from through the icebreaker and all that. But Russia does not have a tropical climate. You people have a sub zero temperature as well as a tropical climate to acclimatize. So, in that regard, you people are in a very good condition and you have abundance of shale gas. You people could be self-sustaining. For on the level of self-sustenance, you people could survive 100 years without any outside support. And apart from all these things, all these features you would be able to find in India as well. The very same features of having the Himalayan mountain range and the peninsula and the eastern ghats and the western ghats, as we call it, not coast, but eastern peninsula and western peninsula of the India, as well as a desert on the western border. So we also have the very same geographical attributes. In terms of geography, strictly speaking, now, when it comes to resources, we might not be having shale gas. Uh, Resources, we might not be having as much as what America does in general, but that is how America needs to actually pay attention to what they are doing. But the thing is, it is being done so deliberately that we cannot actually be able to sustain. I
Well, I
mean,
hear that your country is trying to mitigate the energy thing by going in on thorium. Is that true?
Uh, uh, yes, we have the world's one fourth, 25% of the world's thorium deposits are in only and only two states in India.
But you're actually trying to build thorium power plants. Is that true?
We have already built that.
Have you
We
already?
have we have an expertise in heavy water reactors, and that is called Dhruva. And we are basically giving our own expertise regarding heavy water reactors and whatnot to Vietnam.
But
And
thorium
when
reactors are different in the fact that at the end of the fuel cycle, when it's time to refuel the thorium reactor, you have more you have more fissionable material than when you started. Sometimes they also call a thorium
Uh,
reactor a breeder reactor, which means that if you go this route, basically you keep using the same fuel over and over again. It just goes on in perpetuity. It just
and
forever.
20 and 25, yeah, and 25% of, because we also have to supply to our own energy needs, even though there was a Fukushima disaster and whatnot. But and we are still wrestling with that. But in our own energy mix, if we want to provide uh, dry rations, dry rations, and apart from other things, electricity, which has become one of the basic necessities of life. What we call in India as roti, kapda, makan. First of all, uh, jal, roti, kapda, makan, bijli, sadak, pani. What it basically means is six basic amenities of life that cannot be contested about, that cannot be mitigated. These are the real basic amenities of life. They are the following: electricity, flowing tap water, food on your table, as well as, shall we say, food on your table, and after that, what is there? Food on your table, roti, kapda, makan, a home to live in, and apart from that, what is there? Roti, kapda, makan, food on your table, cloth, cloth to wear, as well as cloths to wear, and after that, bijli. Bijli means electricity. Sadak means roads, uh, built with cemented roads, so that it does not get destroyed and then remade every time. Just like you people have your asphalt roads with tarmac, we call it cemented roads. We have a different system, but it is basically so good that the future roads of India would not get destroyed in actually the coming 50 years.
So electricity is one of the basic needs, huh?
Yes, it is.
Well, if you guys can figure that out, then that would be at least with the cheap nuclear power, that would at least um,
Hold on, I'm coming in just a second.
oh, you got you got stuff at home. That would help you out the way America has shale gas. That would help you out. Oh,
I'm sorry, it is daytime, so my parents are busy with something, so they had to call me.
that's
I'm
a,
really sorry. I'm
that
really
sounds
sorry.
about right. You live with your parents. That's like how most Indians live, right?
Yes.
Yes, that sounds about right. But boy, I could not imagine, especially when I was younger with my first wife, I could not imagine moving my first wife, and having her live with my mother. I just couldn't see how they would get along. I just can't see it.
You would see cat fights every day. She took my flower vase. She took my TV.
Is that what you saw growing up? That your mother and grandmother fighting
Yes, all the time.
all the time, all the time, huh?
My
And
mother did not fight as much, but you know, grandmother was like real uh, console of the house.
I see. So grandma was the boss, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that is where I learned how you have to take care of your parents in the evening of their life. From my mother as well. She used to give bed bath to my grandmother.
Mm,
She used to clean her up just like a baby because she was also asthmatic and she used to take care of her. And she used to, even when she would be getting any asthma attack or something, she used to call an ambulance, get on, and she used to take her to the hospital herself, by herself.
mm.
And my mother is also an educated woman. She was a teacher, but before she was expecting me, she resigned from her job.
Oh, okay. Mm. It's interesting. Speaking of women in teaching and the feminism that we've been talking about.
My mother is not a feminist. She is an
No,
old school patriarch.
I'm not saying your mother is. What I'm saying, one of the unintended consequences of feminism in my country, in America, is that I think our education actually suffered because in the old days, if you were an educated woman, you didn't have that many paths, career choices. So a lot of educated women in the old days used to become nurses or school teachers. And now, if you're a very bright woman, you might want to be a doctor or a lawyer or some other professional. So I think the teachers, I think that the teaching profession just doesn't attract the best and brightest like it used to. So I think once upon a time, the school teachers in America were much more talented than they are today. I could be wrong, but I did read that just based on the limitations of what occupations were available to women, once upon a time.
Well, that is always, there is always a once upon a time scenario for all of us. Nowadays, even children don't even see families that much. So, I mean,
Well, what about your country? Like, what is the norm? Is it normal for your families to live together, like cousins, aunts and uncles? Is it normal for you to live close by to each other or not?
yes,
So that's
I
normal.
mean that culture has long gone. I mean, in some villages or somewhere it is the case, but in cities you would see only and only, nuclear families.
Okay. Yeah, because like where my wife is from, it's a very small little village. But
Yes,
you just within like a 5-minute walk, there's probably 50 of her relatives. A 50, 50 relatives. It's crazy. You'd never be, if you were part of her family, you'd never be alone over there because there's always somebody related to you just down the street.
exactly, and that is the, shall we say, the perquisite of having a large family is that you have a good support system.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe it's normal for her, but me coming from another culture, I was just so surprised to see it because you know uh, we just don't have big families here in America, let alone having them so close to where you live. And I can imagine
Well,
how much easier it is to raise children because, oh, mom and dad are busy. All right, well, here,
uncle
mom,
and auntie are going to take
yeah,
care.
mom will send them to, send the kids to her sister's house. It's like just down the road. Go here. Then mom and dad can, do whatever they need to do. It's no big deal.
Well, that culture has to actually, I don't know the situation in Philippines,
Oh,
but
I'm I'm,
I'm
I'm
but
just
I'm
saying.
saying it is not
But
immune from the changing dynamics of the families all across the world.
oh, the Philippines is not immune from it. But I'm just saying I can see the advantages of living that way. It's very
Well, that
very good for the children.
even the European families also come from that very culture. It is just that out of some modernistic dilemma, people don't utter these things very often, but it used to be the case.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it used to be, but now it's all what's the word? Now it's all about what makes you happy. Forget the next
Yes,
generation.
yes, you just need to chase your dreams just like your orgasms. And that is only for women. Men cannot do that. They have to still do the heavy lifting for this ungrateful, man hating society where a clear and contrived, conniving policy made by the governments make common folks and common men and boys suffer. It is a depopulation agenda, as I see it.
Hmm. Do you watch Do you watch much Bollywood?
No,
No,
I watch Hollywood,
really.
just like, and that too old school Hollywood, like Rambo, First Blood, Commando, for the Hollywood flicks from the 80s, where the Bodybuilder sort of stars are filled with toxic masculinity. Universal Soldier, Wesley Snipes, Blade. I watch all of that. I don't watch anything else other than that. I don't even watch animation emanating out of US
Why
because
don't
it has been infantilized so much. I would prefer something like Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, or something else rather than these stupid Shin-chan, Ninja Hattori, and Ben 10. We
now?
used to have cartoons when we were little kids like Ninja Robots, Sweat Cats, Centurions, Speed Racer, and all that.
Oh, Speed Racer. That was
Here
that
he comes, here comes Speed Racer. He is the demon on wheels. Da, 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 da.
did you watch that in English or was it translated to your or to your language?
No, we used to watch all the cartoons on Cartoon Network in India,
In
and that
English?
too. Yes.
Really? Okay. When
How do you
how
think
old were
my
you when
English
you
is so good?
how old were you when you learned the English language?
We had a system of English medium and Hindi medium schools. And one of the schools which runs in the local languages, that is Haryanvi, the state where I come from. It is a northwestern state on the border of India and Pakistan, and that's it. So, what happens in India is there is a regional medium as well as there is a Hindi medium, which is spoken largely by the masses, and then there is one medium called English medium. All the mediums are run by the government of India, and in English medium schools, you also learn about your uh, Hindi language and country. In terms of Hindi medium schools, also, you learn about English language as well, just like any other uh, chap learning in English language, English medium school. So it goes both ways. So much of the subjects which I used to learn when I was just a little child were in English, apart from the language itself, which was Hindi, which I used to. I can read and write in two languages. That is uh, English and Hindi.
What about your local dialect? You don't read.
Local dialect I can speak. I cannot write, but I can speak.
Okay,
I'm fluent in that.
interesting.
Yes.
Although I don't know,
So
my wife is the same way. I don't know because she has a local dialect, and then like the government has their official dialect.
yes,
I don't know if there's a written language for her
in
dialect.
in Asia, language changes on every 100 kilometers, as we always say in India.
Mm, 100. That's not very far.
Yes, like around 50 miles or something. Not the language changes entirely, but actually the dialect itself changes a little bit.
Right. So if you
So
were to go 100 kilometers away, you'd understand some of what they're saying, but not everything, right?
yeah, it would be the changes in the dialect itself would be noticeable. You would be able to notice that.
Mm. Yeah, because I noticed that about my wife when she gets around people from her country. Sometimes they speak in the national dialect, and sometimes they speak in their regional one. And when they speak in different dialects, and I hear people say, "Well, I wasn't exactly sure what they were saying. I could, only understand part of it."
In India, we have official 21 languages.
Wow, 21.
Yes.
Now, what language do you conduct business with? Like you're going to get a government document, like a marriage certificate or something like that. What language would it be
English,
in?
well,
English?
that goes in three languages: English, Hindi, which is spoken by the vast majority of the people, as well as a regional language. So the regional language also have their own dialect, They have their own, shall we say, scripture, their own way of writing.
Now,
That is how.
do you choose which one you want?
Yes, it is optional.
So if you were to say
Depending on
I
the
want a
state
marriage
you live in.
certificate, then you would have you tell them what language you want it in.
I mean, English and Hindi are compulsory. If you want it in a local or a regional language, then also it is fine.
Okay, okay, interesting. Why do you suppose English is still being used in India today?
Probably a colonial hangover,
Okay.
and we have digested that language as part of our own history, so we do not discard it. For example, I would tell you the Chinese. The Chinese Mandarin actually has around 1500 pictograms. You know, they write in that Japanese sort of
Right,
style of kanji and all that.
right.
Uh, Classical Mandarin has actually around 12,000 pictograms.
Yeah, but Mao he simplified it.
Yeah, he simplified it so that it would be able to used by all the people in the mainland China and Cantonese and elsewhere.
Yeah. So really, Taiwan is the place to go if you want to see how it used to be done.
Well, they also apply the very same. They have a transgender as their minister, and same-sex marriage and all that,
Oh, I was
abortion.
talking about the Chinese writing.
Oh, Chinese writing. You can get that in. You have many Chinese language experts who are white people, by the way. It is just that after learning Chinese, they became a Sinophile. There is a chap called Mike Pillsbury. He actually not ran away. He was a US diplomat in China, and he actually did the, shall we say, the translation of the stolen PLA, People's Liberation Army documents, and that too in the late 90s.
Hmm.
And the documents actually said that we would start having war with three countries, namely India, Vietnam, and Japan. Not war in a total sense, but we would start pressing on these three distinct countries so that we would be able to aspire to our own, shall we say, global aspirations and ambitions of being first of all, a regional superpower and then a global superpower by catching up to United States.
Well, I'll give your country credit for doing something that I think is just smart. When I see China pressing up on India, I see your country going. I see your country standing up to them and getting right in their face and saying, "No, no, you are not going to bully us." You know,
Well, the thing is,
very smart.
everyone loves freedom at some point. It is just that people are far too reticent about what people might they say about themselves. Why do you think that the Chinese use these acronyms like shared prosperity and state capitalism and all that when it is just fascism? Now, authoritarianism and fascism, since they have been connected or somehow the historical reference is used of Mussolini and Hitler, that is why they don't want to say it, but it is basically fascism of what they are doing in their country. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, they are running their country on authoritarianism, and they like to call it shared prosperity, state capitalism, this, that, and the other. Deng Xiaoping. He was known ironically as the butcher of Beijing, but he let capitalism grow in a communist environment. The black cat, white cat sort of analogy that he gave back in the day. So it is something that all these meanings about communism, capitalism, Marxism, individualism, it all becomes somewhat bleak, you know, when you see the geopolitical dynamics changing overnight.
Deng Xiaoping was he was pragmatic. He wasn't
Successor of Mao Zedong.
like, but he wasn't an ideologue, you know, like Mao. Mao, he had these ideas that, you know, the simple people were betters, you know, and he does crazy things, and then people die in the Great Leap Forward, you know. So I think Deng Xiaoping was he was just a realist. It's like, well, that didn't work. Let's try something different, you know.
Well, he was the same. He was literally the same. There is no difference between Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping because he abided by the very same principles. It is just that he was getting an elbow space so that uh, China would be propped up by the West as an alienated country on the Soviet bloc after the Sino Soviet split in the 50s and late 40s, and he abided by that. So did Mao Zedong. He took the deal that was coming from America. All these nuclear scientists and whatnot, they ran towards creating the atomic bomb and the nuclear program for Beijing back in the day.
Yeah, but Mao didn't allow private capital. He didn't
Yeah,
allow
I
he
mean,
didn't allow any form of wealth generation the way Deng Xiao did.
Deng Xiaoping did, but if he would had been alive for a little while, he would have done the very same thing.
You think so?
Because if obviously, why not? If people are much more affluent, they would sing praises about him as a console, and they would be ready to die for him. That is what the concept of basic communism is.
I
We
don't know.
have to
Mao
get a deal
guy,
out of it.
he's a
Yeah.
guy who took people from the cities and he put them on farms. I don't know. He
Well,
seemed to hate part of his population.
in the 60s, much of the world changed. I would say this. In the 60s, much of the world changed. The
Um,
West started with their hippie movement and whatnot, and then there was something that was going on, the whole 9 yards.
do you think you can trust Chinese people?
Chinese people I can trust
Do you think?
because they are as risk averse as any Indian or any American would be. The deep state, not so much,
I,
because they take inspiration from the great Qing dynasty and Tang dynasty and Qing dynasty and Xia dynasty, and they actually uh, refer to that as Zhonghe, as they call it, Zhonghe. And they, just like you have seen the game of chess. Have you seen the game of chess with the
no.
chessboard?
I mean, I've seen the game. But are you
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
the movie or just the game itself?
No, no, no. The game chess.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. So they have developed more of, they have improvised on that very game. They invented a game in contemporary China called Y key. Now, what is Y key? It is practically the very same chessboard with the very same pieces, but instead of taking out and doing a sort of a checkmate to your adversary, what you do is it is all about capturing your adversary's territory.
Okay.
That is where the thinking for that salami slicing strategy came on, because it was all about, if your enemy is left with a small territory, he has a very small room to maneuver, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that is the main concept of the, and this was actually explained by very famous. He was one of the greatest geostrategists of modern day history, Western history, I would say. He goes by the name Halford Mackinder. I'm sure you have heard of him and his 1901 Geographic Journal. And he gave birth to this theory called the Heartland theory, where he said that US was created because the people, the Western powers, the Anglo-Saxon world itself wanted to not let Russia be the king of the world because they are at the top, and the heartland power would radiate out from the global north and it would go towards the global south. And how Africa and Asia are connected, or Africa and yeah, Middle East are connected via the isthmus, the Suez Canal and the Suez Isthmus. So that is how they are connected. So once you control the European landmass, you would be able to control the Eurasian landmass. Once you control the Eurasian landmass, you would control the world. That was his heartland theory.
Hmm.
And post World War II, Germany fit the bill of their this heartland theory. The Germans used to call it as Lebensraum, which actually means living space or breathing space for somewhat of a virile or vigorous nation or a civilization which is in their nascent stage to prosper and to populate. And Halford Mackinder actually considered his heartland theory back in 1911. And in the advent of Germany, actually, you know, fitting the bill of that very heartland theory of the heartland power of the global north, a chap called Nicholas J. Spikeman from America provided a counter for this very theory. And the theory was that rimland countries actually participating with the US to thwart the plans of the main heartland power, be it your wars in Vietnam, be it your war in Korea, be it your war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Niger, call it what you will, your expeditions elsewhere. This was the basis of all American military expeditions till date.
Well, I've never
If we
heard.
are going into the elements of geostrategy,
I've never heard of this man. Who? What? What's this American's name?
Nicholas J. Spikeman, I will tell you the spelling: Nicholas dot J, capital J, dot Spykeman. Nicholas J. Spikeman. He was infamously known as the god of containment because he was a great geostrategist of America.
It's interesting. But I have a feeling that America isn't going to contain anybody anymore because I don't think. I think what's going to happen in my country is it's going to look inward. It's going to be more focused on itself, and then the rest of the world.
Well, that is what happens when an empire is in decline, and we have seen that a lot in the past with the Roman Empire when they were outstretched over Constantinople and elsewhere.
Uh,
Then they used to have mercenaries do their job. They did not use to engage directly, just like the 13th Roman Legion used to do it during the days of Julius Caesar. But they used to do it indirectly by using mercenaries. Then the Germanic pagans and all that, these people actually seceded and fought against the Romans, and then they themselves became the Romans. So this also
well,
has happened.
but 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 there's a subtle difference between the Roman and American empires.
No, there is
Oh,
no vertical. Why?
well,
Because even in that era, Roman Empire, women were given every freedom of sorts. Just because they were scantily dressed does not mean that they did not had any rights, or just because they were scantily dressed in a nascent Roman Empire coming up during the days of Roman Republic of the Julius Caesar, that they did not had patriarchy. What people see when they see Europeans in general is that they understand, oh, she might be a loose woman just because she is scantily dressed. No, it is just that because the sunlight does not come very often over there in that part of the world, so they have to, wear these sort of dresses so that they would be exposed a lot of their body to the sunlight. That is one of the concepts behind it.
well, but there is this difference that you're not looking at, and
Like what?
the difference is if you ask most Americans, yeah, I'm agreeing with you that there is an American empire, but most Americans would not. Most Americans would say we're not an empire, we're just a country. Because what am I trying to say? Because we don't we don't run around like the ancient Romans and celebrate like, oh, we conquered a country. We don't parade the prisoners of war through the Capitol and boast about this or that. We talk about freedom and democracy, and we talk about how we're helping other countries.
Freedom and democracy, and I mean, that's rich when it comes from the US, because freedom of doing what? Sleeping around and OnlyFans? No,
Well,
I'm saying that the rest of the world asks these sort of incendiary and loaded questions than freedom about doing what?
I'm not
Democracy?
I'm not trying to pick a fight with you, but I'm just
No, no,
saying
no,
that.
no. I totally understand.
But
I'm
I'm
saying
I'm
from
saying
a third
America,
party perspective.
it doesn't look at itself in the same way as a great power the way the Roman Empire thought it was a great power. You know, the Roman Empire was like, yeah, we conquer, we expand, you know, but America says we don't conquer. We don't, even though America is conquering and expanding in certain ways, it doesn't admit it, not even to its own people. So when I say America's looking inwards, it's not necessarily so much a sign of decline as it is there's no reason for America to be throughout the world. We were engaged in the Cold War. It's been over for 30 years. Americans are asking themselves, why do we have bases, around the world? Why are we in this country? Why are we in that country? The Cold
To
War has been over
protect the
for 30 years.
interest of our the template response you would get is to protect the interests, American interests overseas, as well as the interest of our own allies.
That may be an answer that people are given, but most Americans don't care about that. So they're not interested in sacrificing for this or that. They're tired. They want to. You talk to regular Americans in their backyards. They want troops to come home. They don't want them in different countries. And I think what's going to happen is the politicians are going to have less and less interest to be involved, all around the world.
Again, stay right there, please. I'm sorry I'm interjecting, sir, but that is the basis. Politicians are never going to be someone like Rand Paul or someone, one of the minority of the ministers, senators, because everyone has been lobbied by these arms manufacturing companies and whatnot, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and all that, because they would pursue the interests of these companies, which are a part of your, as someone says, Mickey Mat, military, industrial, media, academic complex.
Well, the I understand, that there might be certain people that are wanting to stay engaged, from my country. They want to stay engaged in the entire world like we have been, but I just don't think it's happening. I think you saw Donald Trump pull back, um, and I think it's going to continue no matter, I think it's going to continue no matter who the next several United States presidents are. I think you're going to see America become less and less interested in the entire world, and we'll. It's not that we won't be interested in the globe. We're just going to pick our friends very, very carefully. And I thought what you saw, like when Trump made these deals, he made deals with Japan, he made deals with South Korea, economic. He and I believe it was Obama that was talking about a pivot to Asia. But you also saw Donald Trump go to India and get a very, very warm welcome. I saw all the Indians lining the street as his motorcade drove by. And I said, wow, this is something. There's going to be something between America and India in the future.
Well,
No,
because we are fed up with these feminism and LGBT lobbies and everything. So even if we have to choose between the devil and the deep sea, we would choose the devil. And Trump, at that point, I campaigned myself online for Donald Trump back in 2016 without taking a single penny from the GOP when I was in Canada. I did that with my own money. I campaigned online for him, and uh, but the thing is, what we thought that politicians could solve, I came to the realization that these are not political issues. These have been propped up into becoming political issues, but these are basically legal issues, governmental issues, as well as social issues, which need to be solved socially.
mm,
And since there is no way that I would be able to maneuver that, living with all the worldly people around me, I just have to denounce it, reject it,
well,
either embrace it or reject it. I reject it.
uh, I was only trying to make the point that I think America is just we're not going to have 100 military bases overseas anymore in the near future. We'll have some, but we're just not going to be that interested to be in as many countries as we are in right now, and that's going to be bad for a lot of countries. You know, like take the Middle East. Well, they don't like each other over there, do they? You know, you got the Shias and the Sunnis, and other countries are always seem to be at each other's throats. And without America around, nothing's going to stop them from going to war with each other. You know,
Well, the United Arab League, which also, what is the name of that guy, that chap? Andrew Breitbart. Okay. So Andrew Breitbart also used to talk about this, that they are going to make a United Arab League, just like USA, of 22 nations, because these are all Aboriginal Arabs with the very same language, with certain, shall we say, you know, minority populations of Shia and mostly Sunni, and they are going to build a United Arab League.
well, if you could do it, but Sunnis and Shias, they really don't like each other.
Well, but mostly Shias are either in Yemen or in Egypt, somewhat, and some in Iran. So basically, all these countries, whether it is Tunisia, Iraq, Syria, most of it is Sunni, including Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, and all that, Oman.
But even Saudi Arabia has some Sunnis.
Some Shias,
I mean, Shia,
basically,
right?
they are the hardcore Sunnis.
Right. That's what I meant. Even Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia has some Shias. So,
yeah. The thing is, they are stones throw away from each other, and they shall remain stones throw away from each other. But the thing is, it is their own struggle, not ours. Earlier, what used to happen is Ottoman Empire used to take care. They were Sunnis themselves, but Ottoman Empire used to take care.
well, I,
Iran was basically mostly Shia because the exiled family of Prophet Muhammad actually arrived in Iran and India, Indian subcontinent basically, which is present day Pakistan.
you have a lot of internal division in your country too because of that.
Yeah, so what can we do?
Yeah, I don't know. What is it like living with the Muslims in India? Is it peaceful or is it
No,
hostile?
slitting throats every day, casual occurrences,
Oh, really? It's like
lynching, casual occurrences, gang rape of any non Muslim girl, daily occurrences. That's it.
do the um, do the Muslims serve in the military in India?
Military, police, judiciary, politics, factions, plus they are the second largest Muslim population in the entire world, 300 million.
Hmm, interesting. That's only the second largest. Who's got a larger population than that?
Indonesia?
Oh, I didn't know Indonesia had that many people.
No, it is around 320 million if I'm not mistaken.
Really, is that the population now? That many?
Yes.
Hmm. Population of Indonesia. What is it now? Oh. Well, according to Google, it's 280 million. But wow, that's a lot of people.
Well, they don't tell you about the West Papua Islands and whatnot, which they have inhabited and inhabited, taking over the Aborigine West Papua population, slaughtering them and bringing Islam over there.
Really?
Yeah,
Hmm. I thought Indonesia had their. I thought they were kind of like low key Muslims. They weren't very militant about it.
well, they are not militant even today, but they have uh, done an acquisition by via extrajudicial means of West Papua Islands. Please look it up.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know in certain parts of Indonesia, like if you're a Christian, you could be in trouble because the local the local population is hostile. But I was always under the impression that most
Well, that is
most
everywhere where you live, isn't it?
yeah, but
Whether
throughout
you live
most of
in.
the country, they're tolerant
Oh, yeah,
of,
I know
of
that.
of outsiders, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, but I didn't realize that the Muslims in India treated the Hindis like that.
Well, they think about their allegiance in the sphere of Muslim Brotherhood. So that is why
So they're
most of
Muslims
these,
first, they're Indian second.
yeah, that is what they openly say on camera, on television, on national news and media room channels. At first is our Muslim identity. And that is how you would see everybody else. They are Muslim first, and then they are something else. You would never see a Muslim saying, I'm, for example, I'm Bosnian first. He would never say that. He would say, I'm Muslim first and then from Bosnia.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting to hear. Yeah, that's interesting. I know that the stories I heard about when India got its independence were just awful about how
Well, it
what
was a communal struggle. 20 million people died, mostly Hindus who were just crossing the border, and that's
yeah,
it.
but what is now Pakistan in India? If you were a Muslim or a Hindu on the wrong side of the border, it wasn't pretty. That's what I read. You know, there was a good chance of you dying as you were basically fleeing for your life. Like if you're a Hindu in what is now Pakistan, you were fleeing for your life to try to get into the
Oh, yeah, surely. Many families came in. Many towns in India have been repopulated by these very people.
and was it the other
Because,
way around? Were the Muslims also being killed by the
no,
no?
not that much significantly because of a peacenik called Gandhi. And he assured everyone that even if you stay in India, then it is going to be all hunky dory. And this menace of Islamic extremism actually, resurfaced after they reach a certain percentage of demography via increasing.
Hmm.
So whenever you see, if you even see, forget about India, Pakistan. If you see in the problem that China is today facing in Xinjiang region, it is basically of Uyghur Muslims who are actually trying to, declare independence. They have their own East Turkmenistani Islamic movement that we call as ETIM, a terrorist organization which has affiliations to ISIS, and that is how they do it.
Well, it looks like the Chinese are going to eradicate their culture. It looks like they're going to just get rid of it altogether.
Well, that is how you actually deal with the problem,
I mean,
by eradicating it, just like Vladimir Putin did in Chechnya and Dagestan
yeah. But in
via
China,
the
they're going crazy. I heard that they're putting the men into concentration camps, and while the men are there, they take a
state sanctioned rape.
they take a Han Chinese person and they put him into this guy's house with his wife and children.
Yes,
This Han Chinese sleeps in
yes,
bed with her,
with the very same Uyghur woman.
right? And
Yes,
when I read that he sleeps in bed, I assume that means he's raping her or having sex. They're
yes,
drinking alcohol and smoking tobacco, things that are not,
yes, yes,
and
yes,
eating
yes,
pork, all things that are prohibited
yes,
by the Quran.
yes. They make them do flash mob style dances every once in a while, and
So,
they convert mosques into toilets every once in a while. So that is what they do, and this is how you run the country actually.
and then
Iron hand and an iron glove.
I believe he's also sterilizing their population so that they're not going to really be able to reproduce.
Sterilizing men, not women,
Sterilizing the men,
because
not the women.
yeah, and that too only Uyghur men.
So, it's
It's a
interesting.
tried and tested model. It is a good model. Otherwise, who would like to see terror attacks going on in Beijing or Shanghai? And I would tell you, even in Tibet, for example, the police response time is within 3 minutes. How many? 3 minutes. Within 180 seconds, police would be on your doorstep. I see it the other way around. Mass surveillance, the system, the network they have developed.
Hmm. No, I don't know. I don't have that much personal experience with Muslims. Muslims have, in a weird way, are kind of new to my country. I don't know. After 9/11, I started noticing them where I live. It's like what I scratch my head like, why are they coming
Well,
here
in
after
Illinois,
9/11? But they're
if you are in Illinois, you would uh, you would know about that very Muslim cleric who used to indulge in pedophilia with other little kids, but he was too old actually to be sent to jail, and that is why he was spared by the law.
hmm,
So he was from India, by the way, an
that's
Indian
sort
Muslim. Yes,
that sort of rings a bell about somebody,
I
but
know that.
I can't. Yeah, I don't remember we got so much senseless crime here in America. I can't remember it now. Unfortunately,
Well, he was 75 plus. So,
I'm just saying, there's so much nasty things going on here that you're reminding me of something, but it's just vaguely ringing a bell. I can't remember the particulars of it. It's crazy, but um, yeah, I just don't have that much experience with Muslims as neighbors to know what they're all about. Not personally, but I do know that they take in the name of a neighborhood nearby where I live, and they've called it Little Palestine.
oh yeah,
Which, if you look on a map, it's the country of Israel, right? But not to the locals here. It's Palestine, not Israel.
yes. We always say that they have many Pakistans over everywhere. If you would see London and the mayor over there, your transatlantic cousins. Look, all of these things actually happened because feminism happened, and that too in Europe and that too in the West. And they still abide by the rules. It is just that Muslims don't abide by the rules. They don't give a damn about the law of the land. They make their own rules. And this is something which other people, either you learn from them, inculcate those very same habits within you, or either you become one of them so that nobody would try to pick up a fight with you. That's it.
Well, uh, well, I'll take your word. I'll take your word for it, since your country has been living with the Muslims for so long. I just, you know, just don't understand why my country's letting them in. They don't seem to mix well. Where
Oh, I would tell you why. I would tell you why. Your
why?
country is letting them in because you don't have a surplus replacement demography. Why you don't have a surplus replacement demography? Because in the earlier generations of the 60s and 70s and 80s, people did not had any children. Why they did not had any children? Because women were focused on their careers and all that. Why they were focused on their careers? Because feminism happened. There we come in full circle.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed now because I've been up all night. But I'm gonna agree with you and say this. I know too many women. I know so many women who don't get any satisfaction from being a wife or a mother. They want a career. That's the important thing in their life.
Well, that is the same in India as well.
You know.
Why do you think that marriages are breaking apart so much so that, men are thrown under the bus every time?
And that's and you know that what I see what about women is how much value I see American women put in their careers is why I when I hear the MGTOWs give all their arguments, it's like, yeah, female nature this, female nature that. But I think in the back of my mind, the real reason you probably don't want to get married to an American woman is because being a wife and a mother just isn't that important to them. It's not, you know, it's nice, but it's the career that's number one to them. You know,
Exactly, because they want to prove that they are not incapable of doing what a man can do.
right? And I would much prefer that if I was going to settle down with a lady and have children and raise a family with her, I'd much settle down with a woman who's going to put, and say being a mother is the most important thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the since the defection has happened since the 1900s, right after the Civil War and the social gospel movement and so on and so forth, the rest is history. They have been subverted long before we were even born, and we cannot do anything about it, do we?
Well, you can stay single, I suppose. That's doing something. Or
Exactly.
or if you do get married, you could do what I did and try to game the system and see if you could find a woman more in line with your values from another country.
Well, we shall see about it.
But
Of course, there is an ample amount of time to prove each other wrong.
well, but you know, I'm just thinking though, in the grand scheme of things, though, what I did is probably really not going to be an option for much longer because
Those places where these people are coming from, these
they're changing
unicorns are
too.
coming from,
They're
they
changing too.
are becoming the very same Western women
Yeah, that's what I
which ideologically they are.
right. So there's going to be nowhere to go after a little while, perhaps, because all women will be like that. I mean, even in my wife's country, the Philippines, they're getting very westernized. They're doing birth control now. People are living together without getting the young people that is are living together without getting married. Even single mothers, is on the rise. So in that sense, they're getting to be more and more like the West.
Well, the thing is, we are, shall we say, the leftovers, the remnants, the vestiges of the past. And it is about time that we forget about the past, because in this brave new utopian world, we don't know what is going to happen next.
Well, I think you need to remember the past, contriver, for one simple reason. You need to know where we came from and how we got to where we're at. So I do think it's
I
important to teach history to the
well,
folks.
well, the thing is, it is mostly done for rectification of errors that have happened in the past. Mostly, when history of historicism is used in any context.
Yeah. But
My thing is, the only pattern of insanity I have seen humanity does is that they do the same thing over and over and expect a different result.
yeah, that sounds like communism to me. They keep saying we'll get it right this time.
Well, Albert Einstein gave this definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome.
Hmm.
So, the thing is, I'm not interested in humanity anymore.
Well, you're
I
awfully
would see it as a third party perspective from the sidelines, but I'm not interested in these worldly things and worldly affairs and worldly chores.
you're awfully young to be giving up on hope like that.
Well, once you have been handcuffed, once you had seen your parents crying, once you had seen some of your friends commit suicide because of toxic relationships, once you have seen the scourge of what is happening in India right now, with the laws that are these draconian laws that are being put in place, once you have gone through all of that, once you have cried alone in a dark room, all on your own, once you have realized that she is never yours, it is just your turn,
Well,
then
whatever happened to the girl that you were once with?
I don't know much about it because she is in a different city.
Hmm.
The last time I checked, she is still single.
Still single. Well, sorry to hear that happened to you.
It's fine. It's fine. It is just that I don't like to talk about it because it keeps messing with my head a lot. Because ultimately, it was a relationship.
Oh, well, look, half of the guys that hang around
It
this,
is just like you know
look, half of the guys in
your
North
child
here,
dying or something.
yeah,
You cannot uh,
look, yeah. I mean,
unsee it, or you cannot, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Once you experience it, you
oh,
cannot
no,
become
you don't have to
innocent
explain.
later. Yeah.
I also have a story that I don't share very often.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So
Please don't share.
no,
Please
no.
don't
But
share.
my point is, I understand what you're saying.
Oh yes.
I understand, and most of the
Uh,
men, or at least half of the men that are around here, they probably have the exact same bad experience that we both had, and that's
and
why
the
they're
thing
here.
is, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. That very unicorn, which some people are blessed with to have families with. So that is why, if someone is married, I don't frown upon it. I don't try to dictate my terms over it. I don't say that you have done wrong. When that is for you, it is fine. I tell other people as well. If that is for you, it is fine. If it works for you, more power to you, kudos to you. Have a bunch of children, a bunch of little monsters who would going to call me uncle every time, and that's it.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
so happy
Well,
because
I have the same view towards folks like you. If you don't want to get married, that's your choice. Go for it.
I don't want to, I don't like to impose my worldview on the world. It is just my worldview, and that is specifically, wholly, and solely for me.
No.
I don't like to, but the thing is, what I talk about is the changing situation of these draconian laws, the Duluth model, the no fault divorce. These laws, which would falsely implicate you, and women use it on a whim,
Yeah, but
and the overreach of the state. I don't talk that much about female nature as such.
mm,
I'm more concerned about the laws and the legal problem.
yeah, but I'm I'm gonna guess you're aware of this since you seem to do a lot of research on this. But the Duluth model isn't really that bad. Other countries do it much worse.
The Duluth model is the baddest thing on the planet,
No,
which,
other countries are even worse. They treat men even worse than some countries.
well, I come from one of those countries. Men die in lockups
Like
all the
I'm gonna
time.
give you one country that I heard was even worse than America by a lot. Spain.
Oh, yes, I know that already.
Even
But
Israel is very terrible. If you have a crazy woman, she can just ruin your life.
Russia Today actually made a documentary on feminism in Israel and
Yeah,
how women actually
yeah, it's
behave over
terrible
there.
there.
Yes. So we come from all those places. So I actually could relate to what you are trying to elucidate on.
Yeah,
But
I
the
guess what I'm saying
fact,
is, as bad as it is, it can be a lot worse.
no, it is still bad. It is still bad
Yeah,
because that is not a telltale sign or a dead giveaway of a dysfunctional society, because if you have given women some sort of power, they are going to abuse it, regardless of whether you think they are virtuous enough or not. They are going to abuse it because that is the only thing they have. What do they have other than that very power which has been bestowed upon them by other men?
hmm
And that too via activism. They don't have anything. They don't have a say. Biologically speaking, ideologically speaking, physiologically speaking, psychologically, yes, they could manipulate a man. Kingdoms used to fight each other because a queen is pestering her man all the time to go acquire that little kingdom. That used to happen. Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, we have historical references about it all over the world. I could give you 17 from my country as well. So
mm,
it happens even in the most patriarchal situations. Let us just take the most bizarre example of all, ISIS. They used to take care of women and children because they would be the future jihadis or the Islamic fighters from their concept.
mm.
So they used to acquire women. Remember that hashtag bring back our girls, save our girls by Michelle Obama,
Yeah, that was
when
about the Nigerians, I think.
Nigerian children which were taken over by, which were abducted by Boko Haram or Al Shabaab.
Right.
They had children with them, they raped them, they had children with them. They came in their villages, killed every man, be it their son, be it their husband, be it their brother, or be it their father, abducted them, raped them, have children with them, and when they came to a ransom solution or some sort of political solution or something, that they were getting a deal out of it, in a
Mm.
sense,
Yes.
they told them, please go back if you want to. If you want to, you can go back. These very women settled down with their rapists.
Mm.
So, the person who killed your brother, the person who killed your father, the person who killed your son, the person who killed your husband, and who raped you, who violated you, you are going to settle down with him
I guess
because
it's
they said that we cannot work in the farms as our brothers, as our fathers, as our sons, and as our husbands used to do. And that is the thing, that these people don't try to understand and comprehend and realize that men are the backbone of any and every community. If you disincentivize, emasculate, castrate, dehumanize, demonize your own male counterparts enough and turn them into a vegetable, which they have turned even in my country, men, as well as the Western man, then the rival forces of yours are going to conquer you, just like Taliban did when the US left. And these women who say about all these false bravado about the putting up a fight, history shows otherwise. History shows that women have never put up a fight, including very recently in cases like Afghanistan.
now women aren't going to fight.
So they want to be taken care of, by the way. So,
Yeah.
first of all, men need to understand these very facts, and men need to actually inculcate these very, shall we say, MGTOW philosophy points within their conscience and consciousness, so that they would be able to maneuver and sustain in this very society, because we don't know what is going to happen next.
Well,
And those who are married as well, they have literally around 25 to 30 years to play house, and that's it. Eventually what is going to happen is they are going to care about their future generations, which they should not. They lived their life, they lived their life happily, and that's it. Because the future has no place for marriages, relationships, bonds, and everything which they have right now.
if a society doesn't, if a society doesn't act in the best interest of the future generation, it won't survive, in my opinion.
Well, we are not surviving either way. Let us see what happens. Let us see what future holds in for us.
Well, I I'm just saying, if you only live for the moment and you don't sacrifice for the next generation, I just don't see how a society can survive without collapsing on itself.
Well, for sacrificing, this is a very good point that you brought up. Sacrificing yourself for the greater good of the society. A society of what? Comprised of what? A man hating gynocentric society?
Well, don't
Which,
don't misunderstand what I said for blaming anybody who doesn't want to do that.
no, no, I totally understand your point. I'm just drawing a similar analog.
Oh, right. I understand that if you want people, especially men, to sacrifice for the future, you need to give them,
Incentivize them.
yeah, you need to give them something. You need to give them a reason to do it.
Exactly. What is the unique selling proposition?
Well,
USP of that.
it's not a very good proposition at the moment.
Well, then they are not going to do that.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but if it doesn't happen, then I don't see how societies are going to survive.
Well, we are not going to survive.
I mean,
That is a short point.
people aren't going to die out. India and America, we're still gonna be here in 100 years. It's just not gonna. If things don't change, we're just not gonna be the same society. We're gonna transform into something else.
Oh, yeah, surely. Just like American Psychological Association says that traditional masculinity is toxic, within 5 years, Indian Psychological Association is going to take the cues from their masters and they are going to reiterate the very same thing that traditional masculinity is toxic.
And
So,
maybe you Indians should be a little bit more like the Chinese. The
well,
Chinese think they're better than everybody else.
the Chinese system is well and good, but the thing is, even the best of the Indian Sinophiles actually look up to others to do anything for them.
Mm. There's
The
not a
thing is,
movement.
when
There's not a
you
movement.
rely,
No movement in your country to do things your own way, to do things the Indian way.
uh, no, specifically no, because we have inculcated and imbued ourselves with these very talking points of the Western philosophy of, shall we say, more than one wife. Having more than one wife is regressive, patriarchal, you know, it is misogynistic, it is
What about
sexist.
what about prostitution? Do you have Western ideas on that too?
Oh no, prostitution has been decriminalized in 2018 by that very chap who was the judge, who also annulled the laws required for adultery.
Oh, so prostitution is now legal in India.
Yeah, so every woman is a prostitute now.
What?
Yes,
Okay. Uh,
on the sideways, they are making some side income,
really?
helping the household. Come
Is
on,
that
sir.
is is that what you think, or is that what you know? Which is it?
I know that.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's disturbing.
Well, it has been the case since the 1998 edition of a magazine called India Today.
Mm.
Male gigolos and male strippers were very common in the 90s in India.
Well, I guess there's lonely women in India too, huh?
Well, lonely, but they don't want to satiate themselves with a battery operated friend. They want the real deal.
Mm.
That is the difference.
Uh, well, that's interesting. It's interesting. So before I go, you said you don't watch Bollywood, right?
Yes.
But do you do you have any idea what type of movies do they make?
Now it is much more LGBT friendly content.
Oh, really?
A lot of faggotry is happening.
Do they have do they make a lot of movies where there's a lot of like infidelity, you know,
Oh,
like
yeah, surely,
movies
surely.
about like a romance like with married people?
Well, romance within married people, that was
Well,
the common theme, I think,
no, no, no,
in
no.
early 2000s.
Like here in America, there might be like a married man and a single woman, and they might have a movie about a romance between about these two people, and they make it off like, oh look, these two people fell in love, and they make a movie about it, even though he's married or she could be married. That's that's really not the point. The point is, isn't this a beautiful love story?
Oh, yeah, they keep selling this very same snake oil of love and all that, but it is, as we know from the Sapien novels of And They Lived Happily Ever After, that is mostly done by the quote unquote conservative
Mm.
trad cuck right wing of the world. And that goes the same for India as well.
So the movies in Bollywood are immoral, like Hollywood, is what you're telling me.
Immoral, there is a mix and match of both,
Both.
because you
Okay.
have to balance it some way, so that you have to sell the dream of finding this unicorn somewhere, as well as you have to agree to the infidelity part as well.
Hmm. Oh, that's interesting.
It is a phase wise conversion.
Hmm. Well, actually, I said that was my. I do actually have one more question for you because it just popped up.
Sure, sure, sure.
Are arranged marriages still popular in India?
Yes, but there are bachelor parties, bachelorette parties mostly, where girls are having 4 to 5 boyfriends, and all these guys who are doing a gangbang session on her, and then she is getting into a very matronly, coyish sort of relationship, giving birth to a child, and then her ovaries dries up,
So,
and then
so,
she is doing some extramarital affairs,
so,
but the man cannot divorce her, because a man is not able to file for a divorce in India.
oh, really?
Only a woman is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That is why you would see women cling on to their husbands while having their fun outside. And
So,
that is why, which gives answer to your question about the Google query, that is why the divorce rates are so less.
oh, that's very interesting. So, are you like right now in 2022? Would you say more Indian women who are newly married? Would you say more of them are virgins on their wedding night or not?
Not
Not virgins.
virgin, they lose
Yeah.
their virginity when they are 14.
Oh, really?
Ah, yes,
That's
emulating the West,
well.
the
That sounds
best.
just like America and Canada to me.
Well, that is what it is. Why would I not? Uh, I, I don't like to wash my dirty linen in public, but that is just how it is.
I don't know. I've always because I see a lot of Indians who have immigrated to America, and
And they
they
behave just like Americans, don't they?
no, I don't see. No, that's what I don't see. I see them having their families.
Oh,
I see them having like mom and dad and their kids, and all seem to be like a tight knit family. That's what I see.
well, that is what they tried to portray to the white man, who is the host of the nation.
Yeah, I
That
don't.
is that is not what happens behind closed doors.
Okay. It's
It is just a facade. It is just like a screensaver.
mm.
Reality is somewhat different.
So the women are having affairs, the men are having affairs, and
Men are not having affairs.
well,
This is the biggest thing. Just
really?
like in the West,
Well, then who are the
30% of the
women?
men,
Who are the women having affairs with if it's not men?
a select few group of top 20, 10 to 20% of men.
So you're saying
The
there's a
rest
small
of the
number
men
of
are
men?
left the rest of the men are left high and dry and led astray by most of the women, who
Hmm.
are completely shaken to the core from this conundrum of what is happening around me.
Well, weren't you one of the? Wouldn't you be one of those top guys since you used to work in Canada? Didn't you come home with some money and were a big shot?
Yes, but the fault is I never actually, that was after my marriage got destroyed. So I got to Canada after my marriage got destroyed. Otherwise, women would have thrown themselves on me. I know that very well, and I did not wanted to indulge in all that.
No. So even though when you were in Canada, you could have been like the you could have been like Chad, right? You could have had a lot of different women.
I had some casual flings and hookups. It is not that I am much of a saint either, and I was an ex-husband at that moment, so I thought that I could do that. And I did that. And why not? After all, I mean, everyone is having their own fun even before marriage. So why we cannot have fun after I have been divorced
But then
and
you could have
handed
went,
over?
but you could have went home and then had your pick of any of the prettiest women too, right?
And then she would have done the same thing.
Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess there's no guarantee, huh? Yeah. So women date and then they go under arranged marriage. Is that what I'm hearing?
They don't date. Indian women don't date.
Well, they're having sex.
Yes,
So they're having sex and then they get married to some other guy.
yes, and then turn the tap off. Their
Turn the
ovaries
tap on.
dries up. Yes. After marriage, they became like a celibate nun or
Oh,
something.
they're like the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, Indian version of a Virgin Mary.
Okay. Well, that's no fun.
Yes. But a man cannot do anything because he cannot file for a divorce.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he has all these draconian laws hanging like a sword on his neck, like a guillotine.
Mm. Well, that's interesting. There's a lot about your country. I thought I thought I knew, but apparently I don't know much about India.
Well, now you know, sir.
I thought it was a much more conservative and a much more happy culture.
Well, that is what is portrayed to the Western audience. After all, where is our own pride if we would be shameless enough to wash our dirty linen in public?
Mm. Well, I don't know. I don't know. But I stayed up all night, so now I need to get some sleep. So I'm gonna log off, contriver.
Enjoy your sleep, sir.
All right.
Sleep well, sweet dreams.
Good night.
Good night. Hello. So I'm the only one left, and five people are still persistently watching. Fellas, it has been 10 hours, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds. Now, Contriver also signing out. Adios.